watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
looking at the world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना गरीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed, pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. Look at my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसा मैं टरेंचुला. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां, कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या किला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees, would you kiss the ring? Put your back down on your knees, would you? I am the. Put your back down on your knees, would you kiss the ring? 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
while staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. We got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
We were chosen. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time.
One enemy remaining.
Hi, my name is Mehmet Yazıpek. My nickname is Siner and I'm playing for Foot Esports.
Hello, I am Eray Budak. My nickname is Yetuje and I am playing for Foot Esports.
Hello, I am Doğukan Kraks Balavan. I'm playing for Foot Esports.
Hello, I am Furkan Mustafa Linyen and I'm manager for Foot Esports.
Hello, my name is Atatan. My nickname is Atakaptan. I'm playing for Foot Esports.
Hey, my name is Alpes Kuvancı and I am the assistant coach of Foot Esports.
I didn't come with any expectations. I'm just come to visit, play tournament and get some experience, so that's it for me.
Yeah, same like Sinet. I like the foods here. I didn't expect like that. They were so good. And yeah, we are here for tournaments, so send out.
Well, I didn't have any expectations too, but I think I don't know, tried some Indian food here, and like it's our second day, and I don't know, food is really good right now. That's it, yeah. Nothing.
Anlat.
Indian is very good.
I don't have any team to face, so we will play and win all our games.
Vitality, I guess.
Vitality.
Global Esports.
Nothing.
Vitality.
Aggressive, unexpected, and smart, maybe.
Smart.
Onu demeyecek.
And unexpected too. And defender, I guess.
Oh.
Support beklenmedik. Yardım diyeyim.
Calm, support, and smart.
Sakin. Chill.
Supporter, smoker, defender.
Like I'm the coach, I don't have a play style.
Coach style.
What's that?
My coaching style is calm. That's calm. Sakin.
Nice.
Ata.
Ata.
Komik olan kim?
Ata.
He.
Ata.
I think balancing guns better.
I think I will just delete the Odin.
Jet'i kaldırırdım.
Fix bir ulti.
Everything is okay. Nothing.
Yeah. Fixing stuns are the correct answer, I guess.
Kimler
Sakın jinxleme. Sakın jinxleme.
Rakiplerimi söyleme karşılıktan sonra.
Öyle bir şey diyeceğim. Karşı takımda kim var?
Bizim True Reapers.
I think the... Neydi lan bizim grup?
True Reapers.
True Reapers.
Genji.
It was my brother nickname and I just reversed it. That's it.
Oh, it came from WWE, the reality show, and coming from Chris Jericho, I guess.
Klavyeden random geldi.
It's my real name is shorter than. That's it.
Adım. Teknenin adı Ata Kaptan. Adım Atatan. Eskiden de kaptanlık yapıyorduk. Mesleğimiz o.
Like, I was just searching for nicknames randomly and I found Sway and it sounds good and I just put 4 and that's like...
We have the battle of the Indian rising stars. A possible Cinderella story and Europe's finest. Tash Bani alongside Kramer and Pavlos, welcome to Convergence Day 2. Today is a very interesting day because match number 1 is something that was referenced in the pre-show video where Foot says the easiest opponent they're going to be meeting at Convergence is going to be True Rippers.
Well, I think they may be underestimating True Rippers a little bit considering that game against Genji earlier. I mean, what can you say, True Rippers? They did go into this as underdogs, well and truly underdogs. But my word, did they show up yesterday?
Truly you think, okay, the regional team that plays in Challenger Leagues would have a lesser performance than what was brought out yesterday.
Yeah.
But genuinely, their competition against NG was out of this world. I think there were multiple moments that you could accredit to individuals, but also the cohesion and coordination of the team. All brought together gave us a great result, which at the end of the day, we hope for some victories from them before this tournament ends.
That's right, but before we continue into our discussion, don't forget we are live here from the Manpo Convention Center in Bangalore, India. If you guys are around the area, please do come by. We have a lot of stuff going on from, I would say, giveaways. We have some things going on the outside, but before we get more into that, let's talk a little bit about our contenders for today. Foot Esports, the team that we saw in the pre-show where Turkish Aim meets Turkish Brain. about Foot Esports. We had this discussion with you, Pavlos, about Turkish brain meets Turkish aim. Let's get into that.
I mean, truly for esports, it put the Turkish scene in the forefront of competition, right? Really put them on the map. And that's what's really important about this team, right? Because yeah, okay, they made some key differences. I think last year was the most successful year that they could have ever hoped for, especially coming in from the TU scene the year prior. So True Rippers might want to take a note on that one. But yeah, it really seems that with the players that they brought in, they're trying to get a really nice upgrade that hopefully gives them an even better result than they did last year.
Speaking of that, True Rippers, the team that gave Gen G a run for their money, and the team that is said to be their easiest opponent of Convergence, this is True Rippers. As I mentioned earlier, this is the team that gave Gen G, one of Pacific's finest, a run for their money. And this is also the team that is the hometown heroes here from Bangalore himself.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this match. Now, bearing in mind that having lost to Gen G yesterday, there is only one team that goes through every single group, right? There's still a world where True Rippers can go through. They are going to have to beat FUT here, then FUT are going to have to beat Gen G. Now, it's a bit far-fetched, we have to do some mental gymnastics, but I'm saying there's a chance.
For a Cinderella story.
Absolutely.
You really want to see that happen.
I really do.
Speaking of Cinderella stories, I mean, we saw a back and forth between True Rippers as well as Reckoning Esports. A lot of the speculations from the fans coming through was that Reckoning Esports would be the one here instead of True Rippers.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of people, that was a conversation that had to be had going into day one, was how would Reckoning do compared to True Rippers? But having seen that first series, having seen that they can deliver on LAN in front of a crowd that supports them, by the way, makes me think that actually they earned their spot here, and honestly, they're rising to the occasion.
Maybe historically they might have had worse results against the top of the Indian scene, whether that's Orangutan, whether that's Reckoning. But yes, if you do win the most recent match, then you can be considered the best, right?
Exactly.
You can be considered rightfully the representative of this country. And I think something that a lot of people, set aside or don't really think about that much, it's not only representation for India, but it's also representation for Philippines.
Yeah, that's right. We have two players, Disrupt and Aryu from the Philippines themselves, had a bit of a conversation with them about the traffic here in India as well as the Philippines. Now let's talk a little bit about the lineups of these players. I mean, we know that both teams, for the team of FUT, there was a change in their player roster. They had two new players. I think Yetu-J just came in, as well as a CNET. So what do you think the dynamics are for the team?
Look, obviously they're looking to make upgrades. Last year they had some great results, but obviously being the player that had brought to the world Turkish Jet is not something you can look away from, right? He was once the best duelist in the world, 2022, and he's hoping to bring that back. And with an all-Turkish lineup, this is his great chance to do that.
Yeah, I mean, you did say Turkish brain meets Turkish aim. Let's talk about the brain part. Let's talk about their captain, Mr. Fallen.
Yeah, he's been incredible, right? He exceeded expectations by bringing this team where they got to last year, 3rd place in EMEA, got some decent results in the internationals, not I guess as far as many thought that they could get to considering their prior results. There's definitely a height that they can reach that hasn't quite been tapped into.
Right, and then of course we are seeing Yetuje, their brand new player coming through. What's the change going to be looking like for the team?
Oh, I feel like I'm the esports specialist here.
Yeah, I mean you were the EMEA specialist,
yeah, I mean
right?
Yetuje, he was considered as one of the best in Tier 2, right? Playing in 5 Flux. 5 Flux was considered to be the best in Turkey for a while, even though they didn't actually get that Challengers win in the end. They were always, very competitive, fell flat in playoffs, but yeah, it's a solid pickup.
Yeah, but speaking of solid pickups here, True Rippers are a team that have stuck together for the last 6 months. We do see changes in their roles, but never really their rosters. What do you think of that?
When 6 months doesn't sound like a very long time, and I mean, we're quite old, so for us that goes in a flash. But in terms of esports, 6 months is a lifetime to spend together, especially when you sort of see how frequently these teams practice. They're spending sort of 8-9 hours hours a day together regularly. And so we saw in that game against Gen G, when they come up against stuff they're not quite anticipating, when they get hit with the unknown, because they have that familiarity with each other, they're able to adapt so fast.
Yeah, and on top of that, I think yesterday a lot of people were questioning, I think we saw it all over social media, about which team is #1 in India right now. There were a lot of questions coming through, especially after the performance.
Might not be global anymore.
Yeah, I don't think it's global.
So, what do you think? I mean, it was said by Foot that True Rippers is going to be seen as the easiest opponent.
You take that one, mate. You take that one.
Well, here's the thing. How do you measure the best team in India? Is it results in one tournament? Is it results in one series? Is it consistent results over many tournaments? True Rippers have shown us that they can compete with the best in India, but whether that makes them the best in India, I think time is going to have to tell, and it's too soon to say. But if Global Esports continue playing as rough as they did yesterday, then maybe they will get dethroned.
It's the grounded answer.
I thought that was quite diplomatic, actually.
Yeah, I mean, we are in India, right? A lot of these people at home, as well as the people in the audience, are looking forward to see these teams compete. And you can't really upset any of them.
I mean, yeah, even as today is not really that full quite yet, because as it's still early in the day, we're already hearing loud cheers for True Rippers. So we can actually see how excited everyone is to see this team come up on top. But let's have a look at the maps. This is what makes it really very interesting, because for yesterday, when we looked at True Rippers,
Lotus Haven.
Yeah, Lotus Haven were their, I would say, their whoa maps.
Yeah.
And then you saw one map, I think it was Ascent.
Ascent,
that you see them really struggle.
Yeah, it wasn't the best of performances from them, right? Especially considering the tempo they created on the previous one. I'd say props to Gen G for able to reset the mentality on that one. There were some moments that you'd say it was down to respecting their opponents too much. I don't think it's macro ability. I think they went into that matchup with the wrong mentality.
Right.
But starting off with Haven, what are your thoughts here, Chroma?
I'm a very happy man.
Okay.
It looks like True Rippers are going to get a chance at redemption for Haven. And I mean, when we were casting it, one of the things we saw consistently was what brought them their success was that Suez control, which they just maintained throughout their second half. And it felt like Gen G, the only time they were able to stop that was when they were able to get that op out early. True Rippers bring out Sunset for their second map. This is awesome, because that's one of their best maps.
Ooh.
So when we were looking at the veto yesterday, the 3 maps we were talking about with True Rippers was Breeze, Sunset, and then what became Haven. So the Breeze instantly banned by FUT. The fact they're able to bring in Sunset makes me think that actually this veto could look quite tasty for our local crowd.
It could indeed. I think for esports might be on a different level than what when Gen G were, because I think this was the first official tournament, first official match for Gen G. Split as a decider. Yeah, so back to my point, because I don't think the maps are that relevant in this point in time, considering Foot have also, played a lot of them already in this offseason. They've had a little bit more time than Gen G. So True Rippers, albeit that, they might be playing on some comfort picks. It's not like Foot didn't really have time to prep on them either.
Yeah.
You're right. I would actually further this by saying, something I've noticed actually since being here, is all the South Asian teams, they float Split as a last map, every single one of them.
Yeah, they have
that's
that.
including in the qualifier as well.
Exactly. They have that preference to that. But now let's talk a little bit about performance. I think yesterday we start to see a lot of I would say, a step up from RU. That first game was a 30 bomb, and then as they went through, I think you start to see the team really come together to the third map. Now, let's talk a little bit about what are the win conditions that we are expecting to see from True Rippers if they want to survive.
Yeah. For me, it's got to be RU got to keep the same form as yesterday, and Deathmaker's got to find his consistency. We saw on some rounds on Haven, and especially on Lotus, when Deathmaker's in the round, when he's locked in, and he's able to perform, that's True Rippers look as good as any Tier 1 team. But it's the inconsistency, which is, I imagine, going to be their sort of downfall almost, and in best of threes, there's no space for inconsistency.
If I may hop in there, it felt like the reason why True Rippers were able to have such a good result was genuinely because they managed to get some insane clutches in the first few rounds.
Yeah.
That booster mentality is so important.
Yeah.
It's so important to come into a tournament, think you're an underdog, and all of a sudden realize, my opponents are mortal. I can shoot back, I can hit heads, and I can win rounds in a mechanical fashion, right?
Yeah.
And that's what they did. They started to believe, and that's what netted them the confidence to actually carry on and give the performance we saw them. So hopefully they can bring that mentality straight into this next matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's also this worry about the Turkish brain. Mr. Fallen, great IGL, has been really good at maintaining the flow, momentum of the team. What do you think that True Rippers has to do in order to outplay them?
So early in the day, we saw a video about what 3 words they described their playstyle. One of those words that a couple of them said was smart. Mr. Fallen is a part of that, smartness, is that even a word? is the reason why they included the word smart, because the mid-rounds of FUT are one of the reasons why they superseded a lot of other Turkish teams in the region, and why we're able to compete against some of the best in VCT EMEA, and why I think FUT deserves to go on even further, why the skill ceiling is yet to be reached.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about True Rippers. What do they have to do in order to outplay?
For me, I think that it's got to be both Deathmaker showing up, same for RU. What True Rippers succeeded in very well against Genji was their pistol rounds. I think 5 out of 6 wins when it came to pistol rounds. They can keep that up, it gives them that momentum, the same momentum that they feed off of. We saw Genji's win condition was bringing out that operator, and that's what really led to almost stopping the momentum train for True Rippers. So I think if they can get those pistol rounds, if they can follow it up, then I think they're in a great spot. I'll even further it by saying, I kind of want to see Deathmaker stay on Raze. I don't like how they're messing around with who plays what role within the team when it goes between maps. The Haven and the Lotus both look quite good, but you saw how Deathmaker goes onto KO and Disrupt goes onto the Jet for a sense. Disrupt then becomes sort of a lurker on Jet, and it means your KO's got to entry. When you lose your KO, you lose your flashes, you lose your suppressions for the afterplants, and your Jet's nowhere to be seen. I think in pure fundamentals, I don't like the way their Ascent is played, but we'll have to see. We'll also have to see the Asians as well. Yeah,
we're gonna have to do that. I mean, yesterday during my interview with Safe for Vitality, he even mentioned that during the off-season is something that they wanted to change around. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be the agent that he's going to be playing for the rest of the season. Could we be seeing that out of FUT?
I mean, for FUT, they've always been a little bit flexible in regards to what they play. It's never really been necessarily the same roles over and over again. So coming into this matchup, let's see what we've got here. FUT Esports fairly... Okay, so we've got a little bit of a different approach, a little bit more of a deny on the FUT Esports side with that KO. I think Vitality set the bar on how Sunset can be played yesterday, so these two teams have got a lot to live up to.
Yeah, I actually quite like KO Haven's very unorthodox, Pavlos. I don't think we've seen it in a good while here. That being said, True Rippers, Disrupt on the Jet's the man I got my eyes on. I think when he has that operator, he has some impact, but he was outmatched by Texture yesterday. Now he's going to have to try and outmatch CNED. Yeah, that's a tough hill to climb.
It's two different composition. I feel like even yesterday we had two teams that played completely different compositions because on the one hand, from the initiators that preferred, it was Fade. On the other was Sky and Gecko. This time around, we've got a complete switch up again. So it feels like Sunset is a map that we've yet to settle in some sort of meta, and a lot of initiators are viable.
That's right. So I think, if anything, we can speculate, but we want to see how these two teams will go head-to-head to each other. Whether or not True Rippers will be the easiest team for FUT is the question. So tell us the story, Universe and Komodo.
very much, Tash. Yes, of course, we are back at it again on the caster desk for a new emergence of Foot. We get to see what they've got for us here in India, and it's going to be exciting as well because I think one of the big stories right now is actually just going to be that if Foot do get the victory here, we won't be seeing True Rippers having a chance to that grand final on Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be their do or die game. This is the only game that they've got, to try and maybe carve out some mathematical wins if at all possible. Hope that, somehow Gen G, lose to Foot tomorrow and they win it. But ladies and gentlemen, it's about time. It's for True Rippers to try and stay alive and for Foot to give their first impression to India.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, for True Rippers to maybe get the victory after being so close yesterday against Gen G. So without further ado, let's get in and let's start this series. Let's see what Foot have for us today.
Yeah, well, speaking about the recent history, of course, of both of these teams, yesterday, Haven was the, heartbreaking loss, being 11-5 up. True Rippers had quite the, disheartening loss of not being able to finish out the game, right? Even though they had this pattern of RU starting up the game, he was the star of the show. Do you think we can expect that today to lift up his team?
I think there's going to be a slight difference, whether or not the Fade or the Sova is going to be a little bit more comfortable on the day for RU. I think today, there's obviously a change going in with the slight
complete
changes
change
of agent picks. So, I mean, you've got the idea of what you wanted to do against Gen G last night or yesterday, and they were close, right? 9-3 Curse rears its face. There were so many chances to close that game, and a lot of it was for us. RU, he was the one to kind of look for a lot, right? So I think in this one, it's definitely going to be a linchpin, but I think I'll even go as far to say as Deathmaker. We talked about the role change for him, going from Duelist, going to a Killjoy, and that's here again as well. So I want to see him step up early. I want to see it, I think, really early plays coming through from True Rippers meeting success.
Yeah, I think that what they tried yesterday was to keep in line the defensive setup to make sure that every time they take a fight, it's on the site. They didn't go for any aggressive plays when they were on defense. They made sure that the opponents came to them, especially on that A site, right? They had Deathmaker stationed there whenever possible, and he played in that A short cubby almost every single time. Had a smoke put in front of him so that he could isolate both the fights from the main side and the short side, and he did really well, of course, right? Yesterday he got 21 kills on that Haven map, but hey, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for this one.
And of course, no Viper that True Rippers actually have to contend against this time that Munchkin was throwing their way. So it's all going to be down to the actual duels that are going to come out from Foot. Already taking some space in mid-courtyard, though no deaths. Just, let's be too soon. Cracks down first.
Yeah, here we go. They're heading back towards the A side, and of course, CNET is down to 10 HP, so he's going to have to try and bait himself out for the rest of his team to get a trade. Man advantage, A side completely clear, though, for them. They should be able to take a plant pretty comfortably, as Deathmaker is going to hold on to the back line, expecting a push. Another shot over there. Damage still being dealt on the side of Foot right now, and True Rippers, they've got utility for days to get this retake underway.
Early paranoia from out of Captain as well means that that's not going to be here for a retake. It was just to try and get the plant down.
Scanning ahead.
True Rippers here, but immediately CNED dispatching of Disrupt, and now this is where the chaos starts to come out. A lot of abilities. Ario, good shot not finished of CNED. Side. Look at that. Everyone getting a piece of the pie for True Rippers. Defuse will come through, and they'll net the pistol.
Pretty great retake there. I thought that CNET might be able to get away with one more, but the shock dart from RU, perfect. Both the shock darts were dealing more than enough damage, and look at him, he's already dancing and enjoying himself. The first kill from the shock dart, the second one putting down Mr. Fallon to 38 HP, and everybody just waterfalls out of that A site to find themselves a kill apiece, and they get the pistol. Good start for them. Gonna buy up completely. Nobody going for that save disrupt. Not too keen on maybe getting the operator up early. But on the other side, look at this. What we got 4 marshals here.
Yeah, looking for some damage. We'll see if that's going to come into fruition. Of course, CNED, I'm looking at him to be a little bit scary with this one. But when you've got all of the members going towards C-Long, Tara's already revealing if you hear one marshal, you peek into a bunch of them. Techno at least able to escape with his life after finding one. Maybe able to completely escape from this duel.
Yeah. Foot aren't challenging that C-side anymore. But are you? They actually lose one life. Yeah, he peeks out without any utility, and he pays the price for it. And CNED, he's going to charge up a little bit of that Blade Storm.
Will they be expecting
Gun
Disrupt
here.
to also be at the same spot though? Because that's a tantalizing gun. To get a Bulldog, that's an upgrade over the Marshals at the moment.
Absolutely, and CNED might just be looking for it. Another shot, but Deathmaker, he shuts him down. Does take a chunk of damage though, down to 24 HP. And Disrupt guarding that Bulldog with his life for the moment, but nobody is in his sight. And where do Foot want to go from here? They've got a dash. CNED could use it to use the B-side entry, take out the utility.
I mean, they're not playing a Fade or a Sova, so they've got no droning ability to just get into the site. They have to clear it with their bodies. And there's the information on the back of the utility. There's still 40 seconds to go, and Disrupt hasn't moved from A long at the moment. He's just going to completely stay there. The Jules is going to come over towards Hellas.
Yeah, and he takes out the first. 2 more left. It's right about time that these two almost give up their life, but they're trying for that C-site plant. Hopefully 20 seconds to go. Yadej, of course, the Prodigy has been picked up. Can he make an impact here? They need 1 kill to entry, or are they going to check garage?
If they can get the plant, though, that's going to be huge for them, even if they do drop the round, because it
10
just
seconds
affords you a little bit of extra
Last player
utility
standing.
into the next round. I dare say, though, with 5 seconds to go, Yadej is not going to be able to get any plant happening, so we'll have to wait and see what happens there. The round does go towards True Rippers.
I think he's disconnected. I'm not quite sure, actually. I think Yadej has... He was stuck at the corner of that wall. I'm not quite sure what just happened there, but he does have the Marshal carried on for this round. And True Rippers, they put up the second pretty comfortably. No too much damage dealt there. Only the loss of Ryu, who did peek out preemptively. But overall, True Rippers in complete control. No overextensions, by the way. Not going too much. They lost a life and stopped instantly.
Yeah, I do like that form of play from Disrupt. You know, it's always one of those things where, as I mentioned, you take away a player, you take away a gun, you know in the mark when you point out that it was a Bulldog that you kind of might feel like you want to get an upgrade.
Get a little
but
itchy.
Trying to get in towards the lobby, trying to get towards long with the Marshals, you don't have any clearing ability to clear the corners, and a multifaceted choke point as well. If they push out towards long, they have to check left and right. Chances are that trades won't come out with those Marshals. So just see what damage that you can deal with on the Marshals. And unfortunately, look, there was a little bit of damage for sure. We know that the gun round is going to come up for Foot in this next one, and we'll start to get a showcase of what they've got here.
Yeah, a bit of an idea. Now, speaking about ideas, the one thing that we did see from Foot recently was that when they played the Red Bull home ground, right, the previous tournament, is that they actually had a pretty decent run, but they're not able to catch onto a rhythm and play according to it, right? They've got a bit of a up and down graph kind of, in terms of form. They won some good games, but they lost out against the C9 as well, having, I would say, rather underwhelming performance given their stature.
I mean, I think you take it with a bit of a grain of salt for an event like that. When you have to contend with BO1s as well, there's always going to be a little bit of a surprise for a final result too.
True.
So I don't know, 50-50 throughout the course of Haven there. I think you spin it over for True Rippers where they've gotten the good start. Right? They got the defuse. Yeah, you forego the plant on that one, but you do it quite convincingly in a retake, which is something that we saw from yesterday. They were really happy enough to just change into a retake mode, comfortable to just let the captain call it, making sure that everyone has their utility in order. And then, I mean, as we know, Disrupt can just go shoot, and he's good at that too. So in retakes, it's quite nice.
Yeah, and Arya seems like he's a little angry. I'm not quite sure if that's a message to everybody, but he's dancing with the angry little octopus in his hands there. But if he's angry, then it's going to be a problem, because yesterday while he was angry, he did drop a 30 bomb. So that's something to look forward to if he's going to get another one today. Speaking back about FUT, of course, that Haven game that I was just mentioning about, the entire tournament, by the way, the previous tournament that Foot playing it, Mr. Fallon was actually their best player. He was the best rated player. And he actually had quite the impact multiple times playing as, the initiator flex that he does. He was top fragging. Is that, a sign of, that maybe the team's still trying to adjust, CNED and Yadej still trying to find their way across the team, because the core seems to be functioning well.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of tournaments that you've had to play with each other, in this rendition of the lineup, you throw it on back, the core three of this roster have played together for quite a significant amount of time. So I don't think it's going to be too problematic for them, sitting in an arena like this. I guess you could even throw that this is, in the grand scheme of things, not as precious of an arena that CNED has been in for.
True,
agree. Right, in Champions, in Masters, a couple of the other teammates as well.
Of course.
This might be a stroll in the park in terms of an atmosphere and just getting comfortable as a roster in the server. So I think when you talk about Mr. Farlan, I'm very keen to see where the breach utility is going to use, and I think more importantly, the breach flashes, right? Where are they going to go compared to Krax's flash drives? Because there's 2 sets of flashes each for those two. Add on the Paranoia. There's a lot of different just tandem plays that CNED can utilize with both of those players.
True.
You can even have Yetterjay in there to be distraction on Killjoy. So there's a lot of just strategic plays that Foot can come through with, and that's where I want to see the unexpectedness that they were mentioning earlier.
True, yeah, I agree as well. And I think that the one thing that they really have to, go for hard here is the fact that they need their corners checked every single time, because like we saw, you mentioned earlier, they don't have a drone agent, they don't have a reconning agent, so they need to just trust their instincts and use that 0 point to its best ability to make sure they clear corners that aren't usually checked, right? So it is going to be really important for them to utilize that KO to his best ability, and I'm pretty sure that Krax is going to do that job really well, because he's been the clutch master for them. If you just go to YouTube and Google Krax clutches, you're going to see at least 20 clips from VCT EMEA alone, 1v3s, 1v4s, where he's been absolutely amazing for FUT last season. Of course, one of the main reasons why they finished 3rd in the EMEA last season.
Yeah, and I guess it's for CNED, is it going to be his return to form coming into this roster with speaking natural language, with this new team, with old friends as well?
Yep.
Is he going to have to be, quote unquote, a bit more of a sacrifice when they're getting into these sites, dash into the Cloudburst, get a trade, get them information, have a quick pseudo entry with Krax as well to assist? There's a lot of formulae that can go in towards the setups for them, and I think for me, it's going to be how is someone like Deathmaker going to be able to contend with that if it comes to his site? Where is the Killjoy utility going to be placed? If you're expecting aggression, is it going to be a little bit further back to bait them into a false sense of security to come and take the duel against him?
Yeah, I agree completely. And Deathmaker, of course, yesterday he was really patient with his plays as well, right? He did not at all aggress anywhere. Yes, he did pick up the operator, I think about a time or two, nothing more than that. Disrupt had it for majority of the times they were using it. But in the previous games that we saw for True Rippers, especially in the first one, the Lotus game, Deathmaker was doing absolutely bonkers stuff in the second half of the game. But in the first half, he took it a bit slow. And I really hope that today, the pace of True Rippers is going to be up from what they left it off in the last match itself against Gen G. And I really hope that they are able to find Foot with, a foot in the back, because they really need to drive in some pressure early on. Clearly, because Foot themselves, like they mentioned, right, True Rippers is probably their easiest opponent going into this.
Yeah, I mean, whether or not that they would still say that after seeing yesterday's performance against Gen G,
maybe.
Does that speak towards more power coming through from True Rippers, or does that speak to Gen G's form as a new roster, being a little bit underprepared, maybe?
I would say, because when we had Lakia on stage yesterday, right, he mentioned that, even we coming into this thought this is going to be a 2-0. We're going to, take this pretty comfortably. But no, the minute we came on stage, these guys kind of tossed us over the barrier, and we had to climb our way back. And they did so, but have True Rippers learned from the fact what they had going on yesterday? Can they shut out games towards the end? Because having a buffer of 7 rounds is quite the detriment if you lose it all.
Yeah, I mean, the 9-3 curse, you just got to feel for them at that moment in time, but you have to just give credit to Gen G as well to be able to weather that, to be able to crawl back and almost do so flawlessly. It still goes into the overtime, but you've done a pretty damn good effort to get there.
Yeah, I agree. And of course, the change-up of their rosters also has been recently pretty much, like yesterday we saw the Raze, Fade Breach combo that they had pulled up as well. It was quite the difference maker. They've done a little differences. They've shown little differences against Reckoning as well, back when they were playing in the close qualifiers. So True Rippers have been innovating. And all of this, by the way, in the absence of a coach.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, the coach or even assistant coach for Foot is going to be able to chime in when we get some tactical pauses.
Yep.
It can always go a long way for a team if you're not in a calm mindset, but we know that that's what Foot are definitely feeling. You know, when you ask them, how would you describe yourself? Calm, healthy, a couple of words thrown out there. So again, in this sort of atmosphere, I don't really think that they could get too phased, even if they're falling behind. They've been in situations where they've, you know, been 5, 6, 7, even 10 rounds in a deficit scenario. You know, you look to the 13-3s, the 13-4s that we've gotten in their results previously. So again, I think when you look at this, there is a reason why Foot are doubted as one of the teams that are most likely going to get to the grand final from this group, and one of the massive contenders to be able to take the tournament as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I made the prediction as well, right? That FUT are probably the favorites coming into this tournament, and you know, they also mentioned a couple of times that, you know, they would like to face off Vitality, right? And those, of course, are their European rivals, because in the last season, every time Vitality faced off against Foot, they lost, and Foot always had, you know, this kind of advantage over them, and their core basic of playing textbook Valorant has always helped them be above the rest. Their teamwork is what, you know, they were applauded for last season, and hopefully they're gonna, you know, find that groove once again. You know, now that they've got 2 new amazing players. Yeruji, of course, a prodigy and an ex-world champion. And as I hear it, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're about 10 seconds away from the tech pause rescinding. Apologies for the delay, of course. Unfortunately, we had a disconnection, but we should be heading back into the game, Komodo.
Yeah, I'm just looking through my notes at the moment and discovering that this is actually, I believe, the first time that this agent lineup is being presented to us for True Rippers. They've had different renditions, you know, with Sova being in there, but with an Omen instead. This time they've got the Killjoy. Sorry, the Astra. We saw the Astra yesterday as well. But alongside, you know, as we said, the Fade and the Raze. So it's nice to see that they've got a couple more different deployments of agents to come in towards this series specifically. But without further ado, the timer is back. We're ready to get back into the game, and we're ready to see what Foot have for their first buy.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. A bit of a, of course, bonus on the side of True Rippers, and Tushup's actually going for an aggressive player in the opponent smoke. Are you trying to bait out for him? But Tushup's only stay here for so long before he gets spammed. There it is. 1 bullet down, and he has to retreat away. Oh, never mind.
He might use the tailwind to get out of that too, but down for the count. That's definitely an opening that you'll take as Foot. And an overextension, looking for some info for Techno too. So little by little, the pieces start to fall in place for Foot.
Well, Foot are going to take their time. The Fallon almost catches RU getting away from there. Just about the skin of his teeth. Good stun to keep him off guard. Helov getting pressured here, and he's going to have a lot of trouble, and down he goes. RU with the 1, but no more, it says. Krax gets 2, Mick is 3, and almost the 4th-year Deathmaker gets burnt alive through that nanoswarm, and it's just Techno on 24 to survive True Rippers in this round.
Yeah, tagged up earlier on by Yeruji, so we'll see if he can finish off his food or if someone else will take the kill. Foot surviving with 4. If you can get an upgrade from that marshal as well, it'll be cool, but Yeruji indeed does use that weapon to finish up the round. So a very nice pass mark coming in through the bonus.
Oh, this is a much better trajectory.
What True Rippers have for us now that they get all of their men.
Well, a bit of a unfortunate situation. The minute they lost Disrupt there through the smoke, they didn't quite expect it, but what he did do was jump around to get back, and the minute he heard that, Krax, he just sprayed him straight down. Good prediction from him, and Techno losing more than half his life early on as well, as Foot put up number 1. And now, another default setup. Never mind, they're actually going to push again towards this A side.
Revealing area.
And this is one of the differences that we're starting to see already in this game, where they don't have to contend against Motion on that previously, right? That's what kind of expected that one. But they can put more members towards A, and they can lurk around there as a solid factor form, but they don't necessarily always need to keep someone at A to protect that wall.
True. Got a captain keeping an eye towards that A push. They do have that alarm bot there, and he's going to react on the back of that. Maybe use the paranoia, but for the moment, Foot are going to just keep holding on to this mid-region. They've gotten control of Garage. They know that the Killjoy utility is no longer going to trouble them. And so the C site might be the more viable place to go, but they're actually reading this wall. Techno has called in RU to help him out here, and he does have a recon still available. He's going to try and peek out maybe, and he will face 2, takes the fight, and he loses his life. That becomes an instant 5v3.
And that's go
Can't
time
use that
for
yet.
Foot to get
Blocking
inside
vision.
as well. Techno, he's already been seen, but somehow navigates 1 kill at least before he loses his life. Remember, this is a buy round to come through from True Rippers. And they have to group up together to come through C long. Yeruji realizing what might be coming around the corner. Destroyed. Keen Eyes will hear that there are two members, Keen Ears rather. So all focus should be over towards Long at the moment. Get your crossfires established. They're just peppering flashes over towards at the moment, and they cannot just go against the four members there. So they have to conceal it, they have to concede it rather, and that's going to be a tight scoreline.
Yeah, unless, of course, J, he finds another. He's looking for a disruptor. Oh, he's keen on peeking this. He wants to drop a couple of weapons. He does drop one. He needs another. Hellup gets not. He just loses his life there. And now it's just Disrupt left at the final edge of this round. Does he get another? Yes, he does. Still holding on to his Vandal there. A little too aggressive, a little too keen on being able to run away, but Mr. Fallon puts him down. 2-2, Foot with the retaliation almost instantly. And I think the problem there again was peeking preemptively. Are you just going on toward the C-Long, peeking out with no utility? Kind of a problem.
I mean, it's just good positioning and good reads to come through from Foot at the end of the day. You get an opening pick, you act accordingly, you regroup, you want to play the push and pull game. Yeah, map like Haven as well, specifically on the offensive side. If you can split the difference of True Rippers, make a weaker side that you know is going to be weaker, you can really just put the pressure on it and look to close it down quite cleanly. And in a round such as this, where there are the weaker weaponries for True Rippers, I would say it's good for Foot to win it cleanly, but they've already got a kill as they get down, and at least now against the back and traders.
Yeah, Deathmaker does get a bit of a revenge there, but he's got another couple of players to kill before he can call this round a victory. Still towards that C-Long, they're keen on facing this, and True Rippers, the stack on them is brilliant right now.
Yeah, and you can already see the disruptor.
Ooh!
Well, Deathmaker and Hell.
Okay.
Oh my lord, okay. This is a round that shouldn't be happening, but True Rippers giving a little bit of magic. 4 alive on a 3 round. That is impeccable.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there. Deathmaker and Helef, the duo that's been playing for ages together now. Absolutely amazing stuff from them. Both of them get 2 kills, by the way, and Deathmaker, he just spammed through the wall towards mid-window, and Cena just lost his life even before he could see him. Quite the start.
Yeah, it's not quite a reset, though, over towards Foot's economy at the moment. Cena's going to be able to bring out the Blade Storm, everybody else get their weapons accordingly. You're starting to see this get towards the massive momentum-swinging ultimate ability round. But the emphasis on players over towards A long at the moment. 3 players gripping up over towards A, feeling the pressure. The deep dark cover, they don't want to contend with that one at the moment, so the dust will start to settle for a little.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they're looking to use the Rolling Thunder towards that A side, but Disrupt, he's probably expecting that to come towards him, and he might want to actually challenge that, being a little on the off angle, but the rest of Foot, they're still keen on this A main side, and now True Rippers are in trouble if that Rolling Thunder comes their way.
And this is where I wanted to see how the flashpoints and the flash drives were used from Foot. Now they've only got a single flash. They do have out of captain with the Paranoia as well.
Yep.
A good combination with the Rolling Thunder to cut off the side and the Paranoia is actually going to be quite pivotal for Foot to get into the side.
Oh, they know that he's here, but he still gets one Disrupt. He has been disrupted, but he will make sure that he gets one before he goes down. CNED for the trade. Here comes the ultimate, and Helef is ready for it. Out comes CNED on 5 HP, but still ready to take some heads. Yet and CNED combine up, and they find everybody together.
That's vintage from CNED, just dashing and dancing around with the blades, even though he's on 5 HP, does not phase him. And now it's all going to be on to Deathmaker. It's going to be pretty difficult. I don't think that Foot have quite the idea that he snuck in here. He wasn't through B site. J is just off position there. And even at the end, despite CNED being on 5 HP, still gets the kill for a 4K.
Yeah, Foot once again. The Patience contact play that they wanted to make, they made sure that they went all the way towards A main, took the first contact, and instantly after they lost the first player, the Rolling Thunder came in, and it was at the right position as well. Helef actually found a second. It was 4v3 for a couple of seconds, but then of course CNED had to come flying in and save his teammates, and Yedije of course added on to that kill tally to make it 3-3. So far, there's not been much of a highlight play by Foot. They're also letting True Rippers have their respect. They're not giving them too much trouble, and that's led the score to be level so far.
Wouldn't have minded to see a bunch of weapons behind these ults for True Rippers, but they can definitely turn the tides. Disrupt with an Operator, a Phantom in it, and then a couple of pistols for the remainder of the squad. You're definitely wanting all of your power to come from Disrupt with this operator. He is in the right location. Aims one, but it goes a little bit lopsided. Well done. Not expecting the overcommitment from Disrupt, however, and with a null command popped as well, it's not going to be Foot going to the C site. It's too guarded by True Rippers, so a change of pace to B. Whether or not they know that A is relatively absent of players, it doesn't look like a plan.
Oh, that's a good ultimate. He might actually get one here. Nah, the teleport comes through, and Aryu will get a tag and nothing more. CNET on the back side, he's going to hold down the fort here between two links, but can he get that True Rippers stack coming in from ceiling? All 5 players, by the way.
Thunder goes in with the Cosmic Divide. A lot of abilities being traded in towards the side at the moment. Can Disrupt through what CNET did in the last round. The answer is no. It's already in the kill feed at the moment, but it's tied on up. A tap on the spike, swing out from cracks, and he can't quite line them up to bring us in to the 1v1.
Oh,
Techno
going for it.
Defuse the full stick through the nebula. Doesn't know it fades, and Yedajay can keep it true for Foot.
Pretty close. Good usage of the ultimates there, even though they didn't have weaponry. It went pretty far, and yeah, I would say it was a bit of a commitment. They could have gotten it almost done. If only Disrupt would have gotten that kill onto CNET. Kind of a little bit of a misseroo there, but it's still a round that True Rippers can be proud of. They did have a lot of economical damage onto Foot, but rounds are what they need right now, because this first half of Haven is really important for them to at least keep sure that they don't lose out too much ground, and that's exactly why the timeout has been called.
I mean, it's a costly investment for True Rippers as well.
True,
right?
yeah,
you
exactly.
get an operator in the mix, you get a lot of ultimate abilities thrown in to just overwhelm Foot, who had some time navigating through mid to disconnect themselves from the action. If those ultimates come through, they can pop their heads in a little bit later on to secure the round. And that's exactly what we're able to see from Yedajay, just in the 1 versus 1 at the end there. So just keeping calm, collected, and level-headed for Foot. It forces out a timeout from True Rippers, which means that you get your coach involved if you need it as Foot now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really think that Foot have an understanding of how True Rippers are playing this. You know, I'm pretty sure they realize that True Rippers are now making sure that every fight they take after the first 3 rounds has been to take it as a team. You can see they're stacking up well, they're reading Foot well, right? The first time they stacked on A, they understood that well, even though they didn't win it. This time again, they stacked on C, realizing that Foot, they're not somebody who backs away easily, right? They take a touch on C, they wait for it, and they slowly creep up, find another contact, and then instantly there's a split push coming in from Garage, which is a pretty late extension of their attack. And they use that to make True Rippers feel agitated, and that's when they put the knife right between the bones.
I mean, a null command used some cracks as well into the Garage push, but at that point, it becomes a one-dimensional push because you've got nobody going through C long.
Absolutely.
You could get crunched from their 3 angles when regardless, that's the previous round. We've got a new one here, and from the shadows already from out of Captain into the A site, as heard by the breach in Helef. He's got some assistance as well from Aryu. Out of Captain tries to get himself out of the situation. If not, no longer any smokes for Foot. CNET just dashes in towards the site, clears all towards short, but everybody for True Rippers is coming to CT in Heaven.
Aryu, is he going to check under Heaven? No, he just spots out one player, and he's also still on site. So no more information, but out comes the operator. He just left CNET with a double there. And Helef is left to wonder what's happened. Deathmaker does get a trade back. It's still a 3 versus 3. And now they're actually good. Yep, there we go.
Waiting for the plant. It can be counter lockdown, but
good.
what a great 0 point. That's going to buy enough time for the plant to go down. Yedajay can count to near 7.5 seconds to guarantee that he can get it down earlier, but you do want to wait for Deathmaker to put his first. And the defenders start to come on through. Helef onto the crack means that it starts to get a bit precarious. A good fault line, but the spray, it gets away from him. A lockdown destroyed. They are stuck in the corners. They cannot get out. And Nova Pulse as well to stun them. They're going to miss their shots just by the disorientation.
Good stuff.
Rippers will survive with 3 for the round.
Oh man, Helef, I got kind of scared there. He missed both of his sprays. I thought he would get at least 1, but making sure that the lockdown is destroyed first, that's the priority. Then moving in, putting the Nova Pulse as well before anybody goes to peek, because they've done this kind of stuff before where, you know, they're stuck in the corner, but they are confident that they can challenge them. And Techno's awareness there to make sure that they have the advantage going into the fight, make it a 60-40, and get themselves that round. Good stuff from True Rippers there. And patient, no overextension. I like this. 4-4.
Yeah, it's a good fight that True Rippers are putting up at the moment against Foot. Definitely making them question how they want to be engaging a lot of these angles. Mr. Farland, the one that historically has had some really good scores on the map of Haven, a little bit absent down in the fragging department, but still trying to get these hits where he can. Very sharp from Disrupt, one and done, get out of there, but immediately as quick from CNED to dash through into the B site. All this instability trying to keep him stuck, but it almost just has to shift into a retake now for True Rippers.
Yep, here we go, the plant's gone down. It is a 5v4 though, so this retake is going to be slightly bit more easier. They've got a couple of less angles, but Foot, they're actually proving themselves a little bit towards A-Link. They give out a little bit of sound cue. The flash does not give them anything, and they're going to have to back down. They've got no information, and True Rippers are making them feel a little anxious. The time that they're taking is pushing Foot back.
All the flashes to go in. Mr. Farland still has some flash go through as well. Dark cover reveals the sprays out of Captain. It doesn't work. This is crumbling down for Foot little by little. The fault line is available for Mr. Farland. It's thrown on through. The ditch is there from Techno. He's offered. He gets the job done though. Enough needed. It's close. But you hear the defuse in the end.
Yeah, look at them. They're laughing. They realized that it was a little too close for comfort. But their weight, that was actually what kind of helped them. They took a couple of seconds to make sure that they realized that Foot is actually going to be pushing. And, okay, I'm not quite sure what happened. But, yeah, like I was saying, the Foot, they knew that they were going to be pushing them, right? And the minute they went in for that flash play, you could see that there's a player still on that A side. He's holding on for a flank if it all comes by. One in spawn, and they did not challenge them even after that. They made sure that Foot felt that bit of a pressure saying, okay, we don't see anybody on A-Link. We don't see anybody on C-Link. What are we going to do? Where are they coming from? And that's when True Rippers understood, okay, now's the time to move in. Now's the chance. And move in as a team. 3 players coming in straight from A-Link, fighting off completely, spraying down as a whole, and the first kill on out of Captain was all that they needed to make sure that this was their round.
Yeah, I mean, again, True Rippers, a team that haven't shied away from switching into the retakes. Very quickly want to get onto the spike defusers as well. I mean, what do we see yesterday when it comes to this map? A 5 versus 5 scenario where a ninja defuse happens and it ends 5 versus 4. So
absolutely,
definitely, a little bit of spice to the mix from True Rippers.
And you can see this, of course, is Foot's map pick, right? This is their map that they feel confident on, but True Rippers are giving them quite the fight here. They're playing on their retakes, they're being safe, they're being really cautious about it, and it's such a good disciplined style of Valorant that they usually don't play when they were playing in the close qualifiers as well. In the close qualifiers, when I was watching them, they were a lot more confident in terms of taking their fights, right? But even here, it's not like the confidence is dipped down. It's just that they're more confident saying, okay, you know what? We're going to let the opponents come to us, and then we'll take the fight.
I mean, you see it perfectly with the confidence coming through from Disrupt. He's got the operator in hand. Risky peek, it always is going to be coming out of the garage when you've got a turret that's placed up on top of the boxes as well. But just very quick, very sharp. There's nothing else around it. The operator, quick scope in, quick kill, dash away. Not even dash away, just walk away at that point in time. My job's done. Hey, I got the opening kill. Team do the rest.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's clearly, you can see that he trusts his team. The A-side retake that they just did a round before, he just jumped onto the ledge of the window. He was all alone there, and he kind of basically gave out his life for free because he wasn't even ready with the peak, right? But he knew that his teammates are going to instantly, swing out to trade him, and they did that. They had the breed stun coming in and made sure that the Killjoy lockdown stayed alive until the end there. And that's, of course, why they're having a couple of smiles. They're playing this with a lot more, fun. They know that as a team, they can take care of whatever comes their way.
I think for Foot, it'll have to be a realization soon, if not already, that taking these rounds as fast as they have leaves open a lot more utility for True Rippers to throw into a retake.
Yeah,
I mean, try to count as many abilities that were just put in towards that B site there from both sides. I cannot, the HUD can only update as fast as my eyes can see, and it's doing it better than I can, right?
Yeah.
So it just gets chaotic. Good luck to the players to track that all, and in that point in time, you're kind of just relying on a spray through the smoke because the players at the bottom of grass grass towards the window, they are locked out from visuals. They cannot see the spike. They don't know what's happening directly onto it, if there's a defuse, if they're off. So these little scrap moments that are coming through for Foot, had they taken a little bit of extra time, a little bit more precautions in the later side of these rounds, it might look a little bit more favorable for them.
Yeah, I agree. And there's one thing that I'm constantly noticing is that usually when you're on the attack, especially on Haven, you know that utility for the defense is actually such a important aspect, right? Especially the utility that you know that they cannot recharge. So Foot are actually, taking the challenge. They make sure that they, take a touch. They wait for the utility from the Sova that comes in from RU towards A main. They break that recon, but that's almost about all that True Rippers are using. They're making sure that their utility is saved until the end for a retake. They only let Disrupt take a peek. He takes the aim duel, he gets back, he wins it, it doesn't matter. They still have all their utility intact. And Foot are not actually trying to bait it out. They're going straight in for the fight, feeling a little more confident, saying that, okay, you know what, if CNET drops into the side, he can probably take out one and then we follow up behind him. But what they're not doing, and what they probably should be looking at, is to try and bait out that Astra Stars, because that's been helping them quite a lot. Techno's been doing a good job with his utility. And of course, we've got the Sova, who of course keeps his drone until the end for the retake. So Foot, I think, need a little bit of a slowdown gameplay, where they take a step towards C, they take a step towards A, bait out a little bit extra utility, make sure that the breach, kind of exhausts at least one of his flashes, if not two, and then they decide where to go. Because they're kind of playing into the first minute itself of the game, rather than kind of stretching out True Rippers' utility and make them feel a little bit more exhausted than they currently are.
Yeah, and remember, True Rippers are happy to have it in the early stage at the moment, because they've already showcased 3 defuses and 2 rounds won by time, essentially, right, and kills. So I don't think in the True Rippers camp that they're having any arguments about doing something differently in the beginning of these rounds, because it's working. There's no answer back from Foot at the moment for these quick early peaks, whether it be from Garage, whether it be coming down C long, whether it be putting 2 or 3 players for a split down A long and the sewers. It's good to see that True Rippers are changing up their approach time and time again, forcing Foot to use their bodies to clear these angles, to get involved in the fights, and that's one of the worst scenarios of not running a Sova or a Fade or a Sky. They don't have those drones, and I know we keep harping on it, but it is a problem at the moment that Foot are not able to show us that they've rectified.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that what they were expecting is that they use both their initiators to kind of set up CNET, like you mentioned earlier in the pre-match, right? That they need CNET to actually use the utility as much as they can, use both the flashes at the same time, and keep CNET's ability to run into the site the most important win factor. But they cannot always depend on him to actually try and get it, get the result for his team. But that's actually the approach that they've been taking so far. So I'm a little bit concerned about how they're going to take this forward. I hope that this pause that has come, unfortunately, once again, we have a little bit of a change up in the approach that Foot are taking, because yesterday I'm pretty sure they saw that True Rippers do not handle extreme aggression pretty well. They take a bit of a tending to losing their players aggressively, and then they kind of back away from it and go for the save usually. So maybe Foot, either go for extreme aggression or bait out the utility of True Rippers as much as possible to make them not have a retake worthy at all.
And it feels like True Rippers are going to know what is happening if that comes their way as well. If there's an adjustment from Foot early on to put some more layerings of flashes into certain choke points around the map, you would expect that someone like Disrupt with the operator can just duck and dive around that utility, can call that towards the team, and then a game plan can be completely just created on the fly to act against that. So I don't really foresee too much pressure building for True Rippers. We've seen the laughter for them. We know how level-headed they've been in towards this.
Yep.
And it's reflected in the score at the moment as well. Honestly, 5 versus 4, great retakes coming through. Retakes need good coordination. They need good communication.
Yep.
And they've clearly showcased that it is evident with getting these retakes happening.
Yeah, and yesterday, I was talking to Deathmaker and Helif back after the game, and you could see right in their faces that they clearly wanted redemption. They were so hungry, and RU as well, right? Even after such a close battle loss that they suffered, he was still smiling, and he's like, tomorrow I'm going to give an even better game than I did today. And I was so happy listening to these guys, because they have worked so hard to come to this point, battling with Reckoning, battling with the other teams of the region, and when we were watching them there, a lot of people were questioning that even when the Indian team team that comes into the qualifiers is probably not going to do that well. They've actually surprised everybody and exceeded expectations far through anyone of any team that we've seen on the international stage so far from an Indian team. So honestly, if anything, everybody should be proud of what True Rippers are putting up right now.
Well, everybody might be a little bit envious of them right now, getting to lounge on back as we're waiting for this to come out. Some laughter coming through everybody.
Yeah, Cena's just, he's enjoying. He's like, you know what, I've got a comfortable chair. I'm going to lean back, wait for the reconnection to come in through for True Rippers. And of course, Yerje, of course, as well. Another player that we need to talk about. A Turkish prodigy once again, who's made his way to the top tier. His first debut as well, I believe, in Tier 1, as he has played in, I believe it was Fireflux Esports before he came here.
Yeah, I mean, Pavlos has kind of said it the best way, right? Not having a chance at Tier 1 at the moment, but stepping right into what could be, the top of the top as far as the Turkey scene is concerned. Coming into a squadron where you've got CNED and his experience previously, a really nice core of players for them as well, going through Masters, going to all these international bits and pieces around the world, and you can learn a lot when you step into an environment that has, a professional competitiveness around it, you coming in as a very sharp player and a very, smart player. I mean, coming into a Killjoy, you kind of have to be switched on with how you're navigating around the map.
Yeah, and I believe that, the one thing that about Foot, if you could tell me, like, a particular thing that might cause them it might help them rather to improve their Masters and Champions tours, like they did last time. Of course, EMEA, they were third. They actually beat out Na'Vi. They were quite the anomalies that ended up on a position that not a lot of people expected them to. They were not even expected to make top 5 in so many people's predictions and lists, but they beat out everybody. But when it came to Champions and Masters, yes, they had a couple of good wins, like they beat T1 a couple of times, but for the rest of the tournament, they weren't able to stand up to what they did in the EMEA. What do you think? Where do you think they can improve on that?
I think they've already had the stepping stones towards an improvement, right? You're changing a roster, you're changing things up. Saw it yesterday, and actually we've got True Rippers in the match, so let's talk about that one. Changing the roles of specific players instead of changing players as a whole.
Yeah, actually that's something that you could have to say, about this team as well. Maybe if they are going for a bit of a setup change, Foot might be looking at another map where they can, utilize a double duelist per se, if at all they go for it. Although their roster, of course, allows multiple different, options with double controllers, double initiators, which they currently are rolling, of course. But they're not too keen on finding themselves sitting with those the drone-based agents. No Fade, no Sova, no Sky. Do you think that is this a pattern that they might continue for the next couple of games?
I mean, if this map specifically or one that comes like it is played out, I think it also depends on the scoreline and the comfortability that these guys actually have on it as well, right? Because we've got to see that for True Rippers, this is a new agent lineup. We haven't seen this one in a competitive atmosphere for them just yet. It's something new. It's very similar plug-and-play roles for these players with the different agents, but whether or not for Foot, we do have a couple of them completely switching on over. I mean, you talk about your Sentinels, you talk about your Flex players. The adaptability is definitely going to be there to have some changes to come on out. I mean, all I'm going to say is don't take CNED off Jet. I think that stays fine. He's done quite well to try and lead them through. I think the emphasis on this series right now is more so going to shift towards how a True Ripper's going to just react towards maybe an expected change in Foot's play style when we come back into this map.
Okay, it looks like everybody, Hellos is staring into the abyss right now. He's looking at the sky and he's enjoying the lights above his head as we wait for, I'm not quite sure what that was, the disconnection that happened that we saw earlier, but it seems like there has to be a manual restart to get back into the game. But, oh, wait, I just saw the tech pause go off. Okay, never mind. I think that we are going to be coming back to us now.
Yeah, so I think a lot of people might be realizing if we're coming back to us on the cameras, there might be something that is coming a little bit after this one. But we'll give these players, the spotlight throughout this little time period, and it's good to see that, we've already got a very tight scoreline as well at the moment. But it's going to have to wait for just a little bit longer as we set up things in this lobby. We're going to be throwing it over to a short break for a bit. Hopefully it is short. We have a few moments before getting it in towards that one.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of time. Unfortunately, the tech issue seems to be persisting, and that's exactly why, ladies and gentlemen, small little break. We'll catch you on the other end of this. Don't go anywhere.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. We got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
We were chosen. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time.
Hello, this is Shravan, and my in-game name is Techno, and I play for Team True Reapers.
Hi, this is Narius. My in-game name is Disrupt. I play for True Reapers.
Hi, my name is Shagnik. My in-game name is Salaf, and I play for True Reapers.
Hey, my name is Devanjan Das, also known as Deathmaker, and I play for Team TR.
Hi, my name is Philip, and my AGN is Aryu, and I play for True Reapers.
1v1 मेरा नाम है सनी भाई
You. Of course, everyone.
Yeah, I think everyone. Easy for me.
And for me, I don't need to say like this.
I mean, for me, everyone, because 1v1 is a different thing.
Underrated.
Are you?
Yeah, I think are you?
Same.
I think Techno when it comes to experience, since he has the less.
Foot.
I'm looking forward to everyone.
Yeah, same actually. I think I'm really excited to play against franchise teams. Any team works, so yeah, really excited.
For me, it would be G.
I mean, personally, Foot, stats-wise.
Passive movement and less experienced.
That's 2 words.
Chaotic. Aggressive.
No. Confused. Confused with the team and a bit of experience maybe.
Aim.
For me, it's calm, collected, and boring, basically.
Both of our shooters can answer.
Yeah.
Go
I'm
ahead.
not a shooter anymore,
Go ahead.
bro.
Message
So-
friend.
So for the fans, like thank you for all the support जो आप लोग हम लोग को देते हैं, and we will try our best on the LAN. Like हम लोग अपना best करेंगे, देखते हैं अभी future में क्या होता है. And for the haters,
Just keep watching us. Keep on hating. We will show you what we can show.
Me actually, I don't remember how I got it. It's been a long time. I'm quite old now, so I don't remember. I seriously don't remember mine.
Actually, I remember though, but वो बहुत ही long story है, but मैं short में बोलता हूँ कि जो मेरा actual नाम था, it was Death Breaker actually. तो बट वो टाइम पे कैसा था कि वो एक टीम का नाम था. टीम का नाम मैंने डायरेक्टली कॉपी पेस्ट किया था मेरे नाम पे. तो मेरे को आके फिर तो फिर मेरे को आके बोला कि क्यों तू हम लोग का टीम का नाम ही कॉपी करके अपना नाम देके तू खेल रहा है. तो उसके बाद वहाँ से एक वर्ड हटा के मैंने वहाँ पे लगा दिया मेकर. तो वो तब से मेकर है. और वो बात है आई थिंक 2010 का बात है शायद वो.
That's the year he was born in, right? 2005 I was born.
And for me, I think it was one of my best friends. He recommended me that name, and yeah, it was 5-6 years before.
For me, I was in college that time. I just play competitively for fun, and I just want to disrupt the scene. And I came with the idea of like using disrupt as an IGN. Like, okay, I'm gonna disrupt the scene like for fun.
I mean, basically for me, my previous IGN was too long and hard to pronounce. So I literally just went to Google, searched for the shortest name and easiest way to pronounce. Then I came up with my IGN.
Ari.
Yeah.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. You got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
We were chosen. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time.
Oh, welcome back. Thank you for waiting, everyone. A little bit of these technical issues, unfortunately, do happen from time to time, but we are, nearly ready there to get back into this game. I know everyone, especially in the arena, is eagerly awaiting because True Rippers are again delivering today, putting up a good performance, putting up some good numbers, trying to get a victory because then, there is a world that Kremer was saying earlier, do some mental gymnastics and there could be a chance for them to get into the grand final. Who knows?
Well, I love a fairy tale, and I'm pretty sure that True Rippers and all their fans too at this point would love to see a fairy tale happen right on stage right there. One that was missed yesterday, but today it could become a reality if at all they're able to completely turn around this game in the second half, of course, and beat FUT on the turf that they themselves have called home. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, Haven, so far, we're reaching the climax of the first half. The score is currently 5-4. If you're revisiting just now, True Rippers have taken the one-round lead on the back of a pretty good round that they just had. And FUT right now have got some plans that they need to reconfigure, get back to, and understand how can they actually stop this bleeding from going through all the way.
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing in a agent composition that kind of is meta on this map as well, there's only so much that you can do, so much that you can create to introduce to the new to the current meta as well.
Yep.
There are tricks that can come out because there aren't really too many different agent picks along these two different teams. So I think it's really just going to come down to some good reads from both of the teams.
Yep.
Some good aggression in the earliness of these rounds as well. If that is continued by True Rippers, then Furia are going to have to act accordingly. If it does slow down a little bit from Foot in the very beginning, then it's going to be the opposite, right?
Yeah, it most certainly is going to be the opposite. But here we are. We're having a bit of a look at the crowd, of course. A lot of True Ripper fans here that are here to support the men in black, white, and red. And of course, they're going to keep cheering for them as every round and every kill that they win. Okay, we've got some boards out. Okay, never mind. He lost his moment in the spotlight. But he still has, of course, his players to support, as I think we should be, ladies and gentlemen, heading into the game in a couple of seconds. All the details have been loaded in. The players are pretty much in the lobby, and we should be going into Komodo. I do want to ask you, you know, so far this has been a competitive matchup. You know, True Rippers have been able to stand up against the Turkish Giants, but will this tech pause be cause for concern for either of these teams?
I mean, it might slow down the momentum just a little bit on the back of tactical timeouts, and you generally see some fast-paced approaches as well, right? So whether or not we get that in the same sort of nature loading back into the game, whether or not, you know, there has been really good discussions had in this time to act accordingly and adjust, because you know, a scenario right now where we're at a 5-4, we could be seeing True Rippers close out the half to lead 8-4. They get the pistol, and they're well on their way to winning this game in a very clean variety that I don't think a lot of people would say coming into this tournament that they would look to do against a team like Foot.
Yeah, absolutely, and they have no reason now to worry about a 9-3 half. You know, dreadfully, that came up yesterday, so they're going to have no problems. And yeah, there we are. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we should be heading into the game. We've got a couple of Techno and Deathmaker fans here. They're loving, of course, the arena. And I believe, as I can see on Krax's screen, we should be starting the game in about 15 seconds. I think we should be heading in. 20 seconds? I don't know. I'm just hoping at this point. Well, let's have a look at what Foot can deliver into this second half, and of course the climax of the first. We are just awaiting now the confirmation.
I mean, I guess in this little lull period, something I want to highlight as well is when True Rippers got that thrifty victory, they weren't able to double down into the next round with a continuous victory, right? It was a single isolated round. So there's a couple of strategies and plans with a little bit of luck coming their way that they've been able to stumble up Foot in those rounds. But Foot's level-headedness to just immediately retaliate in the next round, you know, is working a treat. As the tactical timeout now comes through. Generally, TEC you can't talk about the game and stuff, but
interesting.
Tactical variety right now. I want to see potentially something different from Foot when we come back into this. I want to see something slow in the beginning. I want to see baiting out these utility marks from True Rippers to make sure if it does go into a plant scenario that True Rippers are weaker into the retake.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's going to be the biggest, you know, talk of point for Foot. They need to try either play on two extremities, play it slow and steady, so slow that, you know, True Rippers get annoyed by not using their utility and they have to get information. They play for the desperation of finding out where these Foot players are going, or Foot completely turn up the, you know, pedal to the metal and head straight into any of these sites with absolutely no remorse whatsoever, and speed is the name of the game at the end of the day. And this tactical timeout from Foot should be giving them exactly that. I'm pretty sure that they've understood, because at this point in time, yesterday, we saw Gen G understanding the, you know, the game as well as to how, you know, True Rippers are playing. True Rippers have a good style of play, but they don't really tend to move too far away from the tree.
It always feels like as well when you've got a case of an underdog and an expected victor, when the underdog is doing something really good, you feel the gravity of the situation when a timeout is called by the team that should be, you know, slapping you around silly, right? The team that should just be stomping you into the ground. And I think that was, you know, a couple of the expectations for True Rippers, right? Coming into this reckoning, expected to be the team to get the better of them in the grand final. But True Rippers are here, and True Rippers are delivering. So without further ado, thank you everyone for being patient while we get things sorted back into the server. But finally, we can get some more Valorant happening.
Yep, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, 5-4, True Rippers, of course, in the lead. Let's get a bit of a cheer going on as the Indians take on the Turkish Giants. True Rippers are on the defensive course, and it looks like they might be going for an aggressive peek towards mid. Disrupt seems to be keen, and he does have the operator, and Techno's right beside him as well, and I think there's going to be a stun from Garage, so this could be a setup.
Yeah, let's see how it's navigated early. turret gives you a couple of seconds before you can start to destroy that one before it gets activated, right? But Deathmaker, he's wanting to peek out. This is that early aggressiveness that I'm talking about, but Ada Captain didn't realize that his hoodie was poking on through, and now it's been pulled over his face.
Yep. Already the first pick gotten, and that's the smoker as well, which means they're going to have troubles covering off these angles and not letting True Rippers peek, especially that operator is going to be quite the menace now. And Techno, he's expecting this beat push, puts down the star. He does have utility in front of him as well, and the breach, of course, right on the other end of this. He could stop this push with one single fault line.
There's no smokes, though. And a captain down means that it's only going to be a single cloud burst. The rest has to be a well-coordinated attack of abilities for Foot to isolate a couple of these angles. There goes the Nebula. So time is just going to be bought by True Rippers to stall any aggressive pushes that Foot can come through with 40 seconds to go. And we're going to see navigations through the garage for a C play. No one out through long. The Killjoy setup is there for Deathmaker as well, so if things actually do go to C, it will be quite problematic. Now 30 seconds to go. And Halef is in the right spot to stop
30
this
seconds left.
Yep, he has the fault line ready. He's going to wait for Techno's peak, but actually Techno's gone away from there. Down goes the star, and now the stun comes out, and Halef probably might be able to get one kill here. The operator's still in function. Out comes the flash, Techno blind up, but the trade is instant. Deathmaker gets the third as well, as Foot have been stopped in their tracks. They're going to see
the turret's now going to reveal things as well, but it's just a little bit too far. Deathmaker away, a great pop on the nano as well. It's going to have to be a risky plant. There is enough time to get it down though. A 4 versus 2 scenario, make it a 3 versus 2. That finds one, it's traded on out, and now it's all on to Mr. Fallen. If he gets 2, he will have the ultimate Rolling Thunder, but 66 points of health around the back of sight, and he's not expecting Halef to come there either. So well played from True Rippers. They now find their 6th.
Yeah. This time, Foot did have that slow approach, but unfortunately what they didn't do was give any sort of contact whatsoever. They're outside B, right? They could have actually tried to poke a little more. And yes, they used the Aftershock to take out the Killjoy utility, but even that didn't actually force off the fault line that was in Halef's hand. He kept it and held it. And the minute it came through, the operator was actually the first point of contact. CNET couldn't dash in. He couldn't make any impact with that operator in the attack, and that's exactly why Foot got stopped. They got pushed away. 3 members died to Deathmaker alone through the smoke, spamming down, and C, well, it was pretty much done and dusted.
What I want to see from this round from True Rippers is a clean round as well. 1 from the Cosmic Divide, 2 from the Rolling Thunder. It's against a weaker purchase from Foot, meaning that coming into the last round of the half, these are some key ultimates that you want on the defensive side to be able to assist you. You combo that with Arrow already on the Hunter's Fury, then you've got a recipe for a really good aggression stopping power or a great retake setup. We'll see if any of them can get gathered here and get forced out by Foot on this eco.
Oh, the recon doesn't give anything out, but CNET's ready for the jump in. He's going to come in. He just actually checks out from the side, but Techno still finds one through the smoke. Another, yes, he does. Techno holding the C-side strong. Deathmaker to support him. Crack will get one, but that's going to be it.
Last player standing.
Now it's all on to Yedajay with the Sheriff in the garage. Eventually, if Disrupt keeps on pushing out from the A side of the map, it would start to close it down, but swing on out, it doesn't work. Deathmaker finds 3, True Rippers onto 7. That world where we're talking about an 8-4, that is still very probable here.
Yeah, and there it is. He is on screen, the owner of True Rippers. And of course, he's really passionate about his team. He loves it, and they must be pretty happy right now, given 7-4. They've pretty much secured the half for at least 2 rounds.
I mean, I'm going to play devil's advocate here. I wouldn't push it too far. We did see what happened against Gen G yesterday. I'm just pointing it out. But as I was mentioning previously, coming into this last round, the Cosmic Divide did get online. We're 1 away from the lockdown. So unfortunately for Halef, not closer to the Rolling Thunder, but flip it over. Mr. Fallen has his, Crackson, they'll come in, and now Foot have no smokes again.
He just gets away completely, but he does get taken down a little too ambitious there, Disrupt. They've got 2 ultimates though. They've got the No Command and the Rolling Thunder, and that's a big commitment. Here we go, final round. They run in.
Rolling Thunder, they all have to follow up. Will Aryu be able to pop his ultimate for himself? The answer is no, because he's still in the site, now taken down. It's going to shift to a retake from True Rippers. Great fragment to keep Deathmaker out of the play. Halef loses his life as well, so little by little, this round starts to become very difficult for True Rippers, and they're coming to split around the map as well. Deathmaker from above, the lockdown can go down, and Techno is here as well to play the Cosmic divide if he wants, but he's stampeding right on up. Mr. Fallen is done. It's onto Yetajay, and he's going to destroy the lockdown. It gives the opponents the idea of where he's coming from. It's not planted for him, and Nanoswarm goes down. Is it going to be enough? No, it's not. It gets destroyed. The defuse is good, and it's an 8-4 half here, folks, in favor of the True Rippers.
Oh wow! Okay, the prediction, by the way, you just called it right before the, right after the tech pause that True Rippers could go right ahead and secure this half 8-4. But ladies and gentlemen, do not underestimate FUT just yet. We've seen that True Rippers sometimes fall by the tripping of their own feet, and we really, really hope that, I'm pretty sure that they've learned from their mistakes yesterday. They should be headstrong going into the second half. But FUT, you can see that a couple of their players have a bit of pressure on them. They realize that, they've got quite the, opponent against them. You cannot take them lightly. This is not your easiest opponent, clearly.
No, not whatsoever at the moment, unfortunately. A bit of struggles for Foot to find their footing in this first half. But hey, the switch up is going to be here, so they're going to move to defense.
Yep.
They've still got a sentinel, in the form of Yetajay. They don't have any droning ability. So they're really going to have to rely on some good 0-point locations from cracks to get some early information. But then again, as a team like True Rippers, they'll be happy enough to wait out the time limit on that one.
Yep.
If it is pinged out in the first 5 to 10 seconds, that is only good for, the next 20 seconds or so for solid information.
Yeah,
so
agreed.
We're definitely going to see differences in playstyles because of these agent lineups. We're probably going to have to see more engaged action coming through from Foot as opposed to what we saw from True Rippers. Although, I'll add a caveat to that. True Rippers were very happy to go aggressive on the defensive side, despite having all these droning abilities. So who's to say that's going to happen too?
Well, we'll find out eventually. Now, CNET's got to try and pick up that operator on the defensive side and probably cause a bit of damage. But first, the pistol coming our way. Where exactly are True Rippers going to go? They seem to have a bit of a default spread up, and mostly towards mid to have a little bit of a poke towards the B side. And on the other side, Foot also have not yet probably realized where exactly True Rippers are going to go, so they've kept an actual heavy commitment on towards B. You can see that there's 3 players there. The Breach and Jet, of course, on the extremities, and CNET, he might be a little keen to poke out through that smoke and get a bit of information.
Yeah, it's a costly smoke at the beginning of a round as well for Techno. CNET's going to have to call from assistance, but it's going to have the turret overlooking these sewer short positions. So with the Nebula, an ability that can't be reimbursed, CNET's going to stick around as it fades for the securing of some information. A bit of damage in, but it's not where things are going to tend to go for True Rippers. Right to the other side of the map, waiting for a garage pop for a C split one, might assume.
Well, they're still holding on. They're making sure that they get a little more information, but Foot haven't moved an inch. They're keeping their feet stuck firm to the ground. Now, after that alarm bot has been destroyed, here comes the utility, and they're running straight into the garage and C side split, it seems.
But that aftershock is going to segregate the teammates. They have to wait for it to all fade, and that's where the utility starts to bombard from Foot in towards the side. No plant can go down just yet. It's on the floor, and the bodies, they start to hit that as well. Left, right, good at night. They're getting the damage out. Yetajay finds a double, and now it's all onto Aryu. He was disconnected from the action. He's got no abilities for his name, and I don't think he's going to expect Yetajay around the corner. He is the classic for the dink, but it doesn't deliver the final blow.
78 is the damage that the Classic delivers only, and that's going to be quite a disappointing pistol round for True Rippers. I think they kind of took a little too much time, no information whatsoever. I think that the alarm bot should have been destroyed a little bit more in advance, and they kind of took their time about it. And I'm pretty sure they knew that, that's been placed there, and that Foot have actually, are going to try and play on the back of it. And one single commitment, Foot read it perfectly, rotations came in, and that paranoia actually, and the aftershock was the win condition for them because it stopped that rush and allowed the rotation to come in pretty quickly.
And 0 point in the beginning of a round, 4 suppress. You'll absolutely love that. It is just the pistols to come through for True Rippers though in this one. No plant in the previous. That would definitely be sought after in this round. A lot of positioning already being found by Yetajay on his merry hunt. Just a ghost, so I guess a little bit ambitious to go toe-to-toe against one of your own, but into the B side. We'll see if these pistols get any damage. So far, not. Plant denied 2 here, Universe. That's a flawless round to come through for Foot.
Well, they kind of wanted to see if those shorties could actually do some, distractional damage, but unfortunately the range of it was a little too far away, and Disrupt fired it on the player that he thought would be closer. Not going to be the case. It's okay, though. Unfortunately, I think the only goal of that round was to get the plant, which was not possible either. So no extra money, but they do have a full buy, and they're going up against Foot's bonus. This is going to be Foot's round to prove that they can get back into this game, because they need this one desperately to make a statement that they are not going to go down, taking numbers.
Make it an 8-7. Very quick though, out towards A long, and CNED pushing through the sewers. Not going to be able to spot anyone out just yet. Do they have an idea that 2 players have still pushed a little bit further out of the lobby? Drone goes down. If Aryu can get a bit of information, only going to see 1 player. So it's pretty standard at the moment, all things considered. True Rippers very slowly gathering control of A. They've got an alarm bot to watch flank. They've got a turret to watch mid. No overextensions just yet. Techno is very close to an alarm bot in the middle of B site as well. So it's really going to come down to what defense the Foot members can do at this A site if the pulp does come through.
Yeah, and they've read this well, actually, Foot. They've got that 3-man stack still here, but True Rippers are actually trying to bait out time here. They probably hope that, the stack is going to diminish away, but no, Cena's still crazily going to go kick out. He's going to get spammed. He's going to get down. No, he isn't.
Oh, these rifles, see what damage they can do. Out of Captain good for 1. I thought maybe, just maybe, the Marshal will do something special. And no, it's going to be the Bulldog swing from Mr. Farland. And just like that, we're talking about this bonus round from Foot. Can they get it over the line? It's all down to Halef, and he can't get 1 either. Mr. Farland for 3. He's answering back. Where was he on the first half? Well, it doesn't matter, because on the second half, he is here.
Absolutely. A great setup from Foot there. They made sure that they held on to that A site completely till the end, even though True Rippers actually didn't give out any more information except for that first contact with the drone, right? They waited for about 40 seconds and then they went through. And even after all that, Ada Captain held his ground. Mr. Fallon found 2, and that's exactly how Foot play. They are patient, they are disciplined, and they wait until they know it's the most opportunistic moment to strike down their opponents.
Yeah, that's going to throw a spanner in the works for True Rippers. Down to the pistols once more, try and see if they can reenact the thrifty that they got in round number 5. But it's going to be slow-paced nature for them at the moment. And a bit of a push up from Ada Captain over towards A as well. All of that is dirty as far as True Rippers are concerned. They can get flanked at any point in time. So they're just going to have to put a body over there to clear it on out, waste a significant amount of time.
Oh, Ada Captain. Oh, he actually gets away. I thought he would be able to, spam down and get that kill. He did damage him quite a bit, and he knows that it's an eco. Ada Captain being pretty safe and conserved there.
Yeah, he's going to have to call for a bit of assistance from CNED
Right
to a dark cover down
Placing
through
swarm
long,
grenade.
but he could be shifted upon.
Swarm
All the
grenade
rules
out.
though, as True Rippers not yet ultimately decided where they want to go in this remaining 50 seconds. An attempt through Garage squandered, up through the guts of B potentially here, but an alarm bot of Yedajay will reveal some information now. There goes the first comrade, Techno down, Hella falls as well. Big
Spike
fight.
down,
It's
mid.
just the pistols though, remember.
Yep, it most certainly is. Disrupt is the only one who's got a weapon
30
worth
seconds
calling an investment, and it seems like he wants to take that towards Garage and C. The final push here from the last 3 players of True Rippers, and Yedajay seems to be ready for it. He's in a good position, but he's been spotted, gets away to take it down as well. Cracks though, gets a trade back. 14 seconds left on the clock. Seems like True Rippers are only looking for exit frags at this point, and it might just not be enough.
Yeah, we'll disrupt. A couple of seconds to go. We'll want to find some damage. We'll want to potentially lose his life going into the next round. And he will do just that with a couple of mere moments to spare. CNED a good shot and a tied scoreline now as well. Will we be able to see True Rippers find something on their attack? Because if it doesn't come now, is that going to be enough momentum to fuel Foot to finish this match?
Yeah, it might just be 4 rounds in a row for Foot. They're going to feel confident back once again. Seen it on the operator pretty early on as well. Got 2 kills this round. He's going to be pretty happy, as True Rippers have even called out a timeout this time, and they seem to be concerned about what their approach is going to be, because the previous buy round was practically shut down by just 2 players.
Yeah, I mean, not a good start for True Rippers after a sensational 8-4 first half. You lose those 4 in a row, and you do need to have a discussion. We theorized it a little bit earlier on what these changes will look like the differences in these compositions, switching from attack to defense. Right now for Foot, it's looking like a stronghold. CNED has the operator in hand. There needs to be a way to try and dislodge him, stop him from peeking down these long lines of C, changing it up and going towards A. Being so fluid as Foot are on this map, there has to be a good investment of this utility from True Rippers to figure out what is exactly happening. And for Aryu, that drone has gone down to Sewards more often than not in history, right? So he needs to potentially either change that up, or if it still goes down there, they need to go with the drone, use its information to overwhelm the forces of Foot at that A site.
Yeah, most certainly. True Rippers now, they are going to need a plan. And what is that plan going to be? How usually do you see these timeouts end up? Yesterday we saw Gen G, the minute they took a timeout, that's when they had that switch up of pace, take on instant aggression, run straight down and, win the round with 5 players surviving. And this time it could be the same here as well as we commence round number 17 and Disrupt. There he goes, aggression already early on, and they want that A site to themselves where actually there is a bit of a restricted moment, and the aggression from out of Captain punishes him. Techno, good hold from him, as True Rippers are going to just let Disrupt, kind of cause the commotion of sound early on the A site, cause the rotation to come in, and now they're probably going to explore where CNED might be holding that operator.
Out of Captain down.
And now they know.
Yet again. Definitely making it a strugglesome scenario for Foot to navigate the remainder of these rounds, but if you're going to be seeing True Rippers go into the A site, where your Killjoy setup is, you might not be too hard about going for this one. Utility starts to get destroyed, a good fault line in, it's just going to disconnect a couple of these True Rippers members. And here comes the Rolling Thunder as well. They're going to do that on the tap. This is going to be a flooding of members in from Foot straight away. Yetajay to see what he can find, but that flash does not help him, unfortunately. Mr. Farland, I think, he still has his tool available, but by that point in time, if he wants to get any out, he's lost his teammates at the moment. CNED still has the operator.
30 seconds left.
He does meet with Mr. Farland now over at CT, but 4-player scenario, making 3 traded on out. So on CNED, this would be impeccable. If he can carry this one through 1 versus 3, it would be 15 seconds, a single bullet in the chamber, and a turret on the floor as well. The pistol's out, the right click there, but the trade comes through from Deathmaker. And finally, True Rippers find them attacking around.
Oh, that was way too close for comfort. The round should have ended with them surviving with at least 3 players there. But of course, that is the prowess of CNED. We've all seen it happen on multiple stages across the world, and he's doing it here as well. Came too close. I think if he had one more bullet in that operator, he probably would have taken that fight. And Mr. Fallon actually made it a little easier as well. I really think that True Rippers should have survived there with more players. They kind of let go of the handle there, but they still win the round. 9-8, they're still in control. Let's see how far they can take this Disrupt this time with the operator. We'll get stunned on early out.
Aggressive.
Oh, CNED! CNED! Does he get it? No, he doesn't!
The counter fault line as well. They have to dash on out of this. This is just a barrage of utility yet again over at the lobby, but it's almost just a 50-50 draw. And straight towards the C side now as well. Yetajay, see what he can do. Nearly lines up the double. Looks for more. Gets squandered. And that's going to be an open C side now for Foot. They have to go in for a retake with a player disadvantage situation.
Oh, they've already smoked down half the side, and they're going to get into this. Out of Captain's on the back side. That recon's good, but it's not going to be enough. Out of Captain with the knife out in his hands. Gets away. No, he doesn't. And Mr. Fallon's now trying to challenge them. Out comes the swing from the other side. It doesn't support, but Hellenson gets it. He goes down. CNED in the 1v2 once again.
Does he expect Disrupt to be coming from the B side? The answer is no. Very nicely done with the operator for him. Very nicely played from True Rippers yet again. 2 in a row. They're finding their momentum on this attacker side.
Let's win and get out of here.
Yeah. The most important thing in this round is that they had a lurking operator jet. They've been having everybody lurk out, right? They've been having everybody play out the backside. Techno's been lurking out towards mid. Sometimes they let Deathmaker do a little bit of cause of damage. But this time,
it comes from adapting in the mid-round though, however, right? Because of the gruesome battle that happens over at lobby where everyone just does get out with their lives. Fault lines invented from both sides, smokes everywhere, cloudburst and an operating fuel from both of the jets. There has to be some sort of shift when the jet of Disrupt is away from the action, right? So come in a little bit later when all of the battles are happening over at the C site, shift into that lurk situation. Yeah, in the heat of the moment of CNED, not expecting that one. So just a very nice tune of change in the middle of the round.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it was the start of this, right? They made sure that they gave out the pressure towards that A main. Foot actually tried to set up Cena, but I think what he did not expect is that there's actually going to be somebody past that smoke towards, A main. And he unfortunately got flashed and stunned himself, and which is the exact same combo that came out from the other side as well. Both Jets set up with the operator towards A main. Both were victims of that, flash and stun combo, and nobody got their shots connected. But in the end, it was Techno and Tetmaker who used that opportunity to get into that C side and take out the main man standing, Yedaje, and that was it. The C side was opened up.
Don't interrupt, disrupt.
I mean, I don't think he's being interrupted. I think he's doing it. He's the one interrupting.
He's been given some good free reigns to lurk around as well with this Jet, and sorely needed, I guess, if you want to see somebody step up for the side of True Rippers when you need it the most. I think it is going to be Disrupt in this scenario to go toe-to-toe against CNED, who is having a little bit of free reign for himself around with his own operator at the moment.
Yeah.
So 2 rounds in a row from True Rippers. This is where you start to look towards the reset territory. If there is a world in which True Rippers can reset Foot at the nth hour, that can turn into a map victory.
True, absolutely, agreed. And now I believe that FUT, they're in a lot more pressure now that it's come to double digits for True Rippers, and they are in a bit of an economical mix as well, right? So this is going to be quite the troublesome moment for them. How do they turn around this position to actually get themselves a bit of, that relief? Because True Rippers, they're playing as a team. A couple of times, yes, there are a couple of misses here and there, but there's always one player or 2 players who are there in the right position at the nth moment to get that clutch going just so that they can win the round. It doesn't matter at this point how many players that they're surviving by per round, even though, like you mentioned, like you wanted a couple of clean rounds from True Rippers. It's not clean, but it's still getting the job done.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I think it goes a long way when you're taking out a captain nice and early as well, right? You're eliminating the usage of the smokes from Foot, and someone has to get a little bit unexpected, has to do something a little bit more surprising, and more often than not, it hasn't really been working out for Foot, especially when it came to that first half.
Yeah, exactly. And he's been doing this from the first half, right? Captain's kind of putting himself in positions where he's not letting himself be as useful as the smoker could be. He's kind of giving himself out into positions that he, is not being effective as the role player, but he's actually trying to be the pseudo duelist alongside CNED. But at most times, he's actually been caught out with his weapon, switching between weapons, and especially that A short side. I think his confidence has kind of dropped down, especially when, when it was an eco round for True Rippers. He took the fight onto Helef. He dropped him down to 30 HP, connected 2 bullets, but then instantly his position was to teleport away and get away instead of actually, maybe shooting maybe 2 more bullets to get that, because he has a shout of step, right? So even if he takes that fight, hides on the corner towards short, he can get away from Stewards pretty easily. I think there might be a little
when
bit.
You're dying first, though, you don't have that opportunity, right? So I think that needs to change a little bit.
I guess.
I mean, switching into these retakes as well for just a moment for Foot, if CNED's going into this with the operator, somebody needs to be there to set him up to go on these lines, because more often than not, his teammates are dying, and then he's going in there to try and win a clutch scenario, a 1v3, a 1v4, a 1vx scenario, and the conversion rate for that on this is just not there.
Yeah,
right? So
definitely
there needs to be something a little bit earlier on. There needs to be members surviving. Whether or not Foot want to realize the situation and play a full retake with the squad instead of having some bodies on the site of attack to try and disrupt them from getting into the site.
Sure.
Who's to say?
Yeah. True Rippers, it seems like even Helef says he's a little bit, feeling, we've got some great momentum going, and unfortunately, we have to stop once again as FUT, I believe they have some issues with their gear. I'm not quite sure what it is, but we will be having the game, start back again. And I believe, ladies and gentlemen, what you're going to be seeing again is Komodo and I.
You're going to be seeing us. That's the
at least, at least we've got one beautiful face with us.
It's a new face.
It's a new face.
It's a new face.
It's a beautiful face
in India.
Not that bad. If I would definitely hit on you, if I could. I'm just saying I like your face.
Okay, thank you. Well, you're coming towards us, guys, so that means that we're going to have to go to a little break in just a moment. But these things happen. Yet again, we'll just try to get through them as quick as we can. So without further ado, everyone, thanks for tuning in once again. And when we come back, hopefully we'll look to finish off the rest of this map.
Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. We got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
Hi, my name is Mehmet Yazıpek. My nickname is Sined and I'm playing for Foot Esports.
Hello, I am Eray Budak. My nickname is Yetuje and I am playing for Foot Esports.
Hello, I am Doğukan Kraksbalavan. I'm playing for Foot Esports.
Hello, I am Furkan Mustafa Linyan and I'm a manager for Foot Esports.
Hello, my name is Atatan. My nickname is Atakaptan. I'm playing for Foot Esports.
Hey, my name is Alpes Kovancı and I am the assistant coach of Foot Esports.
I didn't come with any expectations. I'm just come to visit, play tournament and get some experience, so that's it for me.
Yeah, same like Sined. I like the foods here. I didn't expect like that. They were so good. And yeah, we are here for tournaments, so send ours.
Well, I didn't have any expectations too, but I think I don't know, try to some Indian food here, and like it's our second day, and I don't know, food is really good right now. That's it. Yeah.
Anlat. Indian is very good.
I don't have any team to face, so we will play and win all our games.
Vitality, I guess.
Vitality.
Global Esports.
Nothing.
Vitality.
Aggressive, unexpected, and smart, maybe.
Smart.
Onu demeyecek.
And unexpected too. And defender, I guess.
Oh,
Support beklenmedik. Yardım diyeyim.
Calm, support, and smart.
Calm down.
Sakin. Chill.
Supporter, smoker, defender.
Like I'm the coach, I don't have a play style.
Coach style.
What's that?
My coaching style is calm. That's calm. Sakin.
Nice.
Ata.
Ata. Ha?
Ata.
Komik olay.
Ata.
Ha, ata.
think balancing guns better.
I think I will just delete the Odin.
Jet'i kaldırırdım.
Fix bir ulti.
Everything is okay. Nothing.
Yeah, fixing stuns are the correct answer, I guess.
Kim var
Sakın jinxleme. Sakın jinxleme.
Rakiplerimi söyle karşılıktan sonra.
Öyle bir şey diyeceğim. Karşı takımda kim var?
Bizim True Reapers.
I think the... Neydi lan bizim gruptaki?
True Reapers.
True Reapers.
Genji.
It was my brother nickname and I just reversed it. That's it.
Oh, it came from WAA, the reality show, and coming from Chris Jericho, I guess.
Klavyeden random geldi.
It's my real name is shorter than. That's it.
Adım. Teknenin adı Ata Kaptan. Adım Atatan. Eskiden de kaptanlık yapıyorduk. Mesleğimiz o.
Like, I was just searching for nicknames randomly and I found Sway and it sounds good and I just put 4 and that's like.
We were chosen. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. You got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. You got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time.
about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. We got this.
Flash outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. We got this.
Flash outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
For being patient yet again, of course. We're back into the game, but there might be something the keen eyes out there might notice there. During the technical issue, the reason that has come because there was a PC problem with someone in the server, and we've had to have the executive decision by all involved to roll back to the previous round, so the scores will stand at a 9-8. We'll be replaying into round of 18.
Yeah, absolutely, we will be, and this is going to be True Rippers to try once again and maybe replicate what they did in that round, or are Foot going to be able to read into what's going to be happening and maybe, you know, turn this game around right here, right now. Deathmaker this time actually has the operator in his hands. Last time it was Disrupt, and they've changed that up. CNED still going to make sure that he's got his op in his hands, and he's going to go this time towards B. Last time it was an aggressive setup on A, and he's keen to peek on top of the boxes on B. Let's see where this heads out.
Yeah, so not in the reset territory that we were talking about in the previous time. This time, full guns around for everybody, but quicker up the guts of mid for True Rippers. B site has been explosive in this map so far for these guys, but the Cosmic Divide split the difference of the side. A quick in from Disrupt, and maybe it's not going to be B at the end. Base control over towards the A side of the map, and a bit of a peek in from Krax gets punished in the end.
Oh, Disrupt gets another. CNET does get a trade Helif once more, picking up the pieces as True Rippers are in a good position to win this round once again. 2 versus 4. Make that a 4 versus 1, as Ada Captain has been left alone on A Link.
Yeah, this time he's not the first to die, but being the last alive puts you in a similar sort of boat. But you can't get too much done, unfortunately. Helif is going to be the one to get the job done at the end. So as scores do stand, we are back to where we started.
Yep. 10-8, no difference whatsoever. True Ripper is still confident in their abilities to move ahead, and this time, you know, shake it up a little, make the difference on the B side. A pretty, you know, intensive approach as well. They went instantly for the, you know, Cosmic Divide, made sure that they let Foot know that we're committing here, and then that, you know, intuitive smoke to go aggressive towards A-Link, set up Disrupt in such a good position, and he finds the perfect timing on the edge of the smoke to find that kill. Good stuff from True Rippers.
Change up in this round as well. Guns still yet presenting for Foot. An operator for Cena with the blades in the back pocket if you do need. My interest is going to be on Krax with the null command. If that does get popped, it stop any aggression that True Rippers like to do. They like to go together as a unit all through the single choke point. If it goes over towards B, however, if it goes over towards C, we can see the Deathmaker has been the one to hold that down with an operator. You never forget how to use the op.
Absolutely. And it seems like they're a little bit more keen towards the C site this time. They've called off all the attention on A with the initial contact, and now they're walking up towards C, where there's one alarm bot and one turret between them. And it should be a pretty easy plan because Yerige is playing on the retake.
But are they going to hear anything? Smoke's down, Yerige holds it.
Not quite sure if he gets it. He actually comes through, goes for the kill, and gets away. The ultimate's been triggered, and here Aryu goes for the trade, but I don't think it's going to be connecting any more than one.
A little bit of damage, but the operator still lined up. CNED has to get out of this one. Will he pop the blades to go in for a bit of a retake? There is going to be a player advantage, and Cracks, null command this time available for the retake as well, but a bit of a push in from Ariu. He's got a teammate right next to him in Hella for this garage crawl at the moment. The null command is there, but they're not looking for Yetterjay whatsoever. CNED as well, making sure that Yetterjay can try and survive, but it's all coming up CNED at the moment, and out of captain to close it at the end. Foot surviving with 4 with
A bit of a problem there. They knew that Yetterjay was actually towards garage, but they did not check that corner. A bit of a hit and a miss. Hella should have at least gone in for the flash. I'm not quite sure if he actually had a flash left, but checking that corner should have been a preemptive measure there. And the patience from Techno, unfortunately, was not rewarded because CNED again in the right position at the right time, covering off that garage door, and Foot are able to scratch back another round in their favor, but True Rippers still in the lead, and it could change up with Helif's Rolling Thunder in this round.
It's good ult management actually from Foot too, with everything that they were able to find in the previous round from the shadows, and the lockdown now being able to be used in this
Get out of my way!
Try and counter any aggression yet again. It's just going to be the name of the game, but Disrupt without an operator is going to be bringing out the blades on the silent stalking up through to the B side. The alarm bot is going to be the item to reveal. Both smokes for those nebulous in the corners of B, but nobody is home here currently for Foot.
Yeah, they've realized that the B side is completely empty. A good read there, but Foot, they left this on retake. How are they going to approach this further?
Yeah.
Seems like Troopers are still not keen on going for this. They're going for the A-Link push, maybe.
Troopers know that it's going to be shifting into a retake. They can expect that the lockdown is going to go for Yetterjay. But where do they expect it to be able to go down? It's a little bit deeper towards the A side of the map, so if they wanted to destroy it, they would have to go for the challenge, of course, to disconnect all through the guts of mid. No members of Foot are going to make their way to the mid location. It's all going to start to come in from the links immediately onto the tap. Try to get it from half, but it's not going to come through because of the Rolling Thunder. Cracks going above and beyond with 3. It's everybody falling immediately for True Rippers, and that's once again 4 alive for Foot.
Yeah, that's going to be an amazing boost to their economy as well. They're going to have a lot more going for them. Even if they lose out the next 2 rounds, they're going to have buys coming in pretty much across the board. CNED's going to hold on to their operator, and Cracks with a 3K there might have just secured what could be the boost that they needed to push themselves further and front ahead of True Rippers. Deathmaker does have a win condition ultimate, but I'm pretty sure they're not going to use it this round unless they commit with the weapons.
Oh, it's a big swing round for Foot as well, able to put the punishment down onto True Rippers to make sure that they don't have all of their weaponry, all of their abilities coming in towards this one. So if Foot are able to convert, they would set themselves up to try and find the 12th round where the guns would be here for True Rippers, and then look to close out the map. So this one is going to be a really, really important one for True Rippers to get damage, to ultimately try and win this round, to be honest with you.
Quite the stack once again from Foot. They're going in hard towards that A short, the same setup as it was before. At a captain alongside CNED. They're hoping that somebody just walks in, and the instant paranoia on the back of that, but CNED's a little itchy. He wants a kill, and he's gonna get punished for it, maybe. No, he gets flashed by his own teammate, but he gets away safely.
And now there's 3. That's the count for True Rippers. They've seen 3 members of the Foot squad over here make it 4 with that fragment coming on out, but will they be expecting Yetterjay on the flank? It's a little bit of an aloof play, but now they all come towards him. The aim is good in the end, 4-2, and it is technically an open site of C right now because Yetterjay has lost his life. This Killjoy util is absent.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. The Lucas coming up. Garage has been taken care of, but Mr. Fallon, he's made himself on the back of the B side, but the distraction caused by the Sova is actually making them feel a little confused. They're still on Garage. C is open.
The problem is, though, that Ariu only has a judge, so he has to get really close to be able to put it to good use, and he's already been seen by Cracks. Good game sense that the flank could be coming out. We saw it earlier from Disrupt. Speaking of, he's going to be the last one alive in this 1 versus 4 endeavor. The push on out. A great shot from CNED yet again. Really coming into form with the operator on this map, as at the end of the day, Foot get an 11th. It is the time for True Rippers. They have to have an answer in this next round.
Yeah, they really need a little bit of a, miracle in this upcoming round. They need 1 round where they've made good use of that ultimate that they have. Is it going to be something that they're going for the post plan and have a plan on the back of that, because it seems like they're definitely going to go towards the A site. That's kind of their default, you know, the A short plant that they usually get with that lockdown. And there's no counter per se for the side of Foot, except for the fact that they keep pushing and pressuring that A short site. They keep it on a hold with their players.
You can already see that Mr. Farland is going to be presenting the fault line for CNED to get on the offline over towards C. So if there's no dissipated smoke close, it will be allowing just a full duel and a powerful line of sight for this operator, and it is going to miss its shot. So I guess lucky enough for True Rippers, a second one as well for CNED. Make it a third. This was a little bit uncharacteristic, but they're going to challenge the ultimate that goes down. Of course, the aftershock can't destroy it, so he's going to have to try and charge. Get a good shot. Second! Oh, he's stuck. The lockdown might be destroyed, but he will get traded out 4 versus 4.
Yep, making sure that nobody's around the close corner, but out of captain, he's in a good position to get at least one here. Disrupt probably doesn't check him. Aryu's keeping his eye out for that angle, but this is going to be a big fight. It's going to be an important fight. Now Aryu wins it. CNED's been smoked off, and it's all in the cracks.
See what Cracks can do, picking on out. It's good for the first one. The trade is there, though, for True Rippers. This back and forth trading, it's still advantageous to Tree Rippers. Spike on the flank, it's being looked after by Hallam. Oh, brilliant. Come on through, and now it's all on CNED with this operator. No blades to back him up. He needs 2 individual duels to be able to try and get this one. Techno with 1 star. But he's just going to hold the rifle on out. Smoke to fade. The shot to come on out from CNED. He's missed the timing. The ledge, it's all dirty. The jump on out. The no-scope attempt is there, but it goes sideways. I'll give it a valiant attempt, but regardless, True Rippers, hey, I said they needed the round and they got it.
Yeah, and this was pretty much similar again, Komodo, to 3 rounds he's already been in a 1v3, and it makes it a 1v2, but then it's still survived by True Rippers at the right time, at the right moment, and at the right position. This trade was probably the most important. Mr. Fallon, he probably thought he could lurk around the shadows, maybe get another kill, but it was really, really important for True Rippers to find that entry. And the minute Cracks went down, I thought he could actually get another 2K or 3K there. It was Techno coming in from A-Long and made sure that that A side was in their control. And CNED, once again, with that operator in a retake, we've seen it time and time and time again. It's not working out for them.
Yeah, to the wire though. All rounds of regulation to be played, 11 apiece. We're going to get another overtime scenario, likewise of the Gen G game, or a True Rippers going to be able to take the victory, a Foot going to be able to take the victory. There's so many different ways that this one can still go. There's so many different possibilities for True Rippers' endeavors to try and get into the grand final, being kept alive right now. And in these next 2 rounds, give a bit of extra change if it is overtime to be decided.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure there's a timeout call, tactical timeout call by somebody. I'm pretty sure it has to be Foot because, it is Foot, of course. And they've maybe gone to the coach, and he's probably seen something that, you know, could be an exploitation to be made. And of course, they've got the Rolling Thunder online now on Mr. Fallon, so that's going to be something. The no commands one away as well.
I was going to suggest a little bit of difference for Mr. Fallon, just to put the fault line up through the sewers and then get CNED on the line there, so he can play for his own devices. There's a quick rotation towards the B side of the map, which True Rippers would like to go aggressive on, or towards C, and a bit quicker to get there, which is where things are happening. What a pluck from Yedajay. Disrupt is gone. Nobody else is out from C. Long and Halef, I mean, he's blinded up to try and see what he can do. Deathmaker on a bit of ill time will be taken down as well. So they start to crumble in this round. True Rippers, they've also been heard rotating to the A side. Knives are out. Yedajay is here. And challenges are just not being won by True
attacker
Rippers.
spawn.
Oh, it's coming down to the wire, and the last man standing will also be taking out Yedajay. A round of impact from him. The first kill, the most important kill. The minute Disrupt had left the round, it was instantly seemingly over for True Rippers. Deathmaker did try to use that moment to find weakness in the defense of Foot, but he was mistimed, ill-timed, and put down to the ground as well. True Rippers now, once again, against all odds, have to push this to an overtime similar to Haven from yesterday.
Oh, but it's a party mix of a buy, isn't it? A couple of Sheriffs and Vandals, a Stinger for Ari. You do have a bunch of these ultimates that you can look to throw in as well. The Hunter's Fury could be really powerful in this round, though if you're taking down an opponent and out of captain yet again, smokes are now absent for Foot.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw what Deathmaker did with the Sheriff the last time they had an eco. This is, of course, the last round, so it's a desperate attempt.
I wonder, though, as Yetajay sticks out, is he going to be using his lockdown and Arrow holding the Hunter's Fury to keep that in check? But now that Yetajay is dead, and it is the last round of this half, that Hunter's Fury is open for the plant.
Yeah, Krax has got so much information now. He knows he's called to his teammates, and they've already rotated towards that A link and A site. But True Rippers, do they expect Krax coming on towards their back? They're going to commit to this A site completely, where CNED has his operator.
Timing, they were expecting that one, but Krax able to get away. At least one player back with Techno might have the nice amount of timing to cut him back and get C-sided
well
open.
done.
Mr. Fallen has the Rolling Thunder, CNED has the operator. They're coming in from two different angles now. I have a feeling of OT.
Well, it might just be it. They've got 3 ultimates, all of it usually activated in the final round, but here goes the Rolling Thunder to make sure that nothing comes through. The plant doesn't come in, and CNED, he's on the flank. He's gonna get one here. Out comes the flying jump of both of them. Get one each, and Foot's making this work with Techno. He turns it down, and that's gonna be it. I believe, I'm not quite sure. Yeah, the plant's gonna go down. Okay, we're back.
CNED, though, in a 1 versus 2. He's not been able to win these clutches just yet. The alarm bot is gonna reveal that he's going to be coming through CT. A cloudburst will be heard as well, so this is going to be quite difficult for him. See what he can do. Vulnerable, they know where he is. The turret is looking after him as well.
Yep.
So there's 3 opponents that he essentially needs to play for. Actually, that was looking down long. A good shoulder step out. Good jump spot on towards the location of at least one of these members, but the member, the target, is not going to be found. And we are indeed going to have another play of overtime on Haven for True Rippers.
Switching sides.
Yeah, Techno's lurk in that round was the win condition, making sure that his teammates, distraction is being put to good use and catching Krax off guard, because if Krax would have gotten away there, that would have been a complete game changer of a round, and Foot would be right now celebrating their first victory, but it's not going to be the case. It is True Rippers to push the envelope as far as it can go, and they're going to give their crowd, they're going to give their people something to shout about.
I hope everyone can hear them.
I hope so. I'm pretty sure they can. If not, they can at least see them, and I'm pretty sure they can, the waves of red and white that's sitting in the crowd right now must be giving them everything that they need in terms of support and love, because these players clearly deserve it for the fight that they're putting up right now. Coming in so close to a team, which, by the way, has gotten a core of finishing amongst the top of the EMEA, playing in Champions, playing in Masters. And these little guys right here, who've played in South Asia for quite some time, have put them against the wall.
I think the question of whether or not Gen G was looking weaker, or if True Rippers, finding a little bit of luck in towards that series, may have been answered now because of what they're putting up against Foot. Granted, a small sample size. It's just the first map in this series, Sunset around the bend.
Well, Sunset is going to be up in about a second, but what I believe right now is True Rippers need a Sunset-esque finish on this map.
Well, one thing I want to highlight actually is the stark difference in Aryu's performance after yesterday towards the map right now. He's currently on the bottom for the team on this over.
But it doesn't matter because his team as a whole is functioning. They've taken that, momentum from yesterday that they had in the last map of Haven, because they knew that they could have actually beaten Gen G. They just needed one extra push. The mistakes have been covered, and now, in overtime, it's going to be True Rippers being a little bit more aggressive towards C-Long. They did try to get information, and Disrupt's been left alone there while the rest of Foot are running in towards the A site.
No operator as well, but all this utility around the A site. True Rippers with 3 players here, a 4th making its rotation. That'll be Helif. So if Disrupt is actually taken down in this deep position, you might actually know from historical moments that the C side is going to be absent for Foot to go towards that site. Yetajay finds the first opener, and here come the trades as well, but Foot, they're still going to go into a bit of a stack. Okay, no. They park the brakes, they put it in reverse, they settled down. It is a 5 versus 3 after all.
Yeah, the flash comes in, and it's actually not going to be A. They're going right back after selling the fake, and True Rippers have read this actually, and they themselves have sent both their initiators towards C as well. Maybe if they catch 1 or 2 players off guard here, somebody overextends. No, not going to be the case. All 5 members going to head in towards that C side and leaving out of Captain and Garage, and the plant's going to go down.
Both smoke players for these rosters, they're playing the little lurky roles, cracks, dispatches, and Helif. This becomes nigh impossible for True Rippers. You'd need great heroics to come on through from Aryu and from Techno at the moment.
One
But
enemy
there
remaining.
goes out of captain. As I said, shifted into a little bit of the lurk scenario, and that turret, the pesky old turret, giving away the information. The shorty to finish it from Yedajay, and the first round of OT goes Foot's way.
Coming back.
Oh boy, that was a little bit of a troublesome moment. The minute Disrupt went down towards C, Deathmaker trying to make a movement towards A to maybe actually try and get a trade back, but unfortunately, again, the enemy is switching weapons. Maybe he would have been ready for that duel if not for that singular half a second moment. But Foot find their lead. 1 round to go. The operator is up for CNET. He's going to play that glass cannon as on the other side. Two Rippers now going to take a little bit more of a methodical approach. Once again, C being pressured by them. 3 members with the initiators and duelists. Maybe looking for a pick as they did last time, where out of captain usually has ended up giving up his life.
Yeah, you see that spray of bullets coming your way, and you know you got to be just a little bit more careful and not overzealous to commit to any fights by your lones himself. Meanwhile, you can be safeguarded in the fact that CNET has this operator overlooking a lobby, and it has to get cleared out by a significant amount of utility. A Nebula, a drone, and a flashpoint if there are any members. Actually, it still comes regardless. Jump across to CNET, he can go happy enough for the fight after shotting his mark, but CNET does not.
Well, that's the first pick, and that's the controller gone away. The Astra left. Oh my God! What a Deathmaker! You disgusting man! What a flick and a half! That's exactly why in the video he said his game style is aim, aim, and just aim.
Yeah, sorry, Cracks. That is a sit-down moment.
Well, that's how you face him off. That's why he's got one of the best aimers in India.
The problem is 30 seconds now, and look how far spread Foot are in their defenses. Very reluctant to commit to any fights at the moment. Cracks is down, no 0 points to go in for the play. CNET, if he doesn't get smoked off at the moment, will have an opportunity to fight. 3 of charges going at it again. Meanwhile, the teammates starting to make some rotations over to the site as well. Some more little tidbits of info for CNET to relay to the team. To set up for this retake now. Shock dart out from Aryu. The Paranoia still available for Outer Captain. That is going to be the go time in combination with the fault line. Now Yedajay finds one. Significantly quick trades from Foot. And folks, that means it's 3 alive for Foot. That means it's 14 for Foot. And most importantly, it's the map pick of theirs going their way.
Oh, what an end to what a map this has been. Competition has been absolutely amazing, and Foot, I'm pretty sure, realized that this opponent isn't easy.
There you have it, folks. A very good victory for Foot on the first map here. It took a little bit of overtime, so Haven, maybe a little bit of a sore spot when it comes for True Rippers. 2 OTs, not able to really weather the storm on them here is a little bit unfortunate in this one, but redemption around the corner is still going to be plausible when it comes to Sunset.
Yeah, we are heading to the map that has been introduced, the latest in VALORANT. Of course, this is True Rippers' pick. And I really hope that, you know, this is going to continue, because True Rippers are clearly giving Foot a hard time here. And I believe, you know, if there were probably not that many pauses, the momentum could have carried over for them. You never know, you know.
Yeah,
we're not going to know, but what we can estimate is probably in the upcoming map, if they can actually ride into the sunset with the momentum, because I'm pretty sure that they're going to come back more strong, more confident, because given yesterday, a lot of people thought, okay, you know what, it was maybe a fluke, right? It's a one-time thing, but nah. True Rippers have got what it takes.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think anyone can really question that at the moment when you really just stick a map over towards Foot in an overtime scenario. But whether or not Sunset will be a bit of a slapping, who's to tell on that one. So without further ado, everybody, I want to hear some new words from, or rather old words from our analyst Desk and Tash.
We were chosen, watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it all until the end of time. We'll be standing right here until the end of time, till the end of time.
about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. We got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
Going to an overtime. One of the best in Europe nearly falls to the hands of the hometown heroes. And for now, that will be the end of map 1 for the first series. Haven, Foot's map pick after all. Now the question is, what do you guys think of the statement done by Foot? Is it still whether or not Genji playing not the greatest, or True Rippers actually popping off?
Honestly, it's almost heartbreaking for True Rippers, isn't it? To have two Havens, both of them go to overtime against the best teams there are in the region, and to fall short every time. It's just soul crushing. So for me, I really want to see how they reset going into their map pick.
For sure. I feel it's a bit unfortunate that they've had the same result on Haven
Yeah.
twice.
Yeah.
Start things strong extremely well,
With the pistol.
and then not quite able to close it out.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And the pistol round success, I mean, again, it shows. They get that pistol round, they get that early momentum, and they just ride that throughout the rest of the half.
Honestly, when it comes to this game, I think a lot were, talking to the crowd, talking to the other players, everyone thought it was going to be a faster match coming to Foot, because there was a lot of speculation going around saying that Genji was not in their best form. But now that we have seen this particular matchup and seen the same result, it does show that on Haven in particular is definitely a map that you need to watch out for when we're going up against Foot. Now let's talk a little bit about how Foot was able to come back from this. It was mostly, I would say, very, very skirmishy among two teams. There was a lot of defaults coming forward and a lot of back and forth. Very, very close game. What do you think that True Rippers did to really give Foot a run for their money?
I think a keyword there, yes, would be skirmishy, but I think there were moments where there was coordination on a small level, but on a global level, on the 5-man player squad, it wasn't quite all there, right? They were playing with 2s and 3s, and when we talked about Foot earlier today, one of the keywords that they did mention was support, right?
Yeah.
They felt like their game plan is to support each other and their plays. Well, for this one, we did kind of see that. Someone would call, okay, let's go for a play. There'd be a little bit of a collapse into a small area, but when it came to a general plan, when it came to retakes, there were a few too many mistakes that led to them take a little bit longer to close this map out.
Something that sort of surprised me from True Rippers is we didn't see a standout player, at least not so much as how CNET stood out there.
Yeah.
It feels like everyone on True Rippers was pulling their weight. Deathmaker, we challenged his inconsistency at the start of this in the pre-game, and I mean, well, he answered. That was a pretty damn good map from him. But, Pablo, who did the aftermatch?
I mean, it was Foot that allowed Cena to do his own thing, right? He felt unleashed, he felt free, he felt so free-flowing that he could glide anywhere on the server and have impact. It looked so effortless at moments that it was just so gorgeous to see. Obviously, yeah, there were some, aspects where, it was difficult for him to do alone, which is why I mentioned the cohesion before. But for, on the other side of the spectrum, when you look at TR, especially with the performance that we saw from RU yesterday, I wanted more.
Yeah, I agree, because yesterday I think the best performance we saw from RU yesterday was on Sentinel. And today we're seeing him on a Sova. I mean, yeah, it's not his best performance, but you can see a little bit more coordination than yesterday. We were talking about how yesterday a lot of pressure was put on RU's shoulders to perform. And today, as you mentioned, there's not a lot of standout players. Everyone is pulling their weight. So, talking about Foot, I mean, we talked about how Mr. Fallen as an IGL, very big brain, 300 IQ, But how is TR playing around that?
I think Mr. Fallen needs to realize that, okay, the past couple of years he's been playing with a roster for that amount of time, right? So they've learned to know what to expect from Mr. Fallen, and they know, and he also knows what to expect from his players. But now he's getting to learn about two new different players, whether that's Yetoje, who is accustomed to Fireflux's approaches, whether that's CNED, who's accustomed to his Ascendace, his Na'Vi performances last year, which is a completely different way of playing the game, right? There were different concepts about how to tackle each option, what their protocols look like, and Mr. Fallen needs to get those two new players to line up with his knowledge, with his idea, with his ideologies of how the game should be played out, and that's going to take some time.
Yeah, and speaking of the new players, I think there was a bit of discussion earlier about Yetoje having to fill big shoes now that Maj has left.
I mean, yeah, Maj was sort of influential, right? I don't think they're the most massive and most, impossible shoes to fill. But yeah, you're coming in, this is your VCT debut, if you will. Okay, it's not VCT, but it's the VCT off-season event. There's room to grow.
Yeah, for sure. Now, let's talk a little bit their ops. I think we saw both Disrupt and CNED running those ops. CNED was insanely quick with that, but what about Disrupt?
I feel like Disrupt, he had impact with that op, right? He was brave enough to go for peaks. He was lurking with the op in some cases. But when you can weigh it up to CNED just has a presence which Disrupt can't really match. Disrupt feels a lot more based on position. He feels a lot more calculated. The op plays as a support for the team rather than CNED, whose team is led by the op.
Yeah, it felt like that. I could mention a few moments where CNED just completely came alive, right? You could see him, he was on a 1v3. He didn't end up winning it, but he was over and long. He shot the first guy with the operator. Then you've got a Jack coming into you. And I'm like, surely he's dead now. Surely that's it. In a matter of a millisecond, he was over to a shorty. I couldn't even see the flick in time, and his opponent was dead.
Yeah, he was definitely one of the fastest duelists I've seen in this tournament thus far, and he really showed it in the stats as well. Now, coming into, I think yesterday, there was a lot of like a deja vu moment, I would say, for True Rippers. Now, going into Sunset, this will be True Rippers map pick. What are we expecting?
Honestly, I'm expecting something quite. I'm expecting a third map, to be honest with you.
Third map?
Yeah, I think considering that we just went to first map pick and True Rippers were able to make it so close, bearing in mind that True Rippers, one of their best maps is Sunset. So considering that FUT probably haven't had that much practice when it comes to Sunset, at least as much as True Rippers who have played it both in officials and quite a bit in scrims, it makes you think that, okay, maybe True Rippers have something in store for us. And further to the question, right? We know CNED's good, we know he's incredibly good, but when he plays on the international stage, when he plays in the Masters, when he plays in Champs, the issue CNED had was when he's shaken, sometimes it takes him a while to get back in, find his footing again, and get back into the game. If we see this second map go one-sided in favor of True Rippers, will CNED be able to recover going to splits? That sounds like some mega hopium, and it probably is, but a man can dream.
I mean, there were so many ifs. If he ends up winning, I think what we need to focus on right now, he's not feeling bad. He's actually quite oppositely feeling really good. And when he is, he usually tends to finish the series in that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think the hoping that we should look towards RT in this one is the fact, it is the fact that they had a really good Sunset map yesterday. But on the other hand, they will definitely not underestimate them now. If there was any underestimation coming into this match, that's no longer going to be a factor.
Yeah, and I think that there was a bit of we had a talk about, we had CNED who's feeling really good about himself. But what about Ada Captain?
Ada Captain. I mean, I don't think there were many moments that he was highlighted this particular matchup. So it's hard to really talk about him in particular, because I think the problem within the team were general. It was more of all of the pieces being put together rather than singular ones trying to pop off. And there's only so much CNED can do at the end of the day. But yes, as you did mention, Sunset is our second map of the day, and where, True Rippers genuinely have a chance to come back in this series.
Yeah.
I didn't believe I'd be saying this with a straight face before this tournament. I mean, I really didn't think.
I'm still shell-shocked from yesterday. 12 rounds against FUT? What? Where are we? India, that probably explains quite a bit.
A map against Gen G and overtime on the last one?
How?
Yeah,
like
that's why.
being a round away for a couple of rounds from winning out the series?
Yeah, Yeah, I think at this point, I mean, you talked about how they learned a lot from Haven yesterday and implemented it into this game.
Yeah.
You know, giving a run to their buddy 14-12. Now, Sunset, what are we going to be expecting to see from True Rippers, given the fact that they have played before?
So the worry I have for True Rippers is, as we saw when they went to Ascent, they completely changed who plays what.
Yeah.
And even when it came to Agent Comfort, you know, they had the Jet, but instead it was Disrupt playing it like a lurker. I think the trap True Rippers could fall into here is doing the exact same on Sunset. If they don't, if they keep it to what they know, what they've succeeded in, I actually think this could be quite a good map for them. I suspect it's going to be quite slow. Bear in mind that's how they sort of play their Lotus, a very, very slow, calculated, pick-heavy way of playing Valorant. And it seemed to be almost the same style that FUT went for, so I doubt we'll see much change actually going into this next map.
So, Coach Kremer, I can imagine for the call out from the coach will probably sound like clean up comms, try to focus on what Mr. Fallen is telling you.
Yeah.
But for Foot, what if you were in that spot? What would you say?
I don't know if I can say it on broadcast actually.
Oh.
I would definitely be. I'd definitely be saying, remember where you are. You know, we're not used to having the crowd against us. Of course, playing in Turkey, you know, they're considered, you know, demigods there.
Right.
The crowd is against
They
you.
call it the hometown buff.
Exactly. You need to tell the rest of the team, we're here to look out for each other. We're here as our own bastion, and you've got to make sure that the comms are clean, you're playing off of each other well, you've got to make sure that you're not overextending, you're not going for sort of 1v1 plays. The second you hand a 1v1 to a team in their home environment, they already have that advantage, and no matter sort of how good either side is, apart from CNET, who just happens to be insane.
That's true. I mean, again, you mentioned how the team is a puzzle piece. Everyone's a puzzle piece to enable CNET, and I really like that, I would say, that idea of how they want to really let go CNET unleashed, per se.
It felt like last year CNET was in a cage for a bit, right?
Yeah.
Not necessarily because Angel wasn't letting him in to do his thing. It was more like the ideology of how CNET wanted to play didn't fit into what Angel wanted to pull out in Na'Vi, right? So it didn't feel like the best home for him, and the results, you know, kind of showed that on Na'Vi as well, from being a previous world champion in Masters last year to barely winning any matches in Masters and champions further on the line this year.
Yeah.
I think it was evident that there was a bit of a, you know, a change of what they believed the game, how they believed the game should be played, and hence why Ardis is back for Na'Vi as well, right?
Yeah. No, I agree completely. I think that it's going to be interesting to see if the playstyle that FUT sort of bring out is going to be more effective against APAC teams than it is against the MEA and South American teams. Because in APAC, the fast, quick gameplay, that's what they're known for, you know, that's their bread and butter.
Yeah.
And so for FUT, they may fit right in.
I'd argue that it's even better for FUT here because they used to, they went to the tier 2 scene.
Yeah.
They know what it's like to play hyper-aggressive all the time.
Yeah.
Speaking of tier 2 team, you mentioned that for Turkish teams, a lot of tier 2 teams are very, very strong. And I think it does kind of like put that standard on what we can be expecting and what they have learned coming through here. Because again, we can looking at Deathmaker or even just True Rippers in general, they did come into tier 2 scene. They've been there for a long time. 6 months is a long time to be together. But FUT showing us that they've been through it. Even with the roster changes, they know how to adapt to it.
I mean, CNET is the example of Turkish Jet, right? He's the one that brought us to this point.
Something I want to mention actually on the topic of CNET's effectiveness is the Jet. Deathmaker actually has a higher ACS. That to me says that CNET is good for one almost every round.
Right.
Yeah, but at the same time, Deathmaker played yesterday. This is only a performance of CNET today.
That's true.
Right.
But that's also impressive for Deathmaker
Because
over
they
so
lost
many
the series,
games
yeah.
to have that such a good score.
I mean, if you look at it again, like yesterday, again, bringing back to the inconsistency of Deathmaker, perhaps it was a day one debuff where we see a lot of players try to understand each other, have to warm up a bit more. But as the games went around just now, I think toward the end of the game, we start to see CNET warm up, the rest of FUT warm up. And this begs the question, is this momentum gonna just be snowballing forward into Sunset? I would say aggression is a little bit better for that map in particular because you wanna pressure those sites. You wanna be able to quickly get inside and then quickly prepare for the post plan.
Yeah, it's less about the sites, I think, and more about the entries to them, right? The two extremities of the map. How much you control that is actually vital for the defenders. And I think that's one of the things that True Rippers did really well yesterday.
Yeah, I completely agree. And honestly, going into today, it looks like it seems to be the same sort of style. They've, you know, it answers the question, were Gen G just having a bad day? Were True Rippers just having a good day?
Or both?
Or both.
Both, yeah, both can happen.
Seeing that first map, you know, maybe Tier 2 India, maybe, I guess it's even Tier 2 anymore.
Yeah, I mean, again, coming back, this is the team that nobody expected to be here,
Yeah.
but they're looking so good coming into this match. They're so adaptable. Let's talk about roles for a little bit. I mean, Vitality always switching around. Let's talk about True Rippers. They've been swapping roles a lot. Does this affect performance, do you think?
I think they are allowed to test things out right now because purely because of the off-season. Yes, that's a great opportunity
But
to play
on a
against
big
so many good
stage?
teams. They'd want to play their best, but I think exploring and testing out who is best in what role, especially when it's not quite clear and you've got a roster that of players that naturally flex, it's within their identity to do that.
Yeah.
I think it's okay to do that and see these circumstances. And honestly, I don't think their performance lacked at all. Contrary to that, I think they benefited from it.
I think this is something they have done quite a lot, and being able to flex like this doesn't really throw off what what the coaches, what the IGL might be thinking in terms of like how to outplay, how to play.
Yeah, and on topic of how to play, I actually quite like how you see the difference in mentality of both these teams. So with CNED on the raise, you've got the KO to back it up. Means that they're looking to set up CNED to go for these fast, aggressive setups. You have the support from the Sova and that utility. Whereas for True Rippers, it seems to be more util-based, with the Fade being there as well. It looks like it's going to be tailored more towards calculated map control than it is for FUT, who are looking for more picks.
I think this matchup in particular is a clear example why we're moving away from the Killjoy meta, right?
Yeah.
Cypher's being more and more relevant.
He's
Constance
stronger
obviously
now.
is the clear pick.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you favour KO over Breach here? I think there's a viable argument for both, right?
I prefer Breach, actually.
Okay.
Purely because with the KO, I don't think you get as much mileage from its ult as you do the Rolling Thunder. Yes, it's very good. It has a bit more effect on the defense, and for me, the null commands, it comes into effect a bit more early. Whereas with the Rolling Thunder, that's your after plant util, much rather than your sort of pre-round, your execute utility.
Personally, I think that it's really good to have that KO. I like the idea because now with the chamber, the Cypher
We
chamber.
wish we were in No, not really. Nobody wishes they're back in chamber.
No,
That was a weird.
That was
a dark time for
not-
Valorant.
Yeah,
Hey.
we weren't really in that time. But yeah, with the changes to Cypher, now he's back in meta. He's actually a lot stronger. He can it takes a lot to really break his trip as well. So in a way, this is a good thing. And on top of that, you on the flip side, you have a Fade, you have the Prowlers. So
there's
a
a lot.
lot to be going on. I am curious to see what's going on, and so you are as well. So gonna toss it over to casters, Komodo and Universe. Tell us what is going on over in Sunset.
What's going over on Sunset? A sunny day, a nice view, a good game to be played, I think is what we are going to be expecting coming in towards this one, and a bit of differences actually coming into this as well, because if you peek into the history of both of these teams playing this map, we have new agent lineups.
Yeah, absolutely we do, and this is actually pretty surprising to me as well, because Foot just played a game of Sunset against C9, and they lost pretty, horribly there as well, 13-4, and they were playing a composition of the Viper, Sage, Raze, Breach, and Omen. Which is kind of confusing for me, but now I'm a lot more, confident in the ability that these guys have learned from their mistakes, and they're coming into this game with a more refined composition. But on the other side, True Rippers have shown what they can do as well, and now with another new lineup.
Well, I'm going to spin it a different way, and I think it's interesting that True Rippers have changed their agent pool despite winning their local region games here in India.
Yep.
3 maps that they've played on this, that they've won it. They were running in a harbour as part of their roster as well, so it's a bit of difference coming in towards this one now. Let's see how they're going to go toe-to-toe to try and put us onto split.
Well, a little bit of aim in aggression, gets the orb for himself, Aryu, as FUT. They know that this A side is going to be attacked pretty soon. They've got a stack over here of the initiators. And Mr. Fallon might just take the first contact here. Smoke coming down from the Omen. And Mr. Fallon, a little bit of a spray with a frenzy.
It's quite split though. 2 players over towards the elbow and 3 towards courtyard. This is Fallon going to start off the affairs. I'd love to see him get more engaged on this map, as it wasn't really coming into fruition in the previous. So he will get traded out in the end to bring us into a 4 versus 4.
Well, CNED's going to hold on to that market position for a little bit more longer. It's going to actually be freed up as they are all heading towards that A side. 4 versus 4, there is a bunch of utility available, and Helif can actually set this up with a flash and a fault line, and how it's going to go, and both of them might be affected by this. Paranoia comes in too.
Good combo of utility, but the Horn is actually not going to reveal cracks, so for a little bit of time, he is going to be able to just sneak in the back of the side, but everybody explodes through the smoke. I speak of cracks, and this is exactly why a 3K to come for, make it 4, and that is how you start a pistol.
Cracks. Absolutely cracked down to Rippers there. They came out together as a team, but the only position that they could not clear was default. They made sure to get everything else covered up, but Cracks was so good, using the distraction to his advantage that was created by both Yedije and Ada Captain. All done from him there. A 4K to start things off, and he's already halfway to the null command.
Yeah, I think it'll be quite a statement if Foot, you know, have a bit of rocky starting over on Haven, and it goes to OT, and they're able to come out with, you know, a really large scoreline difference. You know, one could argue that they just had a rough start to get everything in order. One could then argue that Sunset isn't as well prepared to Rippers on this new agent lineup of theirs. Yeah, you say the same thing for Foot for that matter. So it's going to be a lot of changes in the mid rounds, specifically when you've got the guns out. Then this one, it is the pistol. And unfortunately for Techno, he does get taken out without finding anything.
Yeah, the grenade actually, you know, dismembered him from his teammates as they couldn't enter alongside him. And True Rippers will lose their controller, as now they want to probably tend towards other avenues. The B side's been pretty much shut down for them. Mr. Fallon could fetch up a couple of kills here. One goes down, Disrupt. Goes down as well. Oh, Ada Captain, a little too.
Oh no, just getting dinked up, and it just slows your run speed immediately. A little bit unfortunate, but just remember, if you're winning this round and you're only dropping one player, I think you're still going to be okay as far as Foot are concerned. Are the last alive? Longer, so it is the 2-0. Actually get to see what True Rippers have in store for us now.
Ada Captain there, a little. It seemed like he was almost, you know, ready for the fight, then instantly, you know, cut away from there for some odd reason. He's not ready. He was not ready for it. He was not confident. I'm not quite sure what happened, but True Rippers once again with the pistol against them early on. They need to claw themselves back in this, and we'll have a full buy.
Spike down A.
Given their playstyle, they probably tend to be aggressive on their, you know, on their third round. So let's see how this goes.
A standard set of utility over towards the A side of the map at the moment, a little bit deeper for the Cypher setup of Yedije. Creep up from CNET as well. It is being looked after by Helif. It's just going to be a stalemate for the time being as we get a drone going out through mid actually to Mr. Farland. It's going to expire in the dark cover. Public spot out any crucial information. If anyone in True Rippers is pushed down courtyard, is going out of tiles, you've got Ada Captain boosted up in market as well. So they're at least crossing I's and dotting T's on how they want to play this defensive round, knowing that they've got the lesser weaponry and where they can maximize the potential.
Yeah, bit of a split right now from the side of True Rippers. They've sent 3 players towards A, and the Duelist Initiator combo towards B was actually more of a fake, and they've actually called in the rotation. You can see that Cracks actually made his way there, but Deathmaker's been spotted towards A main. This could be trouble.
A situation like this as well for Mr. Farland, if he had the drone, you'd be able to just cement a little bit of extra information on the back of it. Spraying with the bullet, though, is a little bit ill-advised. Some decent damage delivered on towards Deathmaker. A player advantage for Foot as we approach the 30-second mark.
30 seconds left.
Even in true sight. It's going to be a little bit difficult for them. 10 seconds until that recon bolt comes online. And that could actually be a pivotal piece of utility.
Spike planted.
Start to get in towards this retake. CNET has the paint shells as well.
Cracks also has a fragment, so they can clear out 2 potential angles here, and now they're running straight in.
But can they find the damage? That's gonna happen. Helif got revealed by the dart. He can't escape that one. Some nice spraying out. Could disrupt an Aryu. Deathmaker attributes to 1-2, but little do you know, it's down to the 2 versus 1. Low in HP, looking for it. Aryu can't quite deny the defuse in the end. He would needed both kills. They're low. But at the end of the day, this bonus round here goes to Foot.
He delivered the headshot over there, but unfortunately he went through that metal box on default, and he couldn't, you know, get it out. Mr. Fallon, again, playing pretty smartly there, and making sure that he does not lose his life to Aryu. And of course, his first kill that he found on Deathmaker, probably the most important one of them as well. And Aryu seemingly looking to step up like he did yesterday, A good try, but nonetheless, it's going to be Foot with their third round in a row. And True Rippers still not going to be able to make any sort of dents in their armor.
Yeah. They're going to try and see what they can do with a little bit of haste in a round such as this. It feels like a push off with the rolling, with the fault line rather, but what a paranoia. 5 players blinded, it would have had to have been in that. And now the space to be controlled up by Foot. The way you want to start the round as True Rippers has gone absolutely pear-shaped.
Oh, CNED might just get a bunch of kills here. The showstopper could be charged up, but an ultimate being committed here from Mr. Fallon as he goes straight through. He's going to set up CNED for a success as well, and both of them find one each. CNED's going to double up. No, it's going to be Deathmaker to hit him back, and True Rippers are now stuck in their own spawn.
Gotta say, Deathmaker with the Sheriff, absolutely.
Player standing.
But it's all going to be down to Helif now for the remainder of this round. He manages to pill for the spike at least. One more kill and you would kind of consider that a pass mark. You do have to remember there was an investment of a Hunter's Fury in this, and it's an eco from True Rippers, so it's looking okay for keeping the money and the management of the facilities in check for Foot. Yedajay though to close, and now we'll get another look at what they aspire to True Rippers.
4-0, True Rippers now have their full buy coming in once again, but Cracked has his no command in this round. 7 kills, of course, and 1 death allows him to have his big ultimate. That's going to wipe out any ability. And True Rippers, pretty early on in this game, going to call a timeout to probably stop the hemorrhaging of rounds.
No, it's good to see that they've still got laughter amongst them as well. You always want to keep up the morale. As I say, it's always good to have a hype man. I feel like you need that at certain points of time in a roster. It's always good to have someone to keep you calm and level-headed. You know, coach can step in a situation like that, which is where we'll get coach involved now. Over in the side of Foot.
Well, this is going to be a round that they desperately need, and not let Foot slip away from them and, you know, turn this to be a massacre. Foot pretty comfortable, going to have no problems whatsoever so far. Their composition seems to be working in terms of both aggression as well as information.
Yeah, and I guess the switch up of compositions for Foot as well kind of, I guess, needed to happen. When you lose 13-4 on an agent lineup against Cloud9, you do go back to a drawing board, right? That sort of scoreline difference is one of those scenarios that makes you have a real deep think as a roster in what you want to change. So changing up from, you know, the dual controller of a Viper and an Omen to now running it in the single controller, you're picking up the Cypher, you're forgoing the Sage. These sort of changes, you know, I feel like definitely leads in towards Foot's playstyle specifically to set up CNED as we saw in map number 1, as the desk highlighted, and hopefully as we start to see him to try and win this game.
Oh, Deathmaker gets caught out of Captain, finds probably a really important kill here because instantly the side of True Rippers are going to be a little confused about where they want to head without Deathmaker supporting them. Ooh, holding on the back lines. Now Foot can actually try to go for a flank or maybe pressure them and sandwich True Rippers.
Yeah, the information from the drone though this time is going to find a bit of success. Sees it through, however, Balance not going to be expecting this really low. Cracks can't quite swing. It's actually a little bit later on, and it's not bad because CNED and himself have both found a frag apiece. It's a 5 versus 2 scenario. As Aryu completely disconnected from Disrupt, overwhelmed by Yedajay. And now it is just Disrupt will find Mr. Fallen in the end. Was already so low from the previous battle, but it's almost got to be irretrievable to get that spike. Swing on out, good for 1, but Yedajay, again, will close us.
A try, but a try that's not going to wield them any benefit. 5-0. Foot pretty strong and head first into this map, have taken the lead and have made sure that True Rippers feel the pressure.
This goes here.
And it is difficult for them to get back into this game. It's another eco for them. How do we go about changing the plan? The timeout's been taken, and even that didn't really cause any discomfort to the side of Foot. They lost Deathmaker early on, and instantly the game plan was dismembered.
Yeah, I think attacking side of Sunset is always going to be a tricky thing when you're such an aggressive force, but we'll put a park into that at the moment because the aggression this time is catching CNED off guard.
Taken out.
Will True Rippers be able to still continue into towards the site though? Showstopper brought out, it's going to be met with null command, and that is just going to force a little bit of sporadic plays to come out from the True Rippers members. A deeper position afforded in the site as the spike looks to go down. There's a main advantage for True Rippers as well. Nearly extended by Disrupt, but it goes aloof, and now things start to be a little bit problematic. Yet again, another ultimate invested in the Rural. Able to swing it out from Deathmaker. It's shut down, and Cracks will find 3 in the end with a defuse coming through for Foot. They find 6 now unanswered.
Oh boy, quite the try once again. Disrupt was running back of Hellas Utility, but at the end it was of course his Aftershock that found the kill. And even though the site was taken control of by the ultimate, you know, this True Ripper side love using their ultimates in their eco round, and that's exactly a pattern that they follow once again. It was all disrupted by Krax's no command, because that showstopper could have actually maybe found them, you know, that opening advantage, because Disrupt was actually going to go into the back of side, I'm pretty sure, and get at least 1 frag. But Krax at the right time, at the right place, with the right ultimate to shut down True Rippers.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Well, 6-0 is not the scoreline that True Rippers thought that they would have started off with on this one. It definitely does feel like the game plan for Foot has changed after the back of the previous map. Some slight tweaks to the attempted style. And, you know, as I mentioned previously, Endeavor on this map against Cloud9, changing up the agents. Feel like today, getting a lot of good form out of Cracks on the KO. So that can definitely go a long way on a map like Sunset as well. But as we do see, and on the screen, folks, a bit of a tech pause for True Rippers again. Fingers crossed, touch wood. It's not a long one.
Yeah, hopefully not. And yeah, as you were mentioning, right, the previous roster, lineup of Foot against Cloud9, of course, with the Sage and the Raze and Breach and Viper. I'm pretty sure if True Rippers were going on the basis of that to actually form, you know, what they have come up with today, it might not have been what they expected to see against them right now on stage, right? Because that Cypher and that KO are such strong agents on maps like these. And Cypher, of course, he's a staple on this map. You know, everybody loves playing it, and like, you know, Pavlos mentioned as well, people, you know, switching away from that Killjoy meta for the Cypher on this because of how strong he's become in terms of both, you know, gathering early information and holding off the side with those tripwires being, you know, really annoying to break.
Yeah, and I mean, in the grand scheme of things as well, when you look at Yedajay, who's on that Cypher role, there's a lot of pressure on him to make sure that things are locked down quite nicely, right? Killjoy being the agent that you'd be most comfortable with when we had Chamber being in the play, that was picked up here and there too, and then you got Cypher, so there definitely needs to be adaptability coming through for Yedajay on this map, but I want to highlight as well that his team was happy enough to let him have a bit of flexibility to peek out when he wants. When he's over at this A side, there's strength around the site for himself with the trap wires, he's got a deep cam as well, and they're going for these change of paces, pushing B main, him getting aggressive over A main with his team as well. So again, I always love the fact that you're not rinse and repeating the same thing on defense because it's working. You're still making sure that you're trying to one-up yourselves, you're trying to one-up your opponents every single time, and Yedajay being a key piece at this defensive side at the moment is really going a long way.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that True Rippers right now need a bit of, you know, a rejuvenation. They need this timeout that they, you know, unfortunately has come in, or fortunately for them rather, could be to decide, you know, if they need a complete change of direction. How is this roster going to move ahead in the next couple of rounds? Because the half has pretty much been secured in terms of at least not losing it out by a difference by Foot. And what True Rippers right now need is a redemption of at least, I would say, 4 rounds at the bare minimum. Because if they want to challenge in the next half, they will require those 4 rounds to give them a bit of a platform to step up and, you know, challenge for that defensive side. Because I believe that True Rippers came into this, you know, best of 3, thinking that Sunset is definitely going to be something that they will fight more the defensive half. And Foot, of course, you know, had the advantage of picking it up the side first. And maybe what they were trying to think is, even if we're on the downside of things, you know, we're going to be better on when we have to stop this Foot attack coming in. But if they lose out by a huge margin, maybe that just won't matter.
Yeah, I think one of the questions as well is going to be the fact that what map would you expect from Foot to coming out, right? Because Breeze is the perma ban that's been their kind of motto for quite some time right now. Sunset is still relatively new. There hasn't been a lot of things going on lately where Sunset had been picked for Foot in the games that they were playing. So not a massive sample size of history that they can go off on this map. So when you're looking at it, Sunset for True Rippers, it almost feels like on paper that is the map that it makes a little bit more sense than than a couple of the others. Whether or not we would have got Lotus again, you know, they were kind of close in Gen G's scoreline rather for yesterday's game, right? 13-9 at the end. Both pistols, a bonus going your way as well. There's a lot of rounds attributed to that, so thought maybe that could have been floated as an idea, but in the end, Sunset being picked, a new agent composition. It is a risk coming into an environment like this where your tournament isn't ended by just yesterday's game, right? It's still available to get into that grand final on the result of this game.
Yeah, they could have, you know, I agree as well, right? The Lotus pick might have been a lot more safer for them, and I'm pretty sure that what they could have, you know, put in terms of pressure was the fact that Lotus is something that they've beaten Gen G on. The crowd, of course, loved their composition yesterday as well, and I'm really, really concerned that this Sunset pick was just on the basis of what they saw Foot play against C9. And maybe, you know, and you cannot just take one single best of 3 as a sample in which one map was played where they've had a certain composition, which of course they can change up because they themselves, True Rippers themselves, played Sunset almost 2 months ago, you know, even though it was a win.
Yeah, against Orangutan as well, and that was a pretty decent win. You look towards the game against Reckoning, and that was a really close one as well in the back and forward battle that Reckoning and True Rippers have as the rivalry. But folks, thank you once again for being patient. We really appreciate it as we get back into the game to hopefully close out the remainder of this one. Again, 6-0 is the lead that Foot have found. It's time for True Rippers to see if they can get back into this one.
CNED, this is shot, gets away, but does deliver that grenade, and they're running straight towards him, actually. The tripwire is going to stop him, but the mid-rush is stopped by Cracks. A double once again, and now comes the showstopper from CNED. That will force TR to get away from here.
Missed showstopper though. Respect the idea from CNED. He doesn't exactly know where Techno has tried to step towards, but holding through on the line with the operator. A hot potato switch onto the Phantom. They are just drilling True Rippers into the ground at the moment, digging the hole for them. And it's only on to Techno in a 1 versus 4 position now, known as Tiles good for 1, making a second hit on for the ace here. But will he be expecting Mr. Fallen to come from behind? A little bit sneaky beaky, both players being ever so patient for Foot. One falling back, one pushing forward, and the forwardness of Mr. Fallen will get it done.
Yeah, the spike as well dropped in such a precarious position. It's not really something that I'm pretty sure they expected Cracks to, you know, spray down to there like it's nothing. And it was a little risky play here coming up. I guess kind of flash, you could see Hell if he was holding out the flash, right? And he could have probably released it about a second earlier, and that would have probably been the round opened up for them. But I think that the delay in between equipping that flash and deploying it was what made the difference in this round. And it's 7-0 right now. Oh boy, this is tough.
I wouldn't mind a coordinated front a little bit earlier on from True Rippers. They held their ultimate into a live round where they do have the full weaponry. Because when they've got scrappy buys like this, they do that. They look scrappy. They line up for a captain. There's a third member around the corner, which does manage to get the better of him. And in a 2 versus 2 scenario, I mean, this is actually achievable. Ariu has the Nightfall. No ults for CNED and Yeta J. There's been an early rip on that one. It'll be dodged out by CNED. But will they expect Yeta J to actually be this close already?
Ariu does have his instinct, and he's ready for it, it seems.
Has 2 prowlers.
CNED needs to be careful. Yeah, he does have 2 prowlers. The fight's coming towards him. He's covering his back as well. Has to focus on the forward fight. Does give damage and does exchange it quite a bit as well. But Techno comes for the save from behind. 1 versus 1. Techno will clutch it out finally. Welcome True Rippers on the board.
I mean, almost a thrifty round in the investment that they go in for it with, and just the absolute scrap that it was in the beginning of the round as well. Guns are out for everyone at a captain. Had he gotten the third onto Ariu, we could have been actually singing a different story in the remainder of this round. But hey, that's the way that it goes sometimes. The Pistols can get the job done, and then you need to switch into a protection scenario. Spike is down, 2 versus 2. You've got an angle each. You get a Jace on the flank. It's looked after.
This should do.
Nicely kind of played from True Rippers, but those are the rounds that you can't rinse and repeat. Right? Your set strategies need to start to come out and find success.
Yeah, Mr. Fallen actually not going back from this little bit of a counter push. They're actually forcing the issue. They want to destroy that shock dart. Forgive me, the tripwire, and they successfully do so as well. Hella, does he expect this? What is the call right now from EIGL. Where does he want to lead his team? They're heading back towards mid now.
CNED's being very patient over at B main as well. Has the operator, not extending too far. We've already seen time and time again that Deathmaker has been putting a trap wire there. Foot happy enough to forego control of mid, get that over. A late drone, figure out what's happening around the mid area at the minute mark.
Yeah, and they're surrounded by every single corner you can see here.
Race through the smoke. Styles go Mr. Fallen's way. So CNED now reveals where the operator is and can still start to fall back. He does have assistance of Yedajay over at the B site. You start to get a bit of a peek in it from Ada Captain. Does have from the shadows as well if he needs to get out to the B site, but a forward line loses the duel. It's go time for True Rippers into A.
Yeah, the A site's completely empty. It's open for business, and True Rippers are here to make a deal that will only benefit them. 3 versus 4. There is an ultimate available and a big one that Krax has used before to make things a lot easier. He does have a lot of util as well, but he needs to stop taking fights. He might not win. CNED and Disrupt find 1 kill each, but the operator from the attack has left this round.
Forward push out. CNED very quick on this operator, extremely sharp, reading the play, misses the shot though, misses the chance to get the shot. And now it's all onto Krax. You don't want to pop the null command here. You want to try and shoulder out the duels, the 1 versus 1. Harryu has repositioned to the elbow, and that was completely unexpected. Well played from True Rippers.
Absolutely. Aryu once again the hero for his team there. And most importantly, that first frag, that contact from Helif onto Ada Captain, making sure they almost lined up, by the way. You saw that on A main, right? They were ready. Sorry, forgive me. Ada Captain was ready for it. But unfortunately for him, Helif was ahead of the curve, took down the first kill. But still, it's coming a little too close every time. 2 rounds in a row, both times it needed a 1v1 clutch.
Yeah, and it doesn't give you good, kind of confidence to balance out your economy either. Situation if it happens again, Foot would have to kind of be on an eco and rely on a bunch of these ultimates to get them either the round now, the round after if they're in an eco scenario, whether they want to go for that investment or not. Again, mid control, the name of the game for True Rippers. No trap wire at the top of mid this time. Bit of a change up from Yedajay.
Mr. Fallen. Standing out of the recon for quite some time now. He throws it towards mid, and I believe, yeah, he spotted, and he will be dealt with a great flash as well. The smoker is gone, and now True Rippers are in a bit of a pickle, and the stack coming in from Foot as well towards A site is going to be detrimental to their attack.
Yeah, nice simple play to come through as well. Cracks with the flash drive to allow the peek up. Mr. Fallen now taking out Deathmaker, so this is not looking too promising for True Rippers. It's a bit of an even duel though, 3 versus 3 around the A side. Hit's going to start to come on, fault line in, and a captain at the back default trade starting to be present as well, and there's some time that this plant can start to go down, or is there? Shock darts out, reposition Marion and Hell if they want to try and play the angles together, but they can't do it as Cracks again is finding a multi-frag.
Oh boy, this guy's been the man for Foot in this map, and he has turned up time and time again. 17-5, by the way, and the first half's not yet done. He's pulling off an RUS performance from what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving the KO come out from Cracks. I liked it in the previous map. I saw the lineups coming in towards Sunset historically for Foot on it, and I was wondering, oh, we're getting him on stage? It's going to be something different. I don't expect him to probably be involved in a lot of the duels with the actual gunplay, right? But no, it's completely opposite. They changed up their lineup. We've got him back on the KO, and he's leading the charge. His teammates are confident in taking these opening duels. CNED immediately right there.
Well, that's going to be another heartbreak. Once again, True Rippers constantly giving out these first peaks. Their patience that they showed in the previous matches that they played is not translating on this map, and this is do or die. They don't win this, they're pretty much out of the tournament.
Deathmaker needs a kill. Needs to utilize the neural theft to try and get some information on how to get back into this round. Need to do something large in this one for True Rippers. Just very paranoid on where Yedajay can be playing, because we haven't really seen True Rippers tempt anything over a B. They haven't gotten into the site before yet. It's been A, and up through mid. So as far as they're going, it's unknown territory at the moment.
Yeah, Cracks though, he actually is expecting, and he's made his way, and he's got, that 0 point is going to be big. Goes up a long way, but do they enter before? That is the question.
Nah, they're going to get in front of that one. trying to break out the trapwires and the cages already that Yejay has, but he is
30
taken down
seconds
by
left.
Aryu. The null command is popped on out. Sub 30 seconds to try and establish a plant. The rule theft is still here to be able to use in the mix as well.
Here comes the Fury. Mr. Fallon to try and stop the plan. Does not get the connect before Tina can take him out. And the plan needs to go down right now, and it does.
Got Halef down though with the Hunter's Fury. The rocket goes on in and actually misses, which is quite unfortunate. Halef down to 4 HP. A swing from Aryu. There's his third Nightfall in to be dodged out by actually none of them. We got, I don't think got out of Captain, so he gets taken down. Mr. Farland suppressed as well, so it did get both. Sorry, I missed that one. Shots doesn't come out. They're missing from both sides. Gets a little bit chaotic in the end. I can't see things, but at least they can. True Rippers, hey, they're still in this one.
Last round in the
Good
half.
stuff once again from True Rippers. A lot more coordination. Waited till the end there to find themselves that opening. But again, it was Aryu who had that entry onto Yejay. And making that possible was what got them that B site. And then this kill again. What a beautiful shot from him.
I mean, it's a really great conversion of 4v5 into a 3v4 as well, right? They're down by almost every account in that round, True Rippers, but they managed to bring it on back, and now it's the last round of the half.
Disrupt out with the showstopper. Almost, okay, he gets it. I thought actually that didn't hit. It didn't even release, but it did. And Yejay's gone. No more tripwires on that B site. And there is the neural theft from Deathmaker after quite some time. I'm pretty sure this must be the first time that he's using it as well. Halef does push Mr. Fallon off his mark, but at a Captain, he's got an arsenal against this smoke.
The problem is Mr. Fallon's played this location so many times, so it would have been an expected one. A great paranoia, though, to buy him some time to disconnect from the stampede of True Rippers members coming up through towards the A side. A wrap around the Rolling Thunder. It catches them. They've been noted, but again, a player disadvantage for True Rippers. Can't quite get the plant just yet.
Aryu, he needs to keep himself alive here at a Captain. He's been stunned up, but he still gets the kill. And Aryu suddenly left alone, playing beside the smoke. And he's gonna go down in the end eventually. One is all he gets, 9-3. And now, True Rippers stare down the same barrel that they delivered yesterday to Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, speak of them right now, and we get to see it. So it's good to see that they're doing some research, seeing now their next opponents are going to be looking.
Of course, yeah. Gen G are here, and they're going to be making sure that, you know, whatever True Rippers might miss out on, they could, you know, capitalize upon that. But of course, that is only if, you know, True Rippers do end up losing this. There's still quite some distance between that. We've seen 9-3 curses work against them. Can it work for them, Komodo?
I mean, from what we've seen so far, it's going to be a very large hill to climb for True Rippers. You know, a lot of it is just feeling more cohesiveness from foot. It's feeling like everyone is on the same page at the moment. Maybe there's a little bit of overextensions from Anna Captain, like the last map, where he's losing his life nice and early and it's affording a bit of True Rippers to get some space. But still, even then, after those rounds, we're having adjustments, right? Zenith's taking the swapping positions, essentially, with Anna Captain, and they're getting the opening frag. So again, the cogs are turning for both of these teams throughout this halftime break right now before we get into it. And for True Rippers, I mean, it's a scenario where we just had a really close overtime map in the previous one, right? I kind of, like, I don't want to see this one just be such a landslide effect.
Yeah, me too. I really hope that this goes to the map 3 and we find ourselves, you know, a contender in True Rippers as well, because they clearly have what it takes, and they've shown that these tier 1 teams cannot take them easily. The games yesterday, the first map today, has shown that True Rippers are amongst some of the most competitive players out here at Convergence.
Yeah, well, now we get to see the difference in these agent compositions on attack and defense. Any different styles of play. Foot are extremely quick to go up the guts of mid, a little bit later in clearing over towards A main with the drone. And then 2 players, in fact, but I'm just noticing Disruptor's already in their spawn as well, so keep an eye out for that little engagement that'll happen later. He'll have to destroy the Cypher utility on Yejay, as now we start to get a bit of damage in towards the site. Knocks down the Deathmaker, he finds 2, but there's the trade to come out from Cracks, the 3 versus 3, the spike just goes down now.
To find one, he needs to hit those shots, but he doesn't. Disrupt will find Yejay though. And at the back line coming in, Techno finds one more. He needs to wait for a Disrupt to come in. The smoke goes down, Cracks, the Clutch Master. Can he get one more? No, he cannot. Techno secures the pistol. as True Rippers will find a lifeline.
Yeah, absolutely needed for them to get that one. Lots of pistol shots coming out in the mix of the site. You know, you almost see Foot get into the site before any real damage is done. Up through mid, good combination of utility for them to try and just take a different approach of a pistol in towards the A side, something that True Rippers might not have seen yet in the previous matches in the local Indian scene against teams of similar caliber.
Agreed. And now they've got a full buy, of course. They've actually invested pretty deeply into this. They're making sure that, you know, no corners are being cut here. A Guardian, a Phantom, a Bulldog, 2 Bulldogs, and a Spectre. And Foot, on the other hand, a couple of Sheriffs on their fingers, and they're heading in towards A side, and it's pretty clear because look at the amount of control they've taken towards B.
Well, I wonder if the control towards B that True Rippers are putting forward is going to change up any trapwire positions from J in the next couple of rounds. You know, his task is quite a large one right now, being that sole sentinel, being that lurker that has to look out for any flanks that'll come through, because True Rippers, they love to do that when it comes to retakes. We saw how retake heavy Haven was. We saw it yesterday as well. It's their comfort zone, but CNED, you can't prepare for that.
Yeah, if he's just going to walk around, you know, clicking heads like it's nothing, it is going to be a trouble. LF, he doesn't get one there, but it's going to be Aryu. Turns around! Aryu! He needs another, but he's going to fall down as Foot find one after the other with the Sheriffs, and that's going to be it, probably. A 1 versus 3 for Disrupt as his team just falls apart, and they've even got weapons to work with.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 1 versus 3, and you don't have any real utility either. A single satchel. Given the changes lately as well, it's only really good for a bop if you pop it off early. Otherwise, you're not expecting any damage to come out with it. J already on the superior line, a Thrifty to come through from Foot. I would have said, you know, a great start for True Rippers getting the pistol, but now it's kind of the worst start because you're reset essentially coming into this next round.
Yeah, this is going to be a nightmare for them going ahead because they've got nothing on them to actually invest into this round except for the fact that maybe they could gamble up a stack towards you know, one of these regions, maybe push up towards mid, drop a couple of these weapons that they themselves actually gifted to Foot. That first frag from CNED was turned around by Aryu with the 2, but he was all alone. He couldn't do anything. And this might be the beginning of the end for True Rippers at Convergence. I surely hope not. I surely hope not.
11-4. I mean, we've seen a team be on 11 and it went to overtime. Unfortunately, that was ironically True Rippers.
Ironically, yeah. Foot taking up mid once again. Pretty heavy on this commitment. They smoke off towards A site. Want to probably explore B, unless they choose to actually pop out through the smoke, and where they've already got an opponent sit in. And LF walks straight into the crosshairs of CNED.
A lot of emphasis on mid control for both of these teams. Similar sort of game plan like the other. They want to have the wraparounds towards the A site. Now it's just a bit of an aim duel coming through. The pistols are getting the damage done again. I swear, I say it time and time again, I'm loving the fact that Deathmaker on this Sheriff gets the job done timing somewhere. An extension though with the Vandal. Maybe he should have stuck with the Sheriff. A player advantage though is the plan here.
Yeah, Krax takes him out, and that's going to be the last 2 members standing, who are probably going to try to look and get those weapons onto their hands, maybe have a chance at fighting. That Haunt actually might confuse the position of Aryu, because he threw it right up on from behind, and I'm not quite sure if they realize that this is going to be from CT.
One of the things though is that camera is just playing Overlook at the moment. They can swing on a pivot and see the members before Krax can. There's the information.
One enemy remaining.
Mr. Fallen swings out where required. Krax for the trade. It's gorgeous. It's not flawless. But it's Foot finding 11.
Yeah, and that's all the boost that they need. They've got a 7-round buffer between themselves and True Rippers, and this is exactly where True Rippers were yesterday. Can they repeat what was done to them by Gen G? Because if they can, it probably will be one of their best ever games. They need a boost. They need this round particularly, and they kind of need the rest of the team, apart from Aryu, to step up like they did in the previous map.
Yeah, well, Aryu does need to be careful. There are a lot of members of Foot about to come his way, and the shock darts, I mean, the intention is to destroy any utility that Deathmaker might have down on the floor. Currently that util is all over at the A side of the map, so Aryu needs to pull at the moment. It is a nice opening shot, but a Paranoia out. A reveal on his Fury in, he goes down. Techno able to dodge that one. And to be assisted by Destruct as well, there's a bunch of members here for True Rippers to try and stall the push to come out and out, but the flash drive is absolutely superb. The members of True Rippers are falling like flies, and now Deathmaker, he might just want to consider taking this weapon to the next round, because a 1 versus 4 turn 1 versus 3
Spike
is
planted.
going to be quite difficult, though it does actually look like for the time being he wants to go for some little investment. Dark comes to swing on through, but not expecting this to fall behind him. 12 secured for Foot.
Well, Foot are pretty much in reaching distance. They will be shutting this down 2-0 unless, of course, we see something of a boost.
Yes,
they need a miracle at this point, and even at this stage in the competition, when they're 12-4 down, the players of Troopers are smiling. This, ladies and gentlemen, has been the best performance that we've seen from them ever. And I'm pretty sure even if this concedes out to be a loss, which might just end up being so, True Rippers have probably delivered some of the best Valorant that we've seen from an Indian team in the last couple of years.
Yeah, just, I mean, while we've got this TAC timeout to come out from True Rippers, yeah, you got to be proud of the performance that they've got. A couple of overtimes, you've got a map of Gen G in the mix as well. So they really pushed him. You got an overtime against Foot. These are teams that have played players individually under these orgs around the bend as well at the highest level of Valorant that the regions around the world have, from Pacific to EMEA to Americas to champions as well. I mean, you got to be proud that you haven't really had experience like this before on a big stage against players of this caliber, and you come out essentially guns shooting.
Absolutely.
And yeah, I mean, there's nothing else to say. I'm pretty, pleased with it, seeing them.
Yeah,
and what they've come out with.
They are the evidence that was about the fact that they can do it on a stage that nobody really thought they could. So many people were touting Reckoning to be here, but I'm pretty sure after looking at what True Rippers have done, they're going to be regretting saying that. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, True Rippers once again going at this fight. They've got 3 ultimates in this round, and it seems like their ultimates are supposed to be used on the A side. Mr. Fallon finds Disrupt, and that probably might just be the kill that Foot needed to secure this win.
That's rough, because now you got the null command, you got the showstopper. This can start to be the entry in towards the A side. Techno and Hella are down. Aryu, I mean, the Nightfall to go in. You've also got the neural theft, but you need a kill for that. It's completely blocked out. Hey, there is the kill on towards CNED, so maybe you can use that to play on the back of the reveal. Foot not going to give you the chance to do that. The shot's on out. It doesn't work. Cracks the 3K. And now Deathmaker, his position is noted. He is stuck. He is good for the frag onto Cracks. But still a 1 versus 3. Smoked on out. No utility to use to try and get back into this one. See if we can add any more damage here. There is another one, but yet a J to silence him. It's 13-4, and unfortunately for True Rippers, they are out.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it has come to an end, and an end that I'm pretty sure that nobody watching from India or in this crowd would have expected to go after seeing what they saw yesterday. But despite all of that, I think that this team on stage from India deserves a huge round of applause and an amazing cheer, because they have done what probably nobody was expecting them to do. A round of applause, honestly, for True Rippers for doing what they've done so well, but did crash out in a pretty anticlimactic way.
Yeah, I mean, hey, at least they didn't go out in 2-2-0s without putting up any rounds, right? I think that would have been the worst thing to have ever seen. So really well played out from True Rippers to get, as close as they did against Gen G, to push Foot on map number 1, and to still, make sure that they were being respectful in map number 2. But now for Foot, everything shifts over towards this match against Gen G, because that game is essentially going to tell us who is going to get to the grand final for Group A.
Yeah, it most certainly is going to be giving us quite the tale. Of course, tomorrow is going to be an interesting day for Gen G because now they've seen what is going to be, their opposition. So this is going to be Gen G's turn now to try and show us how they can improve upon what, True Rippers have missed out upon, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
what we're going to do, I believe, is see the next game.
Well, yeah, I mean, the next game is going to be really cool. I'm excited for that one. Vitality, I saw them in the crowd before. Furia, we haven't seen them just yet either, so I'm keen to see how they are going to look up. But I think more importantly, I'm keen to have some words from Foot as well, because they were pressured, right?
Yep.
Is it going to be the same sort of scenario that we heard from Lakia yesterday, where they kind of weren't expecting the True Rippers that we saw?
Yeah, most certainly, and I'm pretty sure that True Rippers they're going to be proud of themselves, and everybody who's in that crowd supporting them. Of course, yesterday they came in with that whole procession, to show that we are here to support our team no matter what. And True Rippers gave them a reason to sing the songs of victory, until the last very moment. Of course, something that True Rippers need to work on is that end game, right? Yesterday was a problem again. They couldn't finish out overtime. Today, again, that overtime elusive to them in terms of how they want to approach this, because the minute they enter that overtime, somehow they've got this pressure on them that they need that first pick. And both times, they've always lost a player early on, and then it just kind of slips into the transition that we lose one, we lose two, and it's pretty much game over.
Yeah, I mean, back to the drawing board, I guess, after this game for Foot, a little bit of a rest as well. But for right now, Foot don't get a rest because we want to hear from them. And I'm betting that the folks at home also want to hear a little bit of insight onto how this game went. So without further ado, let's go hear from Foot.
Thank you very much, and here we go. Foot, CNAD with me on stage. Congratulations. Haven, very close, but the second map, a complete, I would say, domino effect. Let's talk a little bit about your trip here so far. You mentioned to me this is your first time in India. How are you finding it?
It's good. It's very different than how we used to be, different culture, different people, but I like it, and it's a different country.
They say Bangalore has the best weather, so do you like the weather?
It's a little bit hot, I think, because we are coming from Turkey, and right now in Turkey it's a little bit rainy, so when we come here it was hotter than we expected.
That's totally understandable. Speaking of hot, so let's talk a little bit about your performance. You were hot, you were loose the entire game. Was the comp, the team, the way your teammates play, made to allow you to do your own thing?
Can you ask again? Sorry.
So, you are very loose, you're flying across the map. Did your teammates let you do that?
Yeah, my teammates always try to support me and try to help me to find the opening kills, and that's my job, and I'm trying to do my best.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the performance. I mean, in the pre-show interview, you guys mentioned that True Rippers might be the easiest team for you in this tournament. Haven, they took you to an overtime, your map pick, and then not so close for Sunset. What did you underestimate True Rippers?
I think in Haven they have a different play style than how we. I mean, actually they have a different play style, not in Haven. They have a generally different play style than other region, I would say, and they catch us off guard in some moments. But we managed to come back, and when we adapt how they play, it was easier than first map, basically.
All right, so True Rippers, all right? Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, there we go. Thank you so much, CNET. Congratulations on that win. And for now, I'm going to toss it back to the desk to tell us what exactly transpired and what happened.
What transpired, it was basically Foot that have come alive, realized, all right, we mustn't underestimate these guys anymore, and took that game as seriously as they could. I don't think they lingered at all, and that second map looked entirely different to what we saw in the first one.
It felt like a one-sided story, didn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, for True Rippers, heartbreak, isn't it? 4 rounds was the difference between fighting to go into the finals and unfortunately being eliminated. That's the way the cookie crumbles. I mean, both of them on Haven, both of them in overtime, but that Sunset, I mean, that wasn't so much True Rippers playing badly, that was FUT playing out of their minds.
Yeah, I think when we talked about the first map, there were some coordination issues. Yeah, okay, there were moments where in twos and pairs and threes, it looked like there were things rolling for Foot, but they all had to have that same game plan. The second map, it looked like they implemented that. It looks like Mr. Fallen might have had a chat with them, the coach perhaps, and they said, look guys, we need to follow this plan, listen to me closely, and we'll just close this out together because we know we're better.
No, you're absolutely right, and I think that whatever team talk the Futs had in that break, it obviously worked. I mean, they came on and they just were on fire from moment one, weren't they? I feels like True Rippers, a team that likes to build a lot of momentum, just weren't even given that initial break, and felt the rounds they found were more here or there, rather than able to be strung into a bit of momentum or tempo even.
Yeah, 100%. I think it was reflected in the score as well, right? There was you know, the difference in how everything seemed. Would you consider there was a bit of a fall off on the TR side? Was it completely just sort of taken over?
I think obviously there was, and I think that wasn't from the start.
Okay.
I think from the get-go, they've been able to keep the form from Haven. It was just Futs got better and better and better. The fact we then ended up seeing, you know, sort of a 5-6 rounds difference, that for me is what made it a rough spot for TR. I think that's where they lost their momentum and they ended up just falling short.
Yeah, 100%. I think there were moments where you could see why TR is so good. Are you showing up? Deathmaker showing up. But again, it was a matter of being able to bring that across the board on all 5 members. Helef, of course, was the caller. You don't expect the IGL, if you will, in this one. How do you feel with his adaptation now to the IGL? Because in the old TR roster, I believe it was RU taking on that role, but now that has switched hands. Do you think that allows RU to just like do his thing more?
It gives him more space to work with, doesn't it? And I mean, we saw that yesterday against Gen G. We saw it today. I mean, in that last map, he's the top fragger for his team. Yes, they lost 13-4 though, that being said, but he was the one who tried to really follow it up.
And before we leave the score, we can't just look away from Krax because he was absolutely cracked this game, right? It might have been seen at the first map, but this time it's the KO. Your MVP is going to be Krax.
You know what scares me about that? Is it now means that they have multiple win conditions. It's not just is Cena there at the time.
Yeah.
It's anyone could show up, anyone can perform. And I mean, what was it, 28-7, 28-6? That is a nasty scoreline to have, and it's for, you know, by no stretch of the imagination, what turned into a stomp.
It did turn into a stomp in the end. And I think, okay, we've mentioned the good and the bad, the good and the ugly from both sides, but I think we've got to celebrate also the people that did the best in this series overall. If you could pick up one MVP, who would it be for you in this series?
It's torn between CNED and Krax. I think, considering how close that first map was, I am inclined to say CNED. Just because he was the reason they won that. Whereas Krax, because the game was so one-sided, it could have been anything. I have no grudges with it being Krax at all. I mean, he just led the domination there.
Look, even in the moments that things were not going to plan with coordination all across the board, when there were micro plays going on across the map, Krax was involved. Right? So even in the worst moments, it is Krax that showed up. So I do value his MVP here, an absolutely great performance and a great debut here in the Convergence arena. That's going to be their first match, putting them at 1-0. Unfortunately for TR, the losing this map has put them in 0-2 and virtually no chances of them getting into the finals. But that's okay. There's another Indian representative out there, global, that could potentially have a comeback and might see in the finals. Bit of copium saying that, but if there's hope, there's a way. And for Foot, that puts them at a 1-0 score together with Jinji, where their next fight will basically determine, tomorrow I believe, will basically determine which one of the two will be heading into the finals.
No, you're absolutely right. And I tell you what, Krax, he makes KO on Sunset look really potent. It makes me consider, actually, is there a world where other teams, maybe even in this tournament, look at this and think, okay, maybe we do run the KO instead. That being said, I think Fut's group was considered the easier one until True Rippers showed up. So I'm curious actually to see going into tomorrow how Gen G are going to adapt to this and how well Fut are going to prepare for a game against Gen G.
100%, 100%. And okay, we mentioned Gen G, we mentioned as well Foot. They both get that 1-0 victory. After seeing them both play against True Rippers, who do you think's better? Sorry, put you on the spot here.
I've got to say, Fut, I think they just look warm. They look on fire. And I think for Gen G, we never really saw all the pieces click. We saw moments of brilliance. We saw flashes in the pan. But we didn't see the entire puzzle get laid out in front of us like FET were able to do just moments ago.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. So, favorite for the final?
Oh, from this group, it'll be FUT versus someone.
Okay.
All right. I think we need to see Furia play before we can.
For sure.
Before we can make that prediction.
And we'll be able to see that after this one, of course, after this little segment. But yes, this was the map veto, of course. Haven and Sunset being played out in both being gifted over the foot, even though Haven was a very close affair. Split, unfortunately, won't not be seen in this series in particular.
Do you reckon it could just be that Shuripa's just learning how to play a second map?
It seems like, I mean, I wouldn't say they don't know how to play a second map, but obviously in these two series they played, it has been the weaker one.
Yeah,
so they've got to win the first ones. Right?
Yeah, exactly. It's a weird dynamic to have, sure, but nonetheless, I think for FUT, they're definitely going into this now as favourites for the final. For the other group, though, I mean, Vitality looked damn strong yesterday. I don't know how they're going to weigh up against Furia, though.
Yeah, I think that's just speculation to have. We can move into that topic if you want right now.
Oh, let's do it in a moment, Paulos.
Okay, sure. Well, yeah, let's wait a bit on that since we're still breaking down the previous game.
Celebrate these Turkish guys. They're actually kind of good.
Yeah, they do. But we'll get to see more of Foot, right? But for True Rippers, we won't. So what do you think is... Why can India be proud of True Rippers the most?
I mean, what isn't there to be proud of? They showed up, almost beat Gen.G, almost took a map off of FUT. That, by any team, is considered a bit of an achievement there. And the fact that, you know, they were able to come out of nowhere, slog through the open qualifier, and then almost do that, I think it shows to sort of the tier 2 scene, especially within India, that there's some decent skill here.
And that skill is definitely reflected by RU doing so well the past couple of days, right? He spearheaded this roster, the past performances, right? Yes, he's from the Philippines, but definitely he is honorary Indian at this point.
He earned his citizenship today.
Yeah, he earned his citizenship for sure. Absolutely incredible stuff. And considering Cracks had an outstanding performance, and RU's numbers can compare to his, that's
an achievement in itself, isn't it?
These are numbers in which his team lost.
Yeah, and True Rippers still don't have a coach. So what on earth happens once you have a coach? What on earth happens?
You know what I like about RU as well?
What's that? No, go on.
It's how much fun he's having on the server, like and out of it, right? Bringing a plushie on the stage, chilling, and you know, singing, dancing. We saw a bit of that, and I really enjoy a player that can just chill out, not only for himself, right, to be able to be comfortable on stage, but makes your teammates comfortable in a way which they can relax. And you know, I've got this guy by my side. There's nothing for me to worry about.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And I mean, True Rippers, if they look this good now, what are they going to look like after a boot camp? What are they going to look like after Split 2 or Split 1 of next year even? What are they going to look like having gone through the winter break, having practice?
It's been the second, third place curse that they've had for a while that they finally broke by winning the qualifiers to get to this event. And I think what many people will consider as the start of their next stage in their careers. So thank you, True Reapers, for joining us on this event, for making it this far. If there are any True Reaper fans in the house, could you make some noise last time for True Reapers? All right, everyone has gone for a break. Come on, you can do a little bit better than that. True Reapers. There we go. All right. People love them, and they will be following them throughout their journey, but for that's their end of the road. There's more action to come, Vitality versus Furia next, so make sure you don't miss it, everyone. We'll be there in a bit.
We were chosen. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it all until the end of time.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. You got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
At the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the forest. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोक अब देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं आता है तू ना करीब तू बेटी चीप जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप Better believe you're gonna bleed, pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना 'Cause I am the Raja 'Cause I am the Raja What do you see? I'm more than average man. I'm a maverick. I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कब्र मैंने खोदी क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां चंद्रगुप्त में मौर्य या दिला तू लोरियां come to me and you just gonna die that's really a given I am invincible and you are invisible see that's really a difference get out of my way I'll leave the world the choice is yours I don't kill my enemies I play with them that's what the toys are for lie to the rest of the world. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees. Would you just arena? Put your back down on your knees. I am the. Put your back down on your knees. Would you just arena? 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the Raja.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Okay, no time.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. You got this.
Flash outside, Savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. You got this.
Flash outside, Savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. You got this.
Flash outside, Savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. You got this.
Flash outside, Savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
Meu nome é Ilan Eloy Nogueira, meu nome no jogo é Havok e eu sou jogador da Fúria.
Meu nome é Leonardo, meu nick no jogo é MWZera e atualmente sou jogador da Fúria.
Meu nome é Victor, meu nome no jogo é Conan e atualmente jogo pela Fúria.
My name is Felipe, my name in game is Liazi, e I'm creative player for Furia.
Cara, a expectativa é sempre de ganhar o campeonato, mandar bem. Acho que, falando de cultura, é bem diferente do que a gente vive no Brasil. É uma cultura diferente, é muito legal a experiência. As comidas são diferentes, mas a gente está aprendendo, a gente está se adaptando. Algumas coisas são boas, algumas coisas é bem estranho pra gente, mas a gente tá lidando bem.
The expectations are the same. We came here to win and bring back the trophy to Brazil. And when it comes to the culture, it's kind of different with the culture that we see in Brazil. And talking about the food, we are not that used to the spicy food, but we are just trying to adjust. But the overall thing is good, the experience is good. It's true that there are good things, but somehow there are also some bad things. Overall experience is good.
A FUT, por ser mais forte.
FUT, FUT. Você? FUT will be easier for them, for him.
Eu não tenho muita preferência de adversário não, mas tipo, gostaria de jogar contra a FUT para enfrentar o Cined de novo.
Talking about adversary, I don't have a preferred one, but I would like to play against FUT.
Eu gostaria de enfrentar a Genji, porque eu acho que é um time muito bom. E a FUT.
I would like to play against Genji because I believe that is a good team, but FUT also.
Pra mim é FUT.
FUT.
Bom, os fãs brasileiros, mano, primeiramente eu agradeço pelo carinho que eles estão tendo com a gente. A gente tá tendo um apoio assim que nem a gente esperava. Tendo um apoio gigantesco e isso, mano, dá uma motivação a mais pra gente. Então, muito obrigado de coração a todos os fãs.
The first thing I would like to say, thank you very much. We are really grateful. We're not expecting this support, and when we see people like this supporting us, it really motivates us. So thank you very much. I don't know if I'm supposed to do this also.
Cara, sendo bem sincero, a gente tem poucos haters, mas eu acho que eu agradeço aos haters porque eles dão combustível pra gente. Então acho que só dá mais combustível pra gente calar a boca deles, tá ligado?
So talking about haters, actually we don't have that much of haters, but whenever they are, it's like the haters are fueling us, helping us to go forward, to give our best. So it's like we are giving our best so that we can shut them out.
Sendo bem sincero, eu roubei do meu irmão.
Talking sincerely, I just stole it from my brother.
Eu roubei do meu irmão. Quando eu era pequenininho, 8, 7 anos, eu ficava vendo ele jogar e ele usava esse nick. E eu roubei dele quando eu fiquei maior.
So I stole it from my brother when I was 7, 8 years old. I was seeing him playing with that. So when I became older, I took that name.
O M e o W do meu nick não tem significado nenhum. Não tem significado nenhum.
The M and W of his IDM doesn't have any proper meaning.
Mas o Zera, no final, o Zera é por causa do Coldzera, que é uma lenda no Counter-Strike no Brasil. Foi o melhor jogador assim do mundo alguns anos atrás e eu era muito fã dele.
And Zera, it's because it's actually one of the legend name back in Brazil. So I really love him, so because of that he took that.
Yes.
Caralho, é foda. Meu nome é um personagem do Naruto.
Naruto? My name is actually one of the characters in Naruto.
O meu é literalmente por causa do meu sobrenome, Galeazzi, aí ficou só Liazzi.
Right. Him is because of actually his name, Galeazzi, so he took just
I'm Salah, the head coach of Vitality. I'm Destrian. I'm a
I guess a controller player for Team Vitality.
I'm
Yeah.
safe. I'm a player for Team Vitality. Sender, in-game leader for Team Vitality.
Hello, I'm Kix, a player for Team Vitality. Hello, my name is Runner, and I'm also a player for Team Vitality.
Just in case anyone forgot, he's a player.
He's a player, bro.
I mean, I shouldn't be able to beat anyone here, no? If I can beat one of you, it's bad, guys.
Maybe on a good day, Sal.
It's bench.
Maybe on a good day.
On a good day?
On a good day.
On a good day, who would you beat?
I'd throw. On like my best possible day, I shouldn't be able to beat any of you guys, but probably. I feel like you send it, no? Nice. Fred's better than everyone, but I feel like I could. I know how he plays. But if I can beat him, it's bench, guys.
I mean,
benching.
For me, there's an easy option. You don't pick me, guys. It's boring. It's boring. I mean, last deathmatch I played against Sender, I destroyed him, so I'm gonna choose Sender.
Everyone is gonna bully me.
Yeah, I'd smash Runner in a 1v1. Absolutely clap him, I think.
I think my teammates are too powerful for me, so I won't beat them. I will just go for the easy option to beat Salah.
Go for the 6th player.
I mean, maybe Harry, but Harry is off limits.
Easily demolish safe, I think, in Oreo.
I like that.
I will have to take down safe. I will have to.
I don't know why we're spreading propaganda. Like, why
I'll
are
have
we doing
to challenge him.
Maybe in a 2v1.
Yeah, maybe in a 2v1, me and Kimi group up against him, but yeah, I'll try my best. You wanna say it, Sal?
I want to smash Foot, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think everyone
would enjoy nothing more than smashing Foot like 3 times this season.
In Grand Finals?
Yeah, every game we play against Foot this season, I want to smash them. They're fun. I mean, I don't know. They would be fun to be like this.
Yeah, but you're gonna play from their same region, so I would say playing from other region would be interesting to see the playstyle. So it's good for international events.
I actually have a funny story behind mine. So I was born in England, and my mum decided that it would be funny if she gave me a weird name. But then the real meaning behind my name, it was a bit too weird. So she said, okay, let's make it Salah. That's behind my name. So she named me Salah from birth.
Wow, what a story.
For me, it's a long story, but in short, it comes from the word pedestrian. So it's pedestrian without a P. After an NPC.
Yeah, it's safe because I was born with the name Safe. So I just wrote Safe, and that was it.
Mine is when I was 10 years old, I stole someone's pro player's Morph account nickname, and I just kept it as that.
Actually didn't.
Actually a fraud.
I don't actually remember how I came up with the name. I think I was trying to think of something that starts like my real name, like with the same stuff, and then I just put something random. You like kicking? Yeah, I like kicking. He plays football, so he played. Maybe that. Maybe that played an influence. Yeah, I just stole mine. You know.
Yeah, most
I was like 6, 7 years old.
Registered European.
Saw it in the internet cafe. Someone left his name. I was like, yeah, this is mine now.
Damn,
did you take anything else?
So clean, bro.
No.
He saw Runner. He was in love, bro.
Bro, ever since then, I was like, this name is so cool. Like it has big capital R at the end. It looks so cool. And ever since then, I became Runner. I don't run.
I can say for myself, it was NAP Forest when he was playing back then. He was playing 1.6 in CSGO, so pretty much it was my idol.
I think for me it has to be Robs, you know, being from Estonia and seeing how he started so young. So, I mean, it's really cool to see, and he's still one of the best players in CS. So, yeah. For me, it has to be Pasha Biceps. Seeing how I look like him exactly. I'm chiseled like him. You're getting there, bro.
Yeah, you're chiseled.
It will have to Pasha Biceps. One day, I'll look like him actually.
Bro said chiseled. For me, it's Get Right maybe in CS. That's how it all started, and then in Valorant, Bonka.
Bonka.
For me, yeah, it's an NIP roster. Like their streak in LAN, the wins, everything. I wouldn't say like one player, just the whole team.
I'll say Bonker as well, actually. He started my career, so it's only fair. Bonker.
While the hometown heroes may have their story end, but the story for Convergence still continues. Welcome back, everyone. Tashmani alongside Komodo, and this time I'm also with Universe, and we're your analysts for today. And now we're going to have a very, very interesting match number 2, where we're seeing one of the best of Americas up against one of the best from EU.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm really excited for this one. Of course, we got a little bit of a preluded showing yesterday for Vitality. I know they were watching the previous game alongside Global sitting out there as well. So I guess for Global, you know, their journey could essentially be told here in this game as well.
Yeah, that's right. So what do you think right now? Yesterday, Vitality, I mean, we sort of know that Vitality yesterday didn't have the match that they wanted to have with the technical issues and everything, but still managed to come up on top. How do you think they're going to be facing off against Furia?
I mean, this is a team with mentality, right? They clearly have come to this with quite some buzz, and I'm pretty sure that they've got what it takes to beat Furia, because after seeing yesterday, the way they took over Global Esports, they definitely are a contender for this tournament.
Absolutely. And for now, whether or not Vitality will be able to beat Furia and make it to the grand finals, here is Team Vitality. Definitely a very interesting team. Yesterday in the interview with Safe, he mentioned to me that a lot of role swapping is happening because the off-season is where they want to experiment. So what do you think of their performance?
I think it's a good idea. You know, these sort of events can tailor towards being able to be flexible enough to do that as well, with no real reserved expectations as a team, figure out what works if you're bringing together new players into a roster as well. I think this is one of the perfect events, granted that you still are comfortable enough in the role that you're going to be going to.
Yeah. Absolutely, I agree. And I think the fact that, you know, Vitality are coming into this game with quite some boost as well, right? We could see in the interview as well, they're a pretty funny and chill team. They love hanging out with each other.
Yeah.
They love hanging out with each other, and humor is definitely something that they love having with one another. But here's another team that I really am excited about. The youngsters, the prodigies, and some of the best of Brazil. Here is Furia. youngest, if not the youngest team in this tournament, but this team is definitely not a name to be, I would say, to be looked down on, because they've managed to take down teams like Leviathan, C9. What are we expecting to see from them?
I think we'll probably see a change compared to what we saw in those games, just granted by the nature of changing some players here and there. Don't get me wrong, this roster is one of the known ones for this tournament because they have played in some other tournaments leading up to this one as well. So we've got, Team Vitality in changing all their roles, being flexible enough to change coming into this, but I probably expect to see what we know for Furia.
Right, what we know from Furia, but we have seen Vitality play yesterday, and it was very, very dominating against Global Esports. Could this be a moment where, we talked about how Vitality, we saw Safe's tweet yesterday where he said that there were audio issues. They didn't get to play in the optimal environment that they wanted to, but yet they still managed to make it out top. How?
It's a clear indication of the level of skill that these guys employ, right? Every time you've seen Safe on an international stage, he's been practically one of those players that you can instantly count upon and say, okay, you know what? Even if we're in a sticky situation, he can get us out. And now he actually has, taken down to the Sentinel role, and he's taken it a little bit easier, and he's let Runner do basically the spearheading for this team, and he's done that perfectly, right? And issues, of course, that did play Safe yesterday, you could see that he didn't care. He was running in through Cypher cages, through Viper smokes, and he was being the pseudo duelist, for the team, and he was competing with Runner. And of course, he said that he might have had those issues, but now I'm pretty sure he's going to be playing on full 100%. And I hope that Vitality are going to put up the same show as they did yesterday.
You mentioned Runner just now, and let's talk a little bit more about him, about how Runner, we want to see yesterday's performance today. What do you expect to see? If Runner is on form, what do you expect?
Well, when you look at this roster and you think where has Runner come from, you're wanting to see a pickup in the duelist role just go above and beyond, right? We're looking for the next star player, we're looking for the next flashy players. We're looking for the CNEDs, right? If we can bring it back towards the previous game, CNED, such a stable name on the duelist role. Runner, the new kid on the block, happy enough to just full on take these fights. You come into this wondering, is Safe going to be, jumping back into the old squad? But now he's put the hat on the Cypher and letting Runner essentially just take free reign, take control.
Yeah, but let's have a look at Furia's lineup. Again, this is one of the younger teams, but has taken down some of the bigger names in the history of the recent VALORANT. What do you think makes this team tick?
I think that the biggest thing is about the fact that their chemistry, even with the recent addition of, more than half the squad, has been phenomenal, especially the fact that Koi, their new head coach, he's made sure that these youngsters find their direction pretty early, and they are set in stone, because I'm pretty sure that the coach has pure control on the team, even though he's let them explore a bit of their options, especially saw against the game that they played against Cloud9, right? It was a massive game for them, and they 2-0'd them in a way that I actually haven't seen any team play against Cloud9 to that level. They had quite the competition. Yes, of course, it was a different story against Leviathan in that final, but it doesn't, take away the credit that these guys, have been pretty quickly bent into shape. It's almost as if, the two youngsters who came in, of course, Liazi and Havoc Grape, they were already in that hot red iron kind of form, and all Koi needed was a small hit to the hammer, shaped them right into place.
Yeah, when you think about that, also on the flip side, we have seen Vitality play, and yesterday, Safe did say that he shaved his beard because people who are younger aim better. So let's see whether or not that buff is going to be something we're going to be expecting. Now, coming into yesterday, I think a lot of us were questioning Safe's position as a Sentinel, but then he said that is not set in stone.
Yeah.
So coming into today, what other roles can you be seeing Safe be playing?
He could be bringing out Yoru, he could be bringing out ISO. I think those would be unexpected. I'm going to throw them up there.
Yeah.
Imagine a world in which that gets brought out, but no, I honestly don't think that's going to happen. I think the form that we actually saw from Vitality yesterday against Global was a very comfortable one in these new roles, and I actually wonder how the team of 5, with the input of the coaches as well, actually feel looking at that from the outside perspective, because I think looking into this one as well, if you want to take away from this tournament something, trying these new roles is good for one best of 3, but if you do it again in the second best of 3 against a team like Furia, who are an experienced team previously with this roster of 5, 2 tournaments already played under their belt, I think that gives you a lot more strength to know that these role changes that we've found in this tournament actually have some validity.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I think that Vitality have this really headstrong, ability to be aggressive and adapt on the fly. Like yesterday, the minute they realized that Global Esports have no Sentinel, they were pushing and pulling every into that Sunset map, making sure that they feel pressure. The minute they have a contact on B, there's, a runner pushing them from A main, and the same on the other side, vice versa. Save's doing the exact opposite thing. So they clearly know how to instantly, approach an enemy and find that they can get the advantage, even without actually committing too much utility, because they've got players who can outright aim, these players down in a duel. And now these Brazilian kids definitely have the aim. I'm pretty sure they do. We've seen it before. But can they stand up to players like these from the European giants like Safe and, of course, Runner, who's already clearly proven to be somebody who deserves to be in the same probably name calling as Safe because of the performance that he put up yesterday?
I think that Furia are definitely going to be scratching their heads for a little while, at least for the first 3 to 4 rounds, because you don't really know what to expect from Vitality, given the fact that they're just so eager to swap roles. You don't know who will be playing what. But let's have a look at the map pools first to really get an idea what to expect from these games. And I think personally, yesterday Vitality did quite well on both maps they played. It was very, very dominating. You can tell that even with the audio issues, I think it comes down to that chemistry, understanding how each other play, and you play with each other so much. You have that friendship perhaps, that you don't really know how to play against a different team.
Well, on Furia's map pick, I mean, they've had some good success so far on Breeze this year across the multitude of their rosters, so I would actually kind of like that to come on out, and we do get that now. I guess when we look over to Vitality, do they want to try and echo what we saw yesterday? Sunset's already banned on out. I think it's not a bad idea. If they're testing out role changes, why not test map changes as well?
That's right.
And I think the Vitality, of course, if at all they want to go for the same Sunset pick, it would of course not be available to them because it's been banned, but what is the second best map for Vitality? I would say that they don't really have a pool that's kind of, against them at the moment, because of course it's a new team, and given their stature of, aim prowess and aggression, Lotus could be something that maybe we could end up seeing. Well, I'm just waiting for it to pop up right now, but I'm actually kind of interested as to how this team of Vitality is going to actually fight out on Breeze, because are they going to change up from what they did last time based on Furia's composition? Because of course, like you mentioned, Furia have a stronghold on Breeze. Is this going to change Vitality's position on it, or is it going to stay the same?
As Lotus comes up, let's go. This roster hasn't played Breeze. This is essentially a clean slate for Vitality, right? So it comes down to individually, what has every player played with previously? I think that's where you would start a conversation in forming a lineup of agents. So whether or not we're going to see a very just standard set Breeze comp, if we're going to get something a little bit outside of the meta, I think right now, if you're already saying, hey, we're comfortable to change it up, we're comfortable to try these new agents, why not also just go outside of the meta and adopt something new that's going to work for you as a squad that others are not expecting?
True, and I believe that we are heading into the direction of Split, maybe?
No.
Oh, no, never mind. It's actually going to be never mind. Ascent. Forgive me. And that is going to be the decider. A pretty, I would say, great lineup of maps over here. Starting off with Breeze, then to Lotus, and finish on ground 0 of VALORANT. I'm actually pretty happy with this, and I think that this gives us the strengths of both teams to quite a bit, because I believe that Furia are coming into this headstrong with a map that they clearly have, quite the, grasp on, and Vitality will be shifting things up. And of course, I'm really excited to see what Runner is going to be picking up in this map of Breeze.
Yeah, I mean, I might add as well, yesterday we had 6 defined maps that we would have. Today we have a total of 6 different maps as well, because, we only got 2 in the previous one. Split was technically the decider, and these are 3 new ones. So I do like the scarceness of the pool, that all of these teams are happy enough to just kind of not play the same thing rinse and repeat.
Yeah, I think that coming into this map, you have 2 very, very large maps, Breeze and Lotus. I think Breeze is a little bit more about taking that space, understanding how you can play that default early, just picking off the enemy one by one. It's going to be very fun as well watching Lotus, in my opinion, because of that early skirmish coming in from A and the slow rotations to see which side they're going to be hitting. So it's going to be definitely a different idea for both these teams, because we haven't seen Furia play yet, so we don't really have an idea. We have seen Vitality play, but after Saves, I would say, comment about swapping roles, it's kind of like a head scratch for me as well. Like, okay, are they going to be swapping roles? Are they going to be doing the same thing they did yesterday? What's going on?
Yeah.
I think they might switch it up based on the fact that, you know, if at all they want to throw another spanner in the works, right? Because in front of Global Esports, Furia were right here, they were watching the game, right? So I'm pretty sure that understanding the fact that Vitality are probably not as aggressive as they are, but they've got some degree of burns that, you know, they can cause damage by. So I'm pretty sure that Furia are coming into this game are going to try to press the metal to Vitality, push them against the wall as much as possibly can, and especially allow Runner to become the free bird that he was yesterday and continue that today as well, because my god, that guy is insane.
I mean, he's going to have to go toe-to-toe against MW0 into this map, expecting a jet to come through from him, just historically, you know, Brazil, I mean, jet stars, you know, that would be so high up in expectations, I guess you would say. So will Runner be able to meet the sort of same expectations that we get, or expectations for MW0, or is it going to fall a little bit? Because I would love to see a world in which both of these guys are on their complete form, and we're just getting jet duels when it comes to Breeze, when it comes to the next map, and maybe even the third map. Because when I look at this series, if everyone is on form, give me 3 maps, maybe.
Yeah, 3 maps is definitely going to be very fun. And I think for Team Vitality, it felt like GE didn't really challenge them. And seeing Furia come up on top, I think that this would be a very, very different sort of mindset, a different style of play coming through. This is where they really, really want to put where, I would say, their strengths to the test.
Yeah, I completely agree. And the fact that, you know, Runner, you know, he's got some competition this time, you know, a lot more. Colby yesterday, you know, he couldn't really give the best of his, you know, what we've seen usually back in Europe, but here he's got MW0, right? And this guy just came off a tournament having the highest ACS, who beat Aspas, right? So that's quite something to say, you know, 260 ACS, you know, for MW0, who actually pushed it against, in comparison to Runner, but of course, MW0 has got more experience than him.
I mean, you look at the statistics overall from just yesterday's games. If you want to add in foots, we can talk about that a little bit later, but Runner on top, total very clear above the next best in safe. So you're looking at these Vitality members, and everybody is just making sure these duels that they're taking are clean. They're not leaving themselves up for any vulnerability.
You know, when it comes back to here, I mean, like when you see these very, very young players, I think a lot of idea is that they're going to be very, very hot, easy to overheat. They're going to be very, very aggressive. But these teams, I think, like seeing them both, especially Vitality yesterday, they're aggressive, but it's in a way that's very controlled. They know their limits. They know how aggressive they can be without really losing each other in that process. And I love seeing that. But the stats also can show us the heat map for these fights to really understand how exactly they play in each particular part of that map for Breeze yesterday.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, right, this is a map that they've already played, and they, you know, would like maybe to go ahead and, you know, if Safe is going to be serious about what he said about role changes, are they going to adapt something, you know, a lot more aggressive against Furia, you know, to keep them at bay, is something that we can see, because with the way that they play, you can see that they're pretty much, you know, balanced, spread out, maybe a little bit extra heat towards that A site. They did have quite the, you know, affinity to take against Global Esports, but that was like also, again, because Global Esports were a lot more thin spread out towards that A side, and Vitality read into that, you know, pretty heavily. And if you look at this, it's a clear admission of the fact that Vitality love their defensive side with 87.5% win rate.
Yeah, I'm looking at this as well, and I'm kind of thinking to myself, how do we get Kix a little bit more involved into this as well? Because yes, he's there playing on towards the sky, whether or not we'll get that in today as well. There is going to be, of course, an expected different composition to come through from the opponents who would like to run the KO, for example, as well. So we're getting some initiated differences, and Kix's performance was of the assisted variety, don't get me wrong, but there wasn't, you know, 15 or 16 assists coming through. There was 8, and then you look towards the rest of the team, Safe on the Cypher had 7. So Safe is getting involved in these duels, is getting all of these kills around the map, is ending on 20 frags. I'm looking for a cleaner scoreline for Vitality, getting Kix a little bit more involved in today's map.
Why for Vitality?
Because Kix is on the team.
Because Kix is on the team.
Okay, I mean, I like that as well. Right? You know, Pavlos was, you know, hyping up Kix quite a lot as well, and
really
he was doing quite the, you know, damage back before his, of course, debut here. I think he needs a little bit of time to settle in, and I really want him to perform well, given that this kid has got quite the variety of, you know, abilities as well as, you know, play style, right? To yesterday, yes, his team had a lot more of the say in the matter of, you know, the victory. On the Sky, he couldn't really touch up well, and I hope that have that change in roster maybe today. He could pick up a little bit something different, you know, give him a little bit more space to play with because he was not particularly comfortable on that Sky.
Well, they're loose enough and they've said that they're willing to change. So,
Yeah.
I mean, if Kix has had a suggestion like, can I change? You can make an argument for keeping the same 4 agents and changing the Sky over to a KO, to a Sova.
Yeah, I think that because, again, this is where they want to really test out and see who could play what. And this Flex Rolls could honestly kind of change the mindset of how Furia will be approaching. Like you said it yesterday, Furia was in the seats watching them play, kind of understanding how they actually played that map in particular. And then coming into today, they're like, they probably have had, okay, this is what we're going to be expecting, this is our counterplay, this is what we're going to be this is what we're going to be seeing, and this is how our rotations are going to be. And then suddenly you see, bam, a whole new lineup, different agents. And then suddenly you're just sitting like, okay, how many rounds are we going to give before we finally figure out this Rubik's Cube?
Well, we can see that Kix is indeed going back on towards the Sky, so no real changes to come through over for Team Vitality, and over on the side of Furia, I mean, pretty standard in order. I mean, the KO's there, MW0's back on towards the Jet. I'm really interested to see how Liazzi's difference is going to form up against Destrian on the Vipers here. So there's a bunch of different cool things that could happen in the small change to the lineups.
Yeah, and I really love the Vitality's use of Astra, right? You know, Sender was so good at making sure that, you know, he isolates those smokes at the right places to make sure that he has an advantage while taking those fights towards A main, right? So he takes a peek, puts down the star right in front of him, and makes sure that he cuts the site in half so that his teammates have space to rotate and, you know, help him out there as well. And he was so patient in his gameplay. He's really, really understanding of the fact that the opponents could come close and he could still take a fight a lot more easier. And I believe that this is going to be, you know, a fun one for Vitality because Furia are coming in with a completely different playstyle from what we saw from Global Esports.
It's very different, I have to say, because we're seeing a double initiator versus a double controller. And personally, double controller means that you have a lot more control over the spaces that you want to give and take. But then you have those initiators who are there to either deny or just suppress them. And it's going to be very fun to see how these two different takes and metas kind of outplay against one another.
I mean, I'm looking at the game yesterday and I'm kind of considering, all right, what did Global actually do to catch Vitality off guard that they might be able to employ in towards this series right now? And having the double controller as well against the single, that Viper Wall opposing cloud isn't going to go to really be able to go to the mid of the map, for example, right? Remember how Polvi was not shy away of just getting in towards the mid of the map. So I think if that can be kind of reenacted a little bit by Runner, it might be something that could potentially catch off guard Furia.
Regardless, let's see which of these teams will come up on top. Will Vitality take down Furia and go to the grand finals? Let's see. The first map of the day. Let's talk to our casters, Pavlos and Kremer. How are you guys?
Thank you so much, Tash. I am very excited about this one because not only we've got to deal with the two youngest teams in the tournament of an average age of 19 and the other 20, right? They're also some of the favorites of this tournament, right? Is this truly the new generation taking over?
It feels like this could be played as a finals, right? This is as close as I think it's going to get, at least on paper, and from our group stage. I mean, Gen.G, FUT was sort of the big matchup in the other group, but seeing the performance from Gen.G yesterday, I think that this here may be one of the games of the tournament.
It's the new kids coming in.
It's the
I feel like I feel older. The more we progress into our careers, I feel old, and this game doesn't help. It's a compound sentence to their year of birth, mate.
We're ancient.
We're ancient. 23 is that old? I don't know. Maybe.
Apparently.
Apparently so. I guess so. But yeah, there are multiple reasons we can be excited about this one, right? Furia, they've come the furthest from any of the teams. It's quite the journey to make it from Brazil to here. So I'm mega excited about that one. Now, they look young, right? But at the same time, they look pretty cool. I think like they may be the kids, but they're the cool kids of this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're going up against a very experienced Vitality, even though the players may be a bit newer to Tier 1, they've been playing for a while. And whether that be a Tier 3, whether that be a Tier 2. And Vitality, for me, they've been leaning towards a double controller comp fairly regularly now. So it makes me think that for Furia, let's see how they're going to try and disrupt that. Is it going to be with complete violence and shock and awe, or is it going to be a more calculated approach?
Now, India. I know there aren't any Indian teams playing in this one, but we do enjoy ourselves some good Valorant. This could be one of the best matches of this tournament. I want to hear you make some noise. Give it up for Furia and Vitality.
Taking that back.
Going into the fifth round, it's going to be a bit of aggression from Furia, trying to take this fight in mid, but it's Sender to draw first blood here, Pavlos.
Sender, big nice little pick, just drop it back. Furia realized they did go for that mid-investment early, didn't pay off, but they might want to focus onto the A site because they left it open, safe. Gonna use that open door to waltz into this A site and may drag the rest of his team with him.
Vitality, a bit conspiratoriously, they're going to be entering this site here. A bit of a longer rotation to make with the spike. MW0 is going to have to be the linchpin almost to keep this round alive for Furia, or at least keep it out in afterplants.
Zera in trouble. At least he's got brothers in arms behind him to assist him if necessary. Conan from an opposite position allows Mizera to find a different angle as well. The wall does go down, an opportunity perhaps against Sender, but he's running to find first kill. Doubles up instead. Vitality really cleaning up the safe site and having an easy task doing so. Khalil won't last long. We'll take one down with him, but that's the first rep for Vitality.
It's a great response as well. We see Furia, they take that aggression in mid. Once they don't get that initial lead that they may have been looking for there, they try to fall back, but Vitality already have Safe move out through a main, garner a bit more control, and it's very disciplined from Safe as well. Once he gets that first pick, he sits, he waits behind bricks, he waits for the rest of the team to join him, and they move as a unit. It's a very, very disciplined way to play a pistol round of Vitality. It works out. Furia, I like the hero marshal on NW0.
Yeah, it's always a nice pickup for him, especially he can be very dangerous on it. On scoped weapons, you can never count him out, and especially on defense, on Breeze, hey, that's one of the strongest weapons in the game.
Absolutely is, and when you're hitting heads like NW0 is sort of known for, it becomes all that more potent as goes for a bit of an aggressive push. You'll be going up against the Ghost of Sender, so probably the best weapon to worry about here.
Vitality playing it slow, seeing if Furia taking any chances on their second round. I like it from them. Of course, you can't be all too sure of what Furia have got set up on defense on a round which, you know, some teams take desperate measures in, do take a risk, so trying to recon the area. But in the meantime, Furia do rotate over to the A site, so if Vitality do end up hitting that left-hand side of the map, they're in for a treat, because it's empty.
It's a great read, and still about a minute left on the clock here. It's going to be down to Safe to figure out that this is going to be a stack, but it may be too little too late, actually, from Furia. That being said, Pavlos, oh no, disaster strikes. Vitality, they back out, they get into their own heads. That ace site may be the one contested, Pavlos, and for Furia, the news couldn't be better.
And they don't have much time to change their mind either.
They don't at all. 30 seconds, they've got to move quick.
Zera back of sight. Together, a lot of players around Vitality might be walking into the Lions Den and won't like it one bit once they realise how many players are here, but can they shoot them down first? Safe is the only one from Vitality to find a kill so far, as Furia are being successful with their own trades, get to be granted entry, especially with MU0 holding down the line. Kicks, tries to find an alternate angle, but he's dealing with multiple positions himself. He's left alone, that's a nice shot, but it's Conan to come out on top, giving Furia that pistol win.
It's an eco Bablos, all it took was one Marshall to be able to win that, and it's played beautifully. And W0 goes for the body shots. He tenderizes Vitality as they move into that site, and they use that to allow the Classics to do really the grunt work there, to be the main brute of force on site to take those duels. Absolutely phenomenal from Furia, and well, Pavlos, we have a game on our hands. Pistols come out from Vitality, a Guardian on Sender. Will it be enough, though?
It's got to hurt for Vitality. You know, moving to the position where so many players are and then realize, yeah, there's not much time to back out from this decision. So they are going to be forced into an eco. Well, Fury are very happy with the result, and getting the economy up on Breeze on that defense is what they'll be looking for. So that's why you kind of see Muzera on that Bulldog. An Operator is to be soon making its way onto this map.
Absolutely, and Operators are just so strong on Breeze as well. Through the smoke kicks, trying to get a bit of early control, but Furia, in the same way Vitality played their anti-eco, are being very damn passive here, Pavlos.
Yeah, on that side, to get to the Reaper, Muzera gets the better end of that stick. And happy with that one. Furia disengaging for any potential fights. Instead, look at that A-main pressure here from Elias. So that's a great read from him to know where the rest of his team can put their efforts in.
And you see how the Cypher and the Sova are fairly stacked up on B here. It looks like they're waiting for the utility to really do the majority of the work here, and then they're going to fight at the last possible moment, so they have more time for the rotations.
Kind of lucky for Khalil, not going to lie, but he did see the cloudburst too, so to anticipate runner to dash in there. It's a good read. Conan keeping it really in favor of Fury. The only kill to go to Vitality's way is going to be Destrians. And that's all she wrote for this round. Furia, get the lead.
They take that lead, and you're scary about it as well. 2 consecutively, while keeping a good few players left alive, means that they're going to really start looking to bring out that early operator. And it's with that earlier operator, Pavlos, do we see most of the teams in this tournament actually establish this running lead. I mean, I think back to Gen G, and I think back to True Rippers, who once they get that operator out, they go unstoppable for sort of 3 or 4 rounds, while the other team tries to figure out how to stop it.
It's an interesting time for Furia, really. There's a bit of a shake-up within Brazilian teams and South American teams. They really want to prove themselves amongst some others, like Leviathan, for example. So here's Yuzera, might be in trouble. Nice little shot first, kicks. Does manage to answer back, so maybe the operator made its way into this round, but it's no longer there.
I'll be interested to see if Fatality actually pick it up, and if they try to use that operator on their own attack. We see a bit of aggression to A main here. Furia is a position they've been able to find quite a bit of success with over the last couple of rounds, and well, for Vitality, losing map control and losing it fast, they've got to find a way to break this B defense, but of course that's where all the Cypher util is. You look at the ult management as well here, there's still the neural theft for Khalil, kicks as well, 1 away from the Seekers, which could be used potentially to break that utility, but even then, you know, it feels a bit like a waste of ult.
It's going to be really useful ultimate here. Kind of figure out what the lineup looking at, especially considering they're so split 2 per side. Side they're choosing the tackle is going to be this B site, hoping that the rotations don't come in on time. They're going to go for it in for this quickly. 40 seconds on the clock. Conan to the back of the site, not quite red. Instead, Vitality going all the way around the site, trying to clear it bit by bit. Conan takes pedestrian first. Pedestrian just distracted. The rest of the team coming from behind. It's only going to be a kill for Conan as Vitality clean up. The B side is theirs. Furia on the outside looking in with 2 players remaining.
It's a beautiful mid-round execution based off that neural theft. They've realized the weak spots through mid, and then rather than push through to spawn, which I think may have been the knee-jerk reaction there for Vitality, instead they use that Astra utility, they use that late wall from the Viper to then push through connector and just overwhelm the players on sort of the backside of B. I really like the fact they're holding onto that Viper's wall. They're not using it instantly, they're not trying to condition with it. Instead, they're using it around their execution and letting the Astra utility be what they condition with.
Hawk out!
Yeah, Furia know their chances here. I love the you know, the composed game both of these teams are playing. They know that they're up against one of the most formidable opponents that they can face into this tournament, taking this well seriously. This is practice time. I had a chat with a couple of the coaches behind the scenes, and all of them are coming in with this idea that off-season is for practice, off-season is for building. And they'll take it seriously as much as they can. You know, this is experience they're gaining. And at the end of the day, they want to be in their best form coming into next season.
You said it beautifully, Pavlos, and I tell you what, with that being the case, I wonder how tactical timeouts are going to influence how these maps are played, because so far we've not seen anything particularly wild when it comes to agent comms. Maybe the variation comes in strategy, and if it is truly for practice, then potentially after a timeout we are going to start seeing some complete change in game tempo, for instance.
One of the things we haven't really touched about Vitality, whether that was on desk or here, it's the fact that Vitality, they've also gone through an IGL switch. Bone Cold used to take that up on the previous iteration of the roster. Obviously, he's still in reserve. He's still a possibility later down the line in the season if he is required. But obviously, this is the core 5-man that they're trying to focus on. And for Sender to pick that up, I think it gives us an insight to how much brains there is available to this roster. And how much there was in reserve last year, right? It will be a different approach to the game entirely. And you know, for Salah to make this decision, to at least help out with this decision, it means that maybe the ideology of how they want this game to be played out, how they want to build this roster, maybe falls in line with Sender more than it did probably with Bonko.
Yeah, I think bringing in the new blood means that Sender's going to have to be a little bit more aggressive with how he styles his IGLing. I believe in this brief timeout here, though, Pavlos, I believe it's a TEC timeout, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. I wonder if, in terms of momentum, this is actually going to help Furia a little bit, just by being able to almost reset the confidence and take a moment to sort of breathe before you go to the 5th.
I think it's a bit too early to talk about momentum here. I think
That's
it's very
true.
early
It has
doors
been
in the
blow for
game,
blow.
and it has been blow for blow, exactly. I think the most important part is the interruption of the operator being in play for Vitality, and it's just a matter of time for Furia to be able to rebuild that. Really. So, okay, we've got some time here, Chroma. There's no dancing around that. So, what is potentially for you the highlight player, the key players that we need to look out for from either of these rosters? I mean, now that we know the map as well, who are we looking at?
So, particularly for Breeze, I think it needs to be between Runner and NW0. That operator duel is so important for your mid-round control, and when it comes down to sort of pushing past positions like mid, like B main, yes, A main is one of the few positions you can actually take with rifles fairly consistently, but even then, with that operator, it becomes very easy to hold. And because it's such a key bit of stratagem to a lot of these teams, it makes me think that, well, under a bit of pressure to get it out and to make it work.
I think we've got to give a lot of value to Sender as well on this particular map, right? Yesterday, Sender was so good on that Astra, being able to, you know, exert a lot of pressure across the map, whether that is it's him playing solo in mid, trying to pull, you know, rotations while the rest of the team does the job, but also being influential from a distance. I think that's really good to do, especially when you can back it up with firepower, right? Vitality, the reason why they were so dominant on Breeze is that they were able to win 2 eco rounds, right?
Yeah.
And Sender was a big aspect by that. I think grabbing a couple or maybe 3 kills in each of those eco rounds.
Yeah, I completely agree. It feels to me like for Sender, and it's kind of the same role as Kicks here, where their afterplans are really where they come alive. It's the clutches where you really see the sort of sparks of talent, the consecrations of light, which you would expect from Runner sort of in the mid-round.
Yeah.
And so for me at least, think that when it comes to Vitality's afterplans, I expect them to actually be fairly passive.
Since we're into the topic of Vitality, I'm going to look into Kicks a little bit more.
Yeah,
you guys know
I'll set you up for it, Pavlos.
I love him so much. Now, there was a little bit of criticism in regards to the fact that, you know, Kicks didn't have that performance yesterday that we were expecting of him. But there weren't any kills for him to be found for him to have an impact, right? It always was up to Runner. Runner showed up so much that he didn't leave any for the rest of them. So I know haters gonna hate, but Kicks, he still hasn't had a chance to show himself. He's a solid player. If he does come into second entries, he's there, and that's what I'm looking forward to the most. Yeah, and clutches as well. Kicks, he's an all-rounded player, and I will always look after that guy because I love him so much.
You know, it's funny you mention that because you say Kicks, I say NW0.
Okay.
I think, bearing in mind that going into Furia is a little bit inexperienced, having played on a fair few tier 2 teams sort of within Brazil, he proved himself every single time he was challenged. And so I actually think at tier 1, he is going to be in his moment, in his elements. And I think that even against teams like Vitality, who also have the young, aggressive players, that's where NW0 thrives.
Yeah, Furia's been the place for MuZero that he was able to prove himself this year, right?
Yeah.
I feel like previously he always dabbled in that second, third spot in Brazil, never really having the spotlight on him. But in being able to play for Furia on, you know, in VCT and the actual bracket, it showed us what this guy is made of and what he's capable of. And now he's no longer the rookie of VCT. He's definitely one of the most experienced ones. He's definitely one of the oldest ones, and he's still younger than us. He's 22, bro.
Oh, younger than you.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Same age as you.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, fair enough.
That means I still have a chance to go pro,
Pavlos.
Pavlos.
But he's got babies with him, right? Ilyazi 18. He's got
actually
Ablik
does have
17.
children.
It's
at what point does it turn from a tournament into a daycare?
They don't look like they need a daycare.
No, I mean in the server certainly they look scary.
Definitely away from home though. Quite a distance.
It feels like for Furia, this tournament actually could just be their Pandora's box.
Okay.
It feels like if they could perform it against Vitality, against Global Esports, then if it gets to the finals, if they can do it against potentially FUT or Gen G, I mean that for them is 3 regions defeated in the space of 4 days against, let's be honest, some of the better teams in each region as well. So it really raises the question of what on earth does it mean, not just for Furia going into the world stage, but for South America going into the world stage?
For sure. It's quite the region, isn't it? Quite the region, and quite the decorated org as well. Quite the decorated org, right? Because we're talking about Furia, who in the first-person shooter scene has been quite the impressive one. So to be able to represent, you know, this region, this team, is quite the feat and quite the opportunity. But it's time to get back into the game, everyone. Let's get excited. 2-for-2 is the score. It's a buy round all across the board. It's Furia versus Vitality.
Operator on either side. Bladestorm available to MuZero, as well as that Neural Theft for Khalil. MuZero's going to try and draw this first blood here, ready for that duel with Safe.
Vitality. Going for a default setup here. MuZero.
He's
going to run out of the dash timer here.
Does he care,
So
though?
he's here with a bit of a risk. Safe, choose to peek it. There's a bit, oh, he's going to be figured out now.
That's worrying.
Yeah, they know he's nearby, but how nearby is the question. Muzera slow peeking this, it's going to give him a lot of time, but weapon in the corners, not going to give him his waist position, but it does eventually. Muzera, first blood.
Oh, and now for the follow-up runner, trying to trade. Misses his shot, though. Furia, they're going to hold that advantage, and now they have the information that Vitality have been shifting up through mid as well. Vitality, once again, are going to try and get onto this B site, but outside of being able to use ults to aid them in that endeavor, how are they going to be able to break this Cypher setup?
Right here.
Yeah, Safe moving into a new role this year, considered one of the best duelists in the EMEA, if not the best by some.
Standing ahead.
30 seconds left.
Lots to learn still. Stick around with this one. Lil. Double kill for him. Easy cleanup there on the push from Vitality. And it seems Sender's left alone with the operator. Decision to make here. Save it. There's not much money left in their pockets and not much time on the clock either.
10
He's
seconds
being
left.
wrapped around of. Good read to look behind him, but has to reposition again. Bob Uzir is quicker to the trigger. And there you have it, Furia find the lead for yet another time.
I love that setup from Khalil there.
Win.
An absolutely nasty setup to try and work your way through. Bear in mind that once both the Astra utility goes down, both the Viper walls go up, as well as the Cypher cages. That's exactly where the Cypher thrives, in this double controller comp, where you can get your tripwires in positions which you're not going to expect, especially when you're having to run through 3-4 bits of vision obscuration at once. And, well, Khalil proves its effectiveness then and there, still maintaining the neural theft as well. We are about to see Runner get the Blade Storm, but outside of that, the ults are going to be fairly quiet from both teams. As Vitality looks to change the pace here with some fairly fast main control, Pavlos.
Yeah, it's safe to try to find some more info with the cam. He's the first to lose his life as well. He hasn't had the greatest performance in the past couple of rounds, but Runner's looking to make up for it. Blade activated. What can you do here, Runner? Zera, of course, with the operator, not going to allow anyone to get too close. At least that's what he hopes to. Runner, so quick to react on that shot. Zera is stunned up. Great coordination of abilities. And Runner wants to keep on giving. 2 players remaining. They want to go after them. They want to go chasing. But Kernan says no disrespect here, and especially with the neural theft, they want to go in aggressively.
One
Kicks.
enemy
He's shown his
remaining.
position, but there's so many players around him. There's not much space to work with. Khalil. Map closing in on him, trying to create space himself, looks behind and Kicks is there. And that's 3 players remaining for Vitality as they get themselves on a 3rd round.
It's a great round from Runner there, and the fact that they were able to synchronize that with the Sage utility, the Sage and Sky utility as well. I wish that was a Sage here. I missed that agent. We don't see her anymore.
It was from Astra, actually.
I think it was both the Trailblazer and the Astra concussion there, which was awesome because that Trailblazer, it was a bit of a deep flank actually thrown there by the Sky. What it meant is that Runner just waited for the timing to push through that smoke, and then gets it. There's the Blade Storm. Dropped the Guardian for a teammate as well, and then went on just a killing spree, Pavlos. And for Furia, how do you predict that? Luckily, they have money in the bank. Another operator comes out, but Vitality, they're going to continue what works for them, and that's going to be that fast control over to A.
Seeing a similar setup to what we saw from yesterday from Vitality, leaving Sender out in mid. The rest of the team tries to move on forward. He has left at the back of the fight, but eventually has to be taken down. Havoc looking to close up the gap, but it's a bit messy. And Runner will well take advantage of that one. Now, slow down that pace to Runner. He got eliminated by Shock Dart. Sky Heal comes in clutch.
Spike planted.
And with that, we're looking at a 4v3 retake Fury on the back foot.
Sender ready to catch out the flank of the operator as well here. That would decide the round, but no, Uzera fast enough to be able to respond now. Down to the 3v3, Pavlos.
And the scales have evened up. Kernan approaching. Khalil brother in arms, Muzera further back. Fox's screen, good timing for it. Khalil taking a chance. Runner interrupts. Spike yet to be touched. Pressure for Furia. Kernan, Muzera, 2 different positions. But his Vitality just has to play it slow. Guiding Light to interrupt them even further. They realize no more time for Muzera. Vitality, what a gorgeous hold of that A site.
Absolutely masterful. But the silver lining for Furia is they still hold on to that operator. Uzera, in every round now, he's been able to show something from the operator. All he needs is just that extra push to start getting those multi-kills. I think that would be the big difference maker here. I mean, with he and Runner are leading the kills on the server, I mean, this is a duelist clash for the ages, isn't it? Once again though, Runner unable to bring out that operator. In terms of ult management as well, Conan with that Hunter's Fury, Havoc one away from that null command. Few ults here or there in the distance for Vitality, particularly the Neural Theft from Safe is second of the game so far. But for Furia, it feels like they're not going to go down without a fight here.
Not going to make it easy. Absolutely not.
Scout destroyed.
Vitality really like taking the same main control. But to be fair, if they don't, Furia does instead. So for the next few minutes, Furia will be very uncomfortable of taking up that space.
That's the advantage of having the Cypher, Viper, and the Astra, is you have so much almost vision blockage that you can go for these faster plays.
But it seems like Furia have read the wraparound towards the B site. There's an extra player, Mizera's been able to pivot his way to the back of the site. Khalil is there, but not going to take any fights. Instead, we'll be looking through the camera to get all the information possible. And Furia actually 4 players strong on this defense. And they don't need no other friends because they've got it all covered. Destrian, desperate to put his team on top. Furia ain't giving any of it. Kicks through the wall. This young gun wants to show the others how it's done. Still a long way to go, 40 seconds. And Furia aren't giving them an inch. Hiding out. Vitality got to work together because there's a wraparound behind them, a backstab perhaps.
One enemy remaining.
With that, Destrian will drop
seconds
kicks.
left.
He's been able to pivot to the back of the site. But against 4, honestly, there's not much to do. 20 seconds and Iliazi finds him. And just like that, Furia keep a close leash.
Level pegging, and I feel like that success came off the fact that they were able to maintain that operator on Muzera. Because of that, Vitality had to commit so much towards A main. Once they, with the Trailblazers, saw that's where the operator was positioned, they moved back, read beautifully by Furia, and that operator once again means that Vitality can't risk these wide swings. They've got to show a lot of respect in these executions, which is where Furia seems to be thriving at the moment. For Vitality though, a lot of ults are about to come online. Both the Sky, the Viper, and the Astra are about to find their ults on top of the Neural Theft already available. For Furia, all they have to match that is the null command and potentially that Viper Spear from Liazi. That null command is going to be pivotal to this round, Pavlos. Its usage will absolutely dictate this night.
Vitality moving in from mid. Furia wary of it. You can already see the wraparound coming in. Vitality made their way onto the site, and the ahead of that push is going to be Runner. Successful with finding one of the defenders, but there's one more to deal with. 2 of them, maybe 3 of them, as they've approached so quickly. They're just trying to buy time from Muzera right now. Look at your flank, look at the bottom edge of the mini-map. That's what Furia are waiting for. Vitality get the spike down. But the fact that they know there's 3 players to the back of the site, can Muzera create enough space? So far, Sender killed off. More pressure created. Conan from mid. Vitality dropping like flies. This is dangerous. Kicks. Trying to put his team back on top. Runner also, but it's Destrian with a bullet to the back of Havoc to keep it solid. Furia, not over this. Conan, trading bows. This is a close one. It's a 2v2. Muzera close with a shorty, but there's Viper's Pit hiding Destrian's position, closing up to the spike, but he can't find any of them. That's ahead, but Kicks is quicker. Conan, all by himself, but he's running out of time. Has to move out of it. That's going to be the round. Vitality close it all up. It's a close one, but it is going to be the Golden Hornets come out on top.
It's a close one, and it's an expensive one. Pavlos, both sides there committing a lot of abilities. Both sides having to commit almost every gun they had. It's a reinvestment from all of them. However, I love that Viper's Pit from Destrian there. The spontaneous usage, realizing that actually this round's getting a little bit too close for comfort. And what it means as well for Vitality is not only do they take the lead, but they also build a bit of tempo now. They're second on the bounce. This is where they start to find that confidence. And I mean, for Runner as well, a little bit quieter than Muzera. However, Runner has done such a good job at taking the space for Vitality.
Is that space with conviction there? Did you ever want to be an astronaut?
I would have loved to have been an astronaut. You know I'm a nerd, Pavlos.
You are, you are. See, as Vitality explore the center of this map, Viper's Pit enabled towards A main. Just to block that out, block out the opportunity. And it's kind of funneling them into a very strong Furia defense. Just lying in wait, toxic screen, allow them to take some space of this B site before they can start executing. Zera giving a chance to the shots, but both jets fall back. And it seems like Vitality might be calling a retreat. Or maybe a pivot towards mid. Look how far Kicks has gone. Look how much attention he's drawing towards him as well.
And look at the rotation here. Safe now to be in a perfect position. Follows it up, and then on the other side of that cosmic divide, there's no one left for Furia to try and hold it. The neural threat will say just that.
Vitality have bamboozled them completely. What a play. Furia scratching their heads. Why on earth did we leave that B site alone?
Over here.
And Muzera, one of the biggest threats, exterminated.
4 versus 4 here, but you got to take into account the weaponry for Furia here. Over on the KO, there's nothing left to work with. Over on the Cypher, there's nothing left to work with. You've only got a single recon dart on the Sova and a flank from Sender to worry about.
Sender's going to be so influential there. He doesn't have to peek again. He's just putting pressure onto that back line. Safe. Has to adjust even further to have an off angle to work with. Iliazzi, the only one for Furia to find a kill, and he doubles up with that. Squaring the field, but Vitality can play it safe. They know where the spike is. They can spray upon it. Damage onto Khalil. Wants to keep it aggressive. Spike touched again. They've got to stick it. There's no timing of Vitality Nova. There's full wraparound coming in from Viper as well. Destrin is there to stop the rotates from happening. Vitality playing with their food. That's going to be a 6th round secured and a glorious display of Valorant from both teams.
Absolutely. That is as pure as Valorant gets, Pavlos. Ults from both sides. Mitigation of that operators try and get close and personal. Even the minor utility from both teams there. The preemptive flash from Kicks, expecting them to push through that Viper's wall, was insane. It practically falls short. However, it pulls the attention of everyone towards that position. Furthermore, you can't talk about the round without talking about the Cosmic Divide from the Astra, because that Cosmic Divide, it pulled everyone from Furia, faking that push through mid, where the Trailblazer was used.
Timeout calls for Furia.
I'm not surprised.
Having to rethink this. Look, they're not playing bad in particular, but Vitality making a few good decisions, catching them off guard. Game plan initially is right. On the mid-round, it seems that Destrian's getting the better of them.
It feels like as well, bearing in mind that Furia, as you mentioned, very young team, Vitality are throwing very complicated rounds at the moment. And as you know, best of threes, they're not a sprint, they're a marathon. Especially on your focus, on your psyche. The fact that Vitality are sort of subjecting Furia to think about so much within these rounds makes me think that, you know, the longevity of this series, the longer it goes on for, you know, the better Vitality may be doing.
Yeah, initially, there doesn't seem there's much talking going around. It's more of a take a chill approach. So it begs the question, maybe things are a little bit more chaotic in the comms. Oh, never mind. There's a bit more chit-chatting going on. But still, this round ain't looking great. It's probably a call-up for the next one. Because Furia are kind of pretty much hoping that this hero operator can do the damage. Good early shot, but Muzera is barely alive.
He's going to have to limp his way back towards the safer position here. Iliazzi knows that there's going to be a response over the way. Through the smoke runner does a lot of damage, but it's Destrian to fall instead.
Yeah, Destrian thought, okay, we got a pick, we can push through this, but just too much splash damage on him. Eventually drowns Furia. All of their chips into basically 2 baskets, leaving the B site completely open. Runner taking the Cloudburst to make him think that they've retreated and got the bomb. But the peek from Havoc reveals them. He picks again and feels sorry for it. What quick reaction from Runner. Safe, going for a pivot. Look at this. They've got no idea he's there. No one's looking. There's Muzera looking. He definitely's got to cross in that direction. But Kicks distracts him. And that's an opportunity for Safe. Really nice coordinated by Vitality, getting a 7th locked in.
They just bounce off one another, Pavlos, and it's beautiful teamwork. You can tell that this is a well-practiced, well-versed team, and you see that especially in that round there. For Safe, especially bearing in mind Safe used to be a duelist. His inner duelist is telling him, take that fight. They're on a bad buy. You can pad your stats in. You can build your confidence here. But instead he waits, he sits, he lurks like a coiled python, and he waits for the rest of his team to engage. They bounce off one another beautifully. And now for Furia, only 4 rounds to their name, hoping to make it 5 to at least end the half on a high. But the Blaze Storm from the Jet, unfortunately, on the wrong side of the map, as Furia's A defense once again will be tested here, Pavlos.
I've miscasted with you, bro.
Me too, man. It's been too long.
It has. Back in it, though. Vitality and Furia head-to-head. I mean, they're already living up to expectations. What we're seeing so far has been very well thought out. And there's more forced errors than unforced. That's do dictate this round. Vitality switch up, and it's a double-sided approach towards this A side. 3-player hit for Furia is going to be good enough. Runner. Aggression. Shorty together with a snake bite. Moves Full coordination. Iliazi stays hidden, but it's running to bring
Spike
the
down
team back
A.
in. Spike in the middle of no man's land. They've got to collect it. Runner, they've left the defender back in position. They've got to deal with him, and that they have. But look at Muzera. They've got no cover there. But Runner shows what Jet Diff looks like.
Jets diff indeed, all on Khalil. 1 versus 3 Pavlos. Good for the first, looks for the second. But even now, Runner's still alive. Runner is still kicking.
Khalil, though, you can't count him out on a clutch. Give him some space, but that's not what Vitality does. Takes the space from him and end the half 8-4.
What's a half from Vitality, and what a way to make a statement to Furia that, yeah, you may have traveled far, but we are experiences wide. And right now, that is a hell of a way to start your series. Bearing in mind, Pavlos, that when it comes to the operator duel, Muzera is actually in the lead. I think he's had more impact with the operator than Runner has had, but for Runner, it's the space he's been creating, it's the confidence to just thrust himself into these sites and well, just capitalize off of his teammates' utility.
Yeah, the duelist role on attack and defense can take different responsibilities, and we're definitely seeing that illustrated here. Though it seems like so far in this half, Runner has done his responsibilities to a greater effect, right?
Yeah.
And normally you'd kind of see a duelist play, people have their strengths and weaknesses, right? Some of the players like playing with the operator a little bit on a more passive approach, trying to be omnipresent with it. Some like to be speedy and kind of, make their opponents, to make forced mistakes. So I guess we'll see whether Muzera on the next half is able to have the same impact as Runner. But then again, Runner, if he falls into the shoes of, trying to have that operator wherever he is, he's not forced to make as many, make any plays. He's the one that expects them to come into him, and that's when he does the shooting.
Genuinely, it feels to me like we're getting insights into the inner machinations of Salah's mind, which is the sort of troller-heavy comps where you said Runner through all of these smokes, all of these walls, all of these flashes, and you sort of set Runner loose within the backline, and you just used your utility to support that. And it worked beautifully on attack here. Going to defense, though, is it going to be enough?
I really like the way you describe it. It's literally making layers on that map, creating that space yourself, and taking it piece by piece with infiltration.
On the topic of piece by piece, there is a bit of aggression there through short, but no, Furia, they have a lightning fast pistol round. However, no, Runner able to find Muzera. That'll suddenly put a spanner in the works.
Yeah, planting it in that position has been such a normal part of threes for a while that it was anticipated and sprayed upon. Spike in the middle of nowhere, and stays, tries to hold on. Assistance now from Kick. That's where that young boy comes in, safe from a distance. With Havoc, not much health on him. It'll be an easy pickup, and Kicks make sure of that. Ronan alone, what can you do here, sir? 4 against them.
No more
He's been given another. But I doubt Vitality will make the same mistake too many times.
You know, Pavlos, I believe.
I think you watch too many Disney films.
This could be a Disney film if he wins this.
Here.
So you're telling me this is a story where Conan is on his own with half points of health, and he's up against 3.
With no utility.
With no utility, but he still grabs around and wins
30
Furia the
seconds
half
left.
and the match.
I see it.
Let's see. Gets one, but no. We're not living in a fairy tale this time around. It's Vitality. Secure.
Once again, we're left on a damn cliffhanger, Pavlos. We'll have to see how Furia are going to do once again in a second round bye. Now, something that neither of these teams have leaned too heavy towards is that second round force buy. I think that for Furia, they do this sort of solo Marshall and they let that do the damage for the Classics. It worked for them on the first half. Will it work for them now? Bear in mind that trying to use that Marshall on your attack is a very, very different game.
Furia taking up A space. Vitality respecting it, actually putting more of their focus towards mid. For good reason, there's a bit of a lurk play there, so isolating that needs to be bad. You notice a couple of players haven't pulled up here. They're looking to have a really strong third round bye. Sort of with a half bye approach, the second one. Hoping that it's just enough to close this one out without too much difficulty. That will also put them onto double digits.
that it would. We are going to see a fairly slow round of Furia here. Runner probing for a bit of info, but it will only be info for the time being. Scathing damage onto Muzera, but that won't stop him from pushing forward.
And it's info relay to the rest of the team. Right now, they can sort of play it slow into this part, B side. You can see a wraparound perhaps approach, but no, Vitality actually stick to their ground for the most part. Safe is the only one to sort of retreat, just make sure if Muzera has infiltrated this backline. Ooh, that's an interesting player. Just saw him. Oh, Muzera, this is actually a really strong position.
He does have 4 players to worry about, though.
Oh my goodness me. Are we going to see a knife kill? Are we going to see him try and get multiple kills here? Only gets one. Bob was bringing the classic out on time, but he's bought space for Havoc to move in and the rest of the team to get the spike down.
Once again, now it's going to be all on safe to do a lot of damage and not much space to do it with Kicks with only a ghost to work with here, Pavlos. Pistols versus pistols in a second round buy.
Yeah, all the guns that Vitality invested into this round are no longer into the hands of the players remaining. There are some available to be picked up, and that's what they're going for. Kicks upgraded to a Guardian, Destrin to a Bulldog, but there's still multiple positions that they need to account for. First up, it's going to have to be Khalil. Doesn't live long enough. One snakebite available, but it's used to defend. No. Kicks, aggressive, that's one shot. Poison Cloud or Snakebite don't allow for the defusal. Kicks gets the kill, but is there enough time to get the show on the road? Is there enough time to defuse?
Oh, it's damn close, Pavlos. I don't think there is.
Oh my goodness.
Nice. 0.69 of a second, Pavlos, is the difference between victory and defeat in that round. But Furia, once again, their second round buy has proved to be, well, immaculate. Muzera as well. The fact he almost got a second there whilst messing up a little bit is very damn impressive. I love the fact that his target allocation, he goes for the Astra so that there's minimal utility to be used in the retake as well. That is some split-second decision-making, Pavlos.
And he could have even done more there. There was a slight misstep by him bringing out his knife before his pistol. So it kind of bought some time for the players to peek behind him. It could have potentially been the second kill, and that's the round done and dusted. But thankfully for him, the rest of his team has got his back and closed it out all instead. So Vitality, not having the weapons on the Destrian Kicks earlier on might have costed them. They
found my wire. Cage triggered.
The end of that one. Gap close for Fury, an opportunity to close it even further.
Flash through here. Muzera going to get a lot of control on the safe side. It feels like Vitality, they want to almost invite the retake here, which is brave to do with the limited weaponry they have, Pavlos.
Snakebite kill onto Sender.
Spike planted.
Where did that come from?
Yeah, I see that every day.
Vitality, definitely shooting upwards. Definitely not an easy one and not one they're expected to do. Should be clean for Furia. So far they're making it as such, getting a couple of kills. Chip damage onto Runner. Oh, that's a shot from Kicks, and Havoc is vulnerable. But he finds the timing against Kicks and Runner. Yep, he saved the day. Can thank Havoc for that. Destrian being a sneaky bugger, but that's all this round is going to be. Fury on 6-3 between themselves and Vitality.
That round, for a moment, could have spelled disaster for Furia, but they do an immaculate job at just resetting the position and making sure that Havoc gets that early kill, backs off, re-aggresses, able to find 2 more, and from Havoc here, that's the winning factor of the round. So you don't often see it from a KO, but hey, he does his job. He buys time once the spike goes down. Once it is down, those peaks are just perfect. And I want to talk about Kicks and Runner right now, the 2 players we've been talking about. I mean, look at the scoreboards, both of them rising and shining. The question now falls down to the more experienced players on Vitality of, can you step it up? Can you close out this map? Because Runner has that operator, but we both know that Muzera will happily take him in an op-on-op duel.
They found my wire.
Scout destroyed.
Trailblazer spotting out Muzera. Runner.
Enemy tank.
Followed by the outro. Forced out. Liazzi from mid picks him off. Furia keep on giving. That's Kicks out of the equation as well, and Sender's the only one left at the back of the site to defend this. He's got a lot of work to do. Safe on the flank. He's good for one. Khalil no more. And fathomable round for Vitality. But Sender's got to get this. Just a trade for now. He's hurt himself in the process. They know 2 players are on the back of the site. No swing. Really smart from Furia to take the fight together. And Sender left alone, heroics required. Furia not really giving him anything though. Making it all that more impossible. Who chooses to save the upper end instead, but they're not going to leave him do that. Nuzera, final shot between the eyes, and that's going to be Furia, and 7 rounds.
Suddenly the tempo shifts completely, Pavlos. We've hit the attack and Furia look like a new team. And there's that operator from Nuzera that we were wanting to see here. I love the fact actually that for Furia, once they actually go into these retakes, they just extrapolate where the remaining defenders are going to come from. They pick an angle, they fight on it, they force the 1 versus X on the remaining defenders. We look at the ult management as well. Liazzi now with that Viper's Pit available. Kick soon to get the Seekers, Nuzera soon to get the Blade Storm, but that Viper's Pit is going to make you Afterplants. Afterplants, which are already damn good for Furia, is going to make them even better.
I must wait a moment.
And Vitality set back.
Here.
Kicks with a hero rifle. For them, the thought starts to linger. Okay, Furia pick up an 8-1 here. There's only 1 round of difference, and it seems that nothing is stopping them. I would expect the timeout to come out from them soon. If an opportunity for Salah to give him a strong talking to. Look at Destrin here. Ah, Khalil was ready for it. Nice thought though.
It's nice reaction actually from Khalil as well.
Reaction, yeah.
So you need to worry about is brutality. That was one of their only 2 weapons in this round as well. Full execution comes out, Kicks gonna have to get the hell out of dodge. He'll fall. There's the Viper's Pit of Ascender, almost point blank with the Sheriff. He needs some heroics, as you mentioned, the heroics that eluded him last round.
Yeah, that's a little bit more difficult than that though this time around.
Okay.
Ascender brings out his magic wand and delivers a kill onto 2. Oh, okay. Well, we did want to see Khalil. We wanted to see a different perspective. He's coming from the side, but Runner with 1. 2 against 2. Sender back into the fight. Very influential, and he's upgraded to a Vandal. But within that Viper, he's got to find the right timing. Eliazi is there. And Nuzera with a final kill. Furia secure it, albeit the struggles.
Albeit the struggles, Pavlos. That should not have been that close. I mean, hey, the second we say Sender needs to do something magical, he does just that. I don't think he even meant to kill Havoc, Pavlos, but let's be honest, no one's going to complain when a blessing graces them. Look at that, 2 players instantly. And Nuzera, once again, with that operator, he allows his Viper to play up close and personal because he knows that they have the long-range capabilities to support it should that Viper's Pit go down. Timeout called now by Vitality, and operators come out as well. So now we're finally going to see if Vitality are going to be able to challenge this attacking op from Nuzera, and more importantly, are they going to be able to stop it?
Yeah, we were talking about the fact that Tactical Timeout should come out. It's been a bit of a drought, hasn't it, for Vitality on this defense. Furia seem to be the team that really enjoys setting the pace themselves, right?
Yeah, and it feels like that's where Vitality had their success in the first half. Because they were able to set that pace, because they were able to get that early lead, I think it was 6-3 at some point, maybe 6-3 or 6-4 or 7-4. Once they had that momentum, going into the second half, it became even easier for them. But now Furia are able to strike back. Vitality needs something to reset. And maybe the operator's going to be the missing ingredient. Maybe the timeout is the missing ingredient. But either way, Vitality needs something, and they need it fast because Furia are about to catch up to them.
Yeah, I'm thinking here, there haven't been a lot of attempts to take out early space, whether that's B main, A main, or mid, right?
Yeah.
So Vitality might think of that to do that, in this particular instance, it seems like they're placing Runner and Safe together over mid to try and put that operator to good use.
Yeah, and we do have a brief tech pause. Hopefully we'll be able to remedy it as quick as possible, folks. Someone I want to mention, in fact the 2 players I want to mention, is that we spoke about Kicks and Runner in the first half, about how they really are doing quite a lot of heavy lifting when it comes to killing potential for Vitality, but neither of them have been able to match Nuzera, who somehow seems immaculate at the moment. Bearing in mind, for Furia, this is their debut in the tournament. It makes me think, actually, that we looked at CNED, right? We looked at Runner, we looked at we looked at a player from every team. Is it Nuzera, actually, who's going to be leading when it comes to this ACS, this flashy play style?
I mean, the whole culture within Furia, and within the South American scene, to be honest, as well, especially the Brazilian one, it's just this pure aggressiveness style.
Yeah.
it's just working perfectly for him because the rest of the team are on the same page. And even though they don't have the most experience playing with each other, it feels like it's still on the same page. And that's what you love to see.
Yeah, it is. And for Vitality here, I think that, well, with Runner on this operator, if he's unable to match Musera and fast, I actually think that Furia just used that to take the lead and even close out the map, maybe.
Yeah.
Looks like it's going to be early mid-presence from Furia here. Runner inching forward, challenging, goading, daring Musera to take that duel with him. But the streaming utility from Vitality is at least going to delay that engagement. Or even delay that skirmish.
Cam no more. Now any info to coming from mid is going to have to be from Runner. And it does not only info, it's just a free kill.
Well, there you go. As it turns out, Lightning can in fact strike, and it can in mid indeed. Sender then follow it up. I like the Seeker usage actually from Kicks there. About 40 seconds left, you don't know where they're positioned. It's a bit of a way to get some early info, and well, Furia, they seem to have fallen apart to picks here.
Yeah, it feels like Vitality have kind of gone for a laid-back approach, trying to pick deals off one by one, and Keith's going to follow suit with that, doubles up and makes easy work of it. Look at that, timeout comes out for Vitality, and they get a flawless round right after.
Only one player took damage that round as well, Pavlos. That is as clean as it almost physically can get. I love the fact, actually, that Runner held that angle for so long. I think he had an inkling that Furia were going to challenge him in mid, but then he heard the drop, I think, from Musera, just posted up on the angle and waited. It's a patience game, which, well, the Macedonian was able to achieve.
Yeah, you don't want to give that mid space for free, especially when you've got an operator or the funds to support it. And clearly the best solution for Runner. Timeout now for Furia. The instant they lose a round, by the way, they've won every single round this half, maybe except from the pistol. And they lose one, and they're like, okay, we need to figure out how we want to play this, switch it up.
As well. You're sort of in the latter stage of the second half. You're starting to set up how you win the map. And so a timeout here makes complete sense to me. Bearing in mind that Musera, while he can't afford the operator this round, he does have his Blade Storm. So there's key utility from both teams here. Key weaponry, I should say, more specifically from both teams here. This is one of the rounds which is going to dictate who wins this map. It's one of the must-win crucial rounds, and with the pressure on it now, we're going to have to see if the newbies on both teams are going to be able to, well, sustain it.
And as silence falls on the server between all the players thinking hard on how they were going to be approaching this one, Furia on their own map picks, seeing the round score, they're 2 behind with Vitality, revitalized. Actually, no pun intended there. Came naturally. Runner. Change of position, spotted, push from Furia. A lot more aggressive than we saw previously, splitting the map in 2.
Considerably more aggressive than we thought. And look at the rotation from Vitality here, almost completely abandoning the safe site in fear of the deep push here. And once again, the Musera Runner duel, it's time for take 2 here.
It really feels like these two are having a fight of their own.
Reposition in mid now. Runner inching back towards A site, and he may be able to get a peek through doors here onto the awaiting KO.
Oh, Runner's been everywhere so far in every fight we've seen on Furia. Different positions. The kill is his. Going again, blades on each side. Oh, they want this to be a duel, all right. Who's coming out on top on this one? There's assistance from utility and assistance of players around. This time it's not going to be an isolated one. There's going to be more than one person involved in this one per side. Aggression from Runner. No, aggression from Musera, but it's Runner's patience that pays off. Sender on a differentiated angle, but it's Iliazi on an elevated one that has to do it all. Unfortunately, it's just 2 men to deal with, and it's Kicks to put Vitality on 11.
Disregarded cutlery and shattered dreams scattered over that A site there. However, it's Vitality to make it 11. A hop and a skip now away from closing out their opponents. Furia's map pick of Breeze. Operator available for Runner, rifles available for Vitality, as well as that Cosmic Divide on Sender. But for Furia, there isn't much available outside of that neural theft. The money, not in a good place. The buy, the weapons, certainly not in a good place. The confidence, maybe, the aggression. I don't think it could be better, Pavlos.
The funds could be better, that's for sure.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Kick first blood. Send up.
Idiot.
Yeah, this is looking simpler and simpler. Send up. Loving it. The Conan trying to reply. This isn't a round Furia are expected to have. But we've said that before. And Eliassi has made his way throughout the center of the two Corlans. Although Kix reads it, and the impact of that is null.
You're absolutely right now, Kix. I like how disciplined he's being. Doesn't even risk the peek. Lets Runner get the first point of contact from the wider angle for Furia now. There's a pick from the Marshall. One, then two on the repartee. Vitality find themselves their 12th. And now for Furia, they need 8 in a row. I do apologize. 4 in a row to take us to overtime. The further two to try and close it out. Certainly an uphill battle to have lost that neural step from Khalil. Has been held for a good while now, actually.
Can we roll it back a second? Did you actually make the Vitality
on the repartee
wordplay, as in like tea and coffee?
Yeah. Repartee. It's a French.
That's not bad. It's the first I hear of it, actually. That's not too bad.
We did it with a French word as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, extra credits.
Vitality. Anyway, Kicks. Spots out a lot of presence into that A site, actually, and figures out better to get out of there. Zera, though, looking to go hyper-aggressive. Doesn't get caught by a trip, and Kix will punish.
Beautiful, the Cypher setup has been repositioned, and it works beautifully, Pavlov.
Thunder doesn't slow down, he goes aggressive, and Kix is now in the position that has to stop it. Fury have dealt with it, but without dealing with Kix, it's not all done yet.
Havoc 1 versus 2 Pavlovs, a must-win round. Spike goes down, maybe there's hope, a faint glimmer of it, albeit much.
Havoc, let's do or die for your team. Your own map pick. Reads in, shot taken. Dagger, destroyed. Push up from both. Really nice push from Vitality. 2 different levels, and it's Runner with, well, a lot of bullets to Havoc's head. That's it, Vitality. Win off, map number 1.
Runner rains death from above, Pavlos.
What an amazing match this was. Now, it felt like it was a bit of a back and forth on that first half. Then on the second one, Furia came out of nowhere, but Vitality were able to deal with it quite quickly.
For me, it shows the power of a timeout. I mean, Vitality, they call that timeout. They have a moment to talk to the coach. They have a moment to talk to each other under no stress, another stress of a round of a timer constantly going down.
Yeah.
And with that, they're able to just perform. And, well, I think for Salah, whatever he said to them in that timeout, obviously they took it to heart because they looked almost unstoppable after that.
They really did. They really did. It was
Oh,
quite the impressive one. Hey, Salah. Hi.
There it goes.
Just running by. He must be happy about that performance of his team. But there's going to be a short ad break, and after that, it's our analyst team to break it all down.
We were chosen. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end, until the end of time.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. We got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
And there we are, the final, I would say, the first score line for Breeze in the battle between the giants of Americas as well as Europe. Tash here alongside Komodo as well as Universe. Here, let's break it down just now, that particular match. I think it was a very back and forth between the two teams. It took them a lot of time trying to figure out each other. But at the end of the day, I think the momentum and the tempo went back to Vitality's hands. And, you know, as mentioned by our casters just now, it was a lot of that jet battles between Musera as well as Runner.
Yeah, I think that was the question that we were waiting to be answered for as well. Is it going to be Runner continuing his success and form that we saw in yesterday's series, or is it going to fall a little bit by the wayside of maybe you'll say a more seasoned veteran in Musera when you think about the caliber of players and Tier 1 atmosphere that we've seen already. So I think stepping into it, we definitely got some good glimmers from Musera on the jet as well, but I think there was a little bit too much reliance on the operator as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, you know, the fact that Musera, he did have the impact on that operator on defense, but the fact that Furia almost like, you know, trying to pivot around it most of the time, right? So they were taking Musera's advantage of getting that first pick, you know, that he was doing it pretty well. But the minute he's not on the same side as the attack from Vitality, it's instantly like a detriment for them. Vitality able to pressure, they're able to take control, and in the end, how many times did we see Musera save that operator? Yeah. No, it was at least 4 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, reliance on it, you're not always going to be in a situation where you can afford it. So I think you've got to take a bit of a self-reflection, a reflection as a team. What are we going to be doing in the instances that Runner does just kind of sit us down? I mean, you look at how many rounds Runner's getting multi-frags, 3Ks, Blade Storms is coming out, flying around the map. He's just got the bird's eye view. You've got to have a bit of a rethink if you are Furia.
Honestly, I think there was also a question, the double initiator and the double controller, and it looks like from what it seems from Vitality, they played the double initiator very well. So how exactly did they manage to do that?
Yeah, I mean, the scores kind of reflected in itself, right? We saw a lot of aggression come through in the very beginning from Vitality, trying to get in towards these sites, trying to shift us into a post-plane scenario. I felt like there was a little bit of absence from Sender in a lot of that as well, but he was still kind of, you know, calling from beyond, calling from distance, and still getting what was required. And Sender's, I feel like, key moment was just getting a double kill, and then he was able to start fragging in the game.
Yeah, that Sheriff double kill was actually pretty good from him.
Yeah, it wasn't
yeah, but I believe that this game is more of the, you know, rejuvenation of kicks. You know, he's picked up. We talked about him right before, and of course, you gave him that platform you know, to stand up on, and he clearly has taken it, you know, right to his, you know, best self. 23-11 for him, and he was actually what started the Vitality, you know, train.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at Kicks in this one, he's setting his team up for success, but he's also getting down and dirty into these duels as well. When someone falls away, you can be comfortable in the fact that Kicks is actually showing up to the party this time, and he's got the goods in his hand.
It was very interesting round, I would say, coming through. I mean, in the first few rounds for Vitality, I felt like they were a little bit too aggressive. They were disrespecting a lot of of Khalil's utility. But after that, once they understood what Khalil is capable of doing, when they disrespect the utility, then we start to see a shift in how they play.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the fact that, you know, Furia had this momentum run in the second half, right? The one that they lost in the second half of the first half, right? They actually had pretty good setups that we were seeing that, you know, they were able to hold off Vitality pretty well, especially Safe, right? He was shut down completely. There was nothing he could do. They're not letting him be the free Cypher that he wanted to be, and it kind of turned against them in the end because it was Runner who got 2 rounds back-to-back with a 3K and a 4K, and he opened up Vitality completely.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at this as well, I look at what was the moment that Furia potentially could have come in towards this game and made that comeback. It was that second round in the second half,
exactly.
Right? When they go into that, you're looking at the buy of Vitality, and it's always one of those teetering moments when you've got 2 players running in with a Ghost. Oh, is it worth the sacrifice to try and get something better in the next round? Well, in this case, it unfortunately wasn't. 0.69 left on the time for the spike explosion, and then we start to see some successive rounds come through from Furia. It could have got the better of Vitality.
I think I also want to talk about that timeouts, how every time they start to lose, you start to see that timeout come through from Vitality. How exactly that managed to just pivot the rounds?
I believe that Vitality have this really good understanding of the fact that, you know, aggression somehow is a clear indication of the fact that Furia cannot handle it, and that's exactly what they did, right? The minute that timeout was done, you saw 5 players kept alive, clean round, a flawless round the minute that timeout got over. They were really understanding of the fact that, you know what, that B site is a challenge, but they were able to run through it all. And of course, Runner was the space creator. He was the magician today. Once again, I don't think he's gotten below 24 in any game, has it? This kind of disappointment.
You can't quote me on that one, to be honest with you, but you can quote me on the fact that he is living up to expectations coming into not only just this tournament, but what Vitality is supposed to look like as a whole and what was theorized on paper that Vitality would be looking like. I think yesterday, a little bit scattered because Kix wasn't performing as we'd expected, but today, I think the form was looking better for Vitality as a whole. Destrian, I mean, he was still getting involved in the battles and everything, but I think majority of the time, the team just letting Runner explore, and there was no retaliation coming through from Furia was one of those key ingredients.
There is one thing about Furia though. The minute they always had this anti-eco strategy that kind of threw Vitality off, right? That's where they started building their momentum in the first half and in the second half as well. They were able to give that turnaround of momentum pretty quickly, but they somehow cannot find it in the middle of the game. Like you find it right after the pistol, you gain 2 rounds, 3 rounds. They did it in the second half where they were able to close that gap down to just 1 round, right? But then that's where the timeout came in and from Vitality, and they completely changed the game. So I believe that Furia have got the knowledge as to how to stop this Vitality team. But when it comes to these buy rounds, and if their own momentum is broken, then they're kind of scattered to understand, okay, you know what are Vitality going to do now? How do we turn this around? How do we stop Runner from creating these spaces that he's constantly finding?
I mean, we did see those moments where Musera actually had to step up and try to isolate Runner into these 1v1 situations. But in a lot of situations, Runner is a little bit more patient compared to Musera, who's a little bit more aggressive, who's a little bit eager to take space, while Runner is more of like reacting to what exactly is happening. And I think his patience is really rewarded because he's always getting a 2K, a 3K every time in that situation and buys a lot of time for his team for the rotations to come forward.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering how that's going to translate into the next map as well, right? When we shift over in towards Lotus, are we going to be moving from a Jet to a Raze, for example? Because that's what Musera has tended to do in the past when it comes towards Lotus, and just by nature, a different map design, we're going to be expecting potentially different things. It could be the time, again, for Vitality to change up the roles, maybe coming into this one.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, of course, he loved that race, right? He started here on that race against the Global Esports as well. I believe he got 28 with the Raze the last time he played, so I'm pretty sure that he's confident. And of course, he's clearly been a mile above every other player in this entire tournament in terms of at least, impact and fragging potential. So I believe that Runner is going to lead into Lotus with that Raze. I don't believe there's going to be any other, kind of changes. If at all, he picks up something that he's more comfortable with, sure, go ahead with it. But in terms of comparison, we've got something in front of us.
I mean, look at it. Over 100 points in difference on the ACS. Just Runner getting involved with a lot more every single round. Jet, I mean, take it with again, these stats over the course of 2 days, I guess. But you just got to think of the consistency, right? When you've played a couple of maps against teams that are in the tier 1 caliber and you're still putting up over 300, over 330, it's kind of ridiculous.
Honestly, these two have been really back and forth, but Runner is just showing that he's a little bit more agile and how his teammates are able to really support him to allow him just not only take over so much space, but also allow him to just kind of like move around, go and pivot from so many different areas. And we talked about that for CNET as well in the previous matchup, how a good team that's able to support their duelists can result in so much space taken and so many frags in the span of such a small amount of time.
Yeah, I mean, you're always going to want to have a Shah-starting player in a roster, right? And Runner is the one that should technically be on that role. Most duelists are when it comes to Valorant. But then having Kix to support you as well, I think those two as a pair are going to look really phenomenal if they can carry that into the next map as well. That will technically get them into the grand final too, remember, if Vitality do get the victory. So I think it's going to be pretty difficult for whoever they're going to have to face against.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about Furia now. Coming into this game, they want to take another map away from Vitality. Vitality, since yesterday, has shown us what they're made of. There was a lot of questions on whether GE was not up to par or just Vitality is really good, and I think we know the clear answer right now. Vitality is definitely up to par when it comes to their performance. Now, coming into the next map, Lotus, what does Furia, or what can Furia do to really take a map away and go into map 3?
I would say the fact that they, have control in terms of how they want to, direct the team, right? So they have set strategy. It's pretty clear that they have a controlled aggression kind of a method where they know how to push in together, and take what they need, and also come back at the same time, right? They don't overextend too much, but at the same time, they know how to be controlled in their aggression. I think what they need to do is maybe not let, Musera be that operator dependent independent kind of a player because he's kind of, he's like a needle who's, going straight through in the air, but he needs to be more of a spearhead who creates the space as well, right? Now, I believe that the team needs to go around him a little bit more instead of, letting him do the work, because that's what Vitality did with Runner. The minute Runner ends up in a site, you can see that his main objective is to create the distraction that allows his teammates to swing out with him, and that's exactly what Kix and him did in so many rounds, and even towards the end of that round, right, where he took up the updraft, had the swing out, and that's what's Runner's specialty and difference from Missouri is that I think that Runner has more of a compatibility in terms of team play engagement, whereas Missouri is more of like, I will lead, I will take the first charge, and then you come with me.
Do you think coming into Lotus, though, let's theorize if it is a jet change for MW0 and he's not going to be picking into the Raze as history would show, that the operator will actually come out as much as it did on Breeze?
I'm pretty sure it will, because Lotus is quite the, it is a operator-friendly map, both on C, B, and as well as A, right? Because you've got such long-range duels, and also because of the fact that, these operator duels actually kind of determine how aggressive the attacking team can be as well. Because if you shut down one player, it's almost as if the force has to be stopped right there.
Let's just look into this a little bit more. Lotus, right? Picked by Vitality, and Vitality are going to be starting off on the defensive side as well. We did just see that defense is where they were able to end up on Breeze, but majority of the time it was their attacking side that kind of spearheaded the way to get a major success of rounds. Are we going to see any kind of slow start from Vitality? Is it the time for Furia to come out of the gate swinging?
Personally, for me, I think that a slow start from Vitality can be an option, but I wouldn't say it's something that they are definitely going to be sticking to. A lot of the time, I think we are going to be looking at Safe, mostly because of how much space he can take in terms of his lurks. We saw that yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it again today.
I think that the fact that, Furia have actually learned how to deal with Safe, in the beginning they did, going to kind of curb him down, and eventually Safe had a bit more comfortability because his team was, progressing a lot more with him as well. We could see that, him and Sender were taking a bit of time to settle in because they were letting Runner and Kix do their kind of thing, and it worked out. But now I believe that Vitality need a little bit more of a refined team game to, continue the scoreline that maybe could be around the same lines. But yeah, I agree that Safe, I think, might need a little bit more free reign to do what he wants to, and I think he needs to do that by himself because on Breeze, he, like you mentioned, he didn't get to lurk around too much, but really. Here he has potential because of how big the map is.
Especially with B side, when you have so much control over maybe A side, you have that little nooks and crannies, and when Safe is able to take up that space, again, we talked about how he was on Julius, he was the sharpshooter, and now on Sentinel he was able to take it easy and just focus on shooting and just focus on just popping hits, and that's exactly what I expect him to do. I think it's going to be less about looking at MW Zera as well as Runner, and more about how much space and how much denial of that space can Safe do when it comes to those rotations coming through from the other team.
For me, it's going to be interesting as well, right? Because on Breeze, we just got a double controller versus double initiated. We touched upon that. When it comes on towards Lotus, it more tends towards running double controllers in history. This is something that Furia do like to do, bringing in a Viper and an Omen. So thinking about Safe specifically, he's shown that he's comfortable on Cypher already in these new roles that Vitality are adopting. Will Cypher also continue on towards Lotus, or will they go into the main meta of a Killjoy coming through? Because we'll see something new from Safe to come out. We'll see sort of a shift, or let's steer it into a little bit more of an extreme. Do they float Safe going back to a duelist and get a little bit more support from Kix?
That's going to be very interesting as well, because I have actually seen and experienced, a double duelist sort of play, which is very aggressive. You want to try and take up that space on Rubble inside of A. You want to contest for a quick side entry into C just to really deny them that space in terms of rotations. But regardless, coming into this, I mean, a double controller is also can be something that can benefit Vitality as well as Furia, given on how exactly they methodically play, in my opinion.
Yeah, I believe that, a double controller is viable for Vitality, but I would say that they kind of, have an allurement to the double initiator because of the fact that they are actually pretty, information happy kind of team, right? So they love pushing the edges of a three-sided map, and they like playing on the edge in terms of how much control they can get by just, letting their players explore. So that's kind of something that they, touch up upon. And I believe that if they go for the double controller, it's actually going to kind of restrict them in the playstyle that they've already developed.
Yeah, and I mean, looking in the Gen G versus True Rippers game, for example, it was a case of a double controller being brought out for Gen G, a lot of rubble control that was coming forward, a lot of early utility dumping to try and gain some space, a couple of tricky Shroud of Step plays from the Omens as well, and I'm looking at True Rippers, who kind of come out with a lineup of agents that more tends in towards the style of Vitality. So if that's anything to go by from what we've seen on Breeze, from what we've seen in Vitality's style, they could employ a lineup just like True Rippers kind of did.
My question now is, for Furia, understanding that how Safe plays in terms of his lurks, how can they stop this from happening? How do you deny him that space so that so it kind of pushes him to play with his team a lot more?
I think that Safe is probably going to be, slightly more exploratory in this map because I think he's got the space to do it as well. Breeze, it's a big map, but it's two-sided, right?
Yeah.
And there's not too many avenues like you have on Lotus, especially given the fact that you usually on Lotus have one person, stuck towards C-Long, and that ends up being a 1v1, because they go for that push and they try to get some information, push the opponent team onto the other side. And Safe, I think, is capable of doing it because he is really, really, evidently one of the best in those 1v1 situations. So I think he's going to be a lot more, I would say, risky.
Yeah, I also think that it could really come into his own as like the secondary caller and taking charge when he needs to come in towards this map, because I feel like we're going to get a lot more chaotic mid-round calls that need to be a little bit more risky, potentially coming in towards Lotus right now, or just trying to identify what actually is coming your way. If Furia are heavily leaning towards one side of the map, can he take the space if he comes out with the sentinel role again to be able to establish these flanks, or get a false sense of security against Furia that the flank could be coming to try and trip them up?
I would say both teams have a very similar, mindset when it comes to the game. It's very set play heavy. It's never really very skirmishy. It's going to be like, it's basically kind of understanding where exactly they're going to be hitting. They're okay with taking their time and just really trying to explore, see their avenues, and which side is not only just the weaker side, but also to eliminate as many as players as they can before they truly hit it. And even then, like if you see how Vitality plays, they're definitely a team that's not afraid to really push out of those utilities, try and get information, get space, and that's the power they get, I guess, from the double initiator, as you mentioned before.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that Vitality have gotten the understanding of the fact that Furia also love their anti-eco rounds. Even if they lose a pistol, they tend to force it together as a team to find these avenues. Especially when we saw both halves, right? They won both their anti-ecos, and they were able to break the momentum pretty instantly. But Vitality, they now probably need to be a little bit more careful about how they approach these rounds, because if they are allowing Furia to get ahead and find this anti-eco momentum breaker to find more space, because I'm pretty sure Furia have now understood that if they lose on one round, they themselves are kind of breaking off their chain, and they cannot retrieve back what they had before. So Vitality need to be careful about these anti-eco rounds.
Regardless, I'm really curious. I think it was mentioned before about Kick's impact, and we have given him that platform. My question is whether or not it's going to be a Breeze thing, or how it's going to be working out on this particular map. Given the fact that it's three-sided, how are you going to be playing with your duelist when there's going to be a situation where you want to play on C, when your duelist is going to A, trying to get the info as maybe a Sky perhaps, try to get that flash, get that info, and then try to rush over, or are you going to be calling your teammates over and play around with the same utility itself?
Yeah, we can definitely see a world in which Sky is picked for Kicks coming in towards this map. We could see, even if you want, Runner can still technically go back on towards the Jet. Is, I guess, the kind of common pick that comes on towards this map lately in the meta. You could have then the Killjoy for Safe, and you can get some really good combinations coming out with them.
Yeah.
But then again, Furia are probably going to be able to play a similar sort of playstyle against that, because they have played against that before, right? So I think it ultimately is going to come down to, again, Runner leading the team, Kick potentially trying to set Runner up for success, Sender trying to lurk back a little bit, get a nice overview, and then the mid rounds are where I feel are going to be crucial on Lotus because of the scarcity of the map nature, as opposed to what Breeze was.
Regardless, as we wait for the map to start, ladies and gentlemen, just know that we are live here at Manpo Convention Center over in Bangalore, India. But let's have a look at the group standings to see a little bit about our journey for Convergence these past 2 days. And I have a feeling like even though it's been 2 days, it feels like it's been very, very long because it's been such a back and forth between, when you start to see the best of the best, you start to really see and really get spoiled here when you come to see like teams like Vitality, like Foot Esports play.
Yeah, and I think the fact that, there is of course a bit of that, enigmatic situation for Furia especially, I would say, because they came into this, expecting the fact that they are facing off against a team that just won a game yesterday and by pretty good margin as well, right?
Yeah.
And so that pressure builds on because if they don't beat them, they're out of the competition.
Yeah.
Ooh.
The format's pretty brutal, to be
It
honest
is
with you.
brutal.
It's quick, it's brutal, and you need to win your games. At the end of the day, you've got to get the 2, and that's the situation that Vitality are seeing themselves in right now. If Vitality get this next map, or drop it and get the 3rd, then they are into the grand final, and Global Esports, it's a bit of pill to swallow, right? The fate of your tournament lives is not in your hands.
Exactly. I think like what's been very, very fun as well is like more of like understanding how, the Indian fans wanted to really connect with these teams, with Global Esports especially, since they haven't really felt that connection with them ever since they had, left to Korea. And then you have the hometown heroes as well. Like, what are the odds having this tournament here in Bangalore, and the team that won the close qualifiers for Convergence is the team to have been born and raised here as well.
Yeah, of course, and I believe that True Rippers, they honestly put up a performance that is one that will definitely be remembered for quite some time. But yeah, it's really heartbreaking, that we have to see them unfortunately exit the tournament in the way that they did. I would have hoped maybe one win would have come off or something, maybe against Genji, but man, it keeps hurting to revisit that.
Totally understandable, but for now, don't go anywhere because we're going to a quick break. When we come back, map 2, Lotus, let's see who goes home, and we'll be beginning map number 3.
We were chosen, watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it all until the end of time.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. You got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Horus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे न डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना गरीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना.
We were chosen. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end. Until the end. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. You got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
Meu nome é Ilan Eloy Nogueira, meu nome no jogo é Havok e eu sou jogador da Fúria.
Meu nome é Leonardo, meu nick no jogo é MWZera e atualmente sou jogador da Fúria.
Meu nome é Victor, meu nome no jogo é Conan e atualmente jogo pela Fúria.
My name is Felipe, my name in game is Liazi, e I'm creative player for Furia.
Cara, a expectativa é sempre de ganhar o campeonato, mandar bem. Acho que, falando de cultura, é bem diferente do que a gente vive no Brasil. É uma cultura diferente, é muito legal a experiência. As comidas são diferentes, mas a gente está aprendendo, a gente está se adaptando. Algumas coisas são boas, algumas coisas é bem estranho pra gente, mas a gente tá lidando bem.
The expectations are the same. We came here to win and bring back the trophy to Brazil. And when it comes to the culture, it's kind of different with the culture that we see in Brazil. And talking about the food, we are not that used to the spicy food, but we are just trying to adjust. But the overall thing is good, the experience is good. It's true that there are good things, but somehow there are also some bad things. Overall experience is good.
A FUT, por ser mais forte.
FUT, FUT. Você? FUT will be easier for them, for him.
Eu não tenho muita preferência de adversário não, mas tipo, gostaria de jogar contra a FUT para enfrentar o Cined de novo.
Talking about adversary, I don't have a preferred one, but I would like to play against FUT.
Eu gostaria de enfrentar a Genji, porque eu acho que é um time muito bom. E a FUT também.
I would like to play against Genji because I believe that is a good team, but FUT also.
Pra mim é FUT.
FUT.
Bom, aos fãs brasileiros, mano, primeiramente eu agradeço pelo carinho que eles estão tendo com a gente. A gente tá tendo um apoio assim que nem a gente esperava. Tendo um apoio gigantesco e isso, mano, dá uma motivação a mais pra gente. Então, muito obrigado de coração a todos os fãs.
The first thing I would like to say, thank you very much. We are really grateful. We're not expecting this support, and when we see people like this supporting us, it really motivates us. So thank you very much. I don't know if I'm supposed to do this also.
Cara, sendo bem sincero, a gente tem poucos haters, mas eu acho que eu agradeço aos haters, porque eles dão combustível pra gente. Então acho que só dá mais combustível pra gente calar a boca deles, tá ligado?
So talking about haters, actually we don't have that much of haters, but whenever they are, it's like the haters are fueling us, helping us to go forward, to give our best. So it's like we are giving our best so that we can shut them out.
Sendo bem sincero, eu roubei do meu irmão.
Talking sincerely, I just stole it from my brother.
Eu roubei do meu irmão. Quando eu era pequenininho, 8, 7 anos, eu ficava vendo ele jogar e ele usava esse nick. E eu roubei dele quando eu fiquei maior.
So I stole it from my brother when I was 7, 8 years old. I was seeing him playing with that. So when I became like older, I took that name.
O M e o W do meu nick não tem significado nenhum. Não tem significado nenhum.
The M and W of his IDM doesn't have any proper meaning.
Mas o Zera, no final, o Zera é por causa do Cold Zera, que é uma lenda no Counter-Strike no Brasil. Foi o melhor jogador assim do mundo alguns anos atrás e eu era muito fã dele.
And Zera, it's because it's actually one of the legend name back in Brazil. So I really love him, so because of that he took that.
Yes.
Caralho, é foda. Meu nome é um personagem do Naruto.
Naruto? My name is actually one of the characters in Naruto.
O meu é literalmente por causa do meu sobrenome, Galeazzi, aí ficou só Liazzi.
Right. Him is because of actually his name, Galeazzi, so he took just
Guess what? We're back. We're back for the match, the second map of the series. And I'm excited about this one because the first map didn't disappoint.
No, it did not, Pavlos. And of course, we're going to Lotus next, which means that once again, we are going to see that operator duel between MW0 and Runner. Fix our pronunciation, we do apologise for that. That's what you get with a dyslexic caster. So, very sorry for that. It's we'll get it right now. No excuses.
We will. We do get the benefit of doing the agent select as well.
Exactly.
Together, right? We took that over the analyst there.
Yeah. We stole their job.
Yeah. We'll do it for them. But yeah, no, absolutely. It's been an incredible first map. Lotus is lining up to be quite the banger. I'll be expecting any sort of kinks and differences. I know. Look, I had a couple of discussions with the coaches, right? And Salah was one of the coaches that said, look, we're here and we're cooking, right? I'd be expecting some sort of extra cooking here on Lotus now that we can see the agents.
It's
not this time
surprisingly default.
Yeah, very default.
Surprisingly default. Yeah. That being said, what can they do with it? Of course, MW0 proved to me at least to be a bit more effective with the operator. Runner a little bit more effective when it came to making space. Now that they're both on the Raze, how is that going to transfer onto Lotus?
Yeah, it's definitely a different dynamic, right? While as before you'd see Runner, Misera, be extremely explosive. MW's
there we go.
Yeah. Habits die. Yeah, difficult.
Yeah.
Well,
it's
yeah,
hard.
and English doesn't come well. Yes, I can't speak. What's up?
We're going to go to our next map in just a moment, in which on Lotus we're going to see if Vitality are going to be able to continue their winning streak against Furia. Of course, it did only come down to 4 rounds, separating the two of them over on Breeze. However, Vitality, after their timeouts, Pavlos, they seem to just pop off. And do you think Salah was able to share some insight as to sort of what gets said in these timeouts, or maybe anything that could construct the team and sort of guide them to a victory?
He's a proud man, right? And every single time, I bump into him, he's got something new to say. And this time, at the timeout, between maps, he just said, mate, after every timeout, we ain't losing a round.
The confidence, you love to see it.
All right. Let's get energized, everybody. Let's get excited. Vitality versus Furia on the second map of this series. The first one didn't disappoint. Let's hope this one doesn't either.
Absolutely, Pavlos. Furia also now back with a vengeance. They are, of course, on Vitality's map pick. That isn't going to stop them, though. It isn't going to stop Vitality from setting up for what looks like a huge slaughter due to happen outside of A main here.
Sounds like we've got some Furia fans out there.
Yeah, I think we might just.
India handshakes Brazil, perhaps. Vitality will be playing a little bit aggressively with 4 players strong actually here. There's going to be an interesting impact. Furia waiting for it. Toxic Screen going to come out trying to take down space. He's ready for it. Oh my god! Oh, they all collectively fall into place for Vitality. They haven't lost a single player, and Havoc is wondering where on earth did his team go. He's meeting the same fate as them. Vitality pick up first blood.
It's a slaughter Pavlos towards A main there, and I mean, I saw 4 players stacked up from either side. It was going to go one way or another, and very quickly and very violently out of that. Runner showing that he has maintained his form from Breeze. Now, you look to NW0. Can he also bring back the success he had on Breeze? That being said, it's going to be a mere sheriff for Furia to try and wield it, craft a 1-1 scoreline.
I've just figured out why India want Furia to win.
Why is that?
Because if Furia wins, then Vitality will also be at 1 loss.
Yeah.
And if Global beat Furia, there's a chance that Global goes to the finals.
So the crowd are definitely Furia fans for the time being. Well, let's see if these Furia fans are going to be able to support them through this push over towards Seed Long here. A bit of a fight for Mound. It's going to be sort of led by NW0 here. Sender gets the hell out of dodge. He does have the Killjoy setup to assist him here. But Furia, they've got time. I think for the moment, it's going to be a matter of draining the utility of Vitality, trying to make it, at least in terms of utility, an expensive round.
Furia. Double backing from their initial decision. Yeah, they're dropping back.
You've got to look over to Conan now. He's going to be up against Destrian for this sort of initial momentum over to A main. If Destrian falls here, then that leaves the site wide open. Kicks may just fall back and play the retake, but Trailblazer not getting any info there, Pavlos.
And that's a crucial aspect to this entire game, because Vitality, off of that info, rotate kicks backwards, Destrian moves in forwards, and he's in no man's land, therefore gets picked off, and Fury's got a chance to enter the site without losing a single player.
Kicks, it's a clean shot, Pavlos, but he needs more than that.
He does have the facilities to do that. He's going to be patient now to allow his team to come in. Khalil wants to challenge his space, but not going to be allowed. Runner wanting to aggressive and further. That is very aggressive. Liazi says, yeah, you can't do that for too long, but his life is short-lived as well. So Vitality, yeah, they do lose a couple of players, but they get the second round in the process nevertheless.
It's a relatively clean round, actually, and for, I believe it's Kickster, it's a chance to actually try and get a very fast ult on that Sky. And Locust is a map where Sky has quite a bit of impact, purely just because it is able to break the divider between B and A. It's also very good for catching out rotations, and bearing in mind that Omens, they love using their ult to get towards defenders spawn. That Sky ult, immaculate at trying to find them out. So getting it up online early also makes your retakes that bit stronger as well.
Vitality, third round for them, and they've gotten themselves a decent bonus actually. All of them are rifles, okay, yeah, we're not talking. Sender, why do you have to change things up when I've said something?
But it's a judge,
But it goes to the judge. It's even better though, so it doesn't really matter, does
Tastes that bit sweeter.
Okay. I like the fact that they're putting focus on the orbs as well. They've stacked up quite a lot of them onto Runner and Kicks. Kicks lost his life, but so did so many of the Vitality players. Really quickly done by Liazi and NW0. And Sender left alone with a parole judge.
It feels like Vitality were a little bit too aggressive there. They tried to be a little bit too clever with the round. Once they got that orb, they just went for a full fight. It feels to me like Furia were just ready for it on Mount in a default, which has listed towards C more often than not now. And well, they put themselves on the board. 2-1 the score line. Very reminiscent as to how Breeze started Pavlos.
Yeah, considering that there was substantial firepower, you know, it wasn't as close as Vitality would have wanted. And you're right, following trends of the past. We enter the third round, and for the reasons that there was orbs funneled into Runner, the same thing for NW0. Both of them got showstoppers available. Quite impactful.
Placing swamp
pacing of this round.
On topic of pacing here, it looks like we maybe see something faster on Vitality.
Destrian aggro. One-way smoke for him. He's got assist. On top of Mound doing work. Runner is there. They saw the TP, so they won't expect anybody here. This is genius. Oh, Runner, if you stuck around for a little bit longer, maybe there was a chance, but no. Drops back, they're happy with one.
Will it just be one, though? Havoc, he is really trying to find the straight here, Pavlos.
Destrian goes for a repeat, and it's together with Runner, and again, they're successful.
The teamwork there from Destrian and Runner, Pavlos. This has been amazing on C now. It falls to Khalil to try and trade it out, but it's for safe at least. just a chance to be passive, relax, play the numbers game, which I imagine Salah has probably driven into them.
Cute little microplay gives the advantage to Vitality, and it might be giving them the round as well as they gain. Well, they have gains all across the map. Khalil Niazi. Blinding. What you got? Not taking any chances, Vitality.
No,
they know which space they've given, and they want to make sure that they cleared every single one of it, but Destrian moving back to B has opened up C.
It's still a 4 versus 2 after plan here. If you're Khalil or if you're Liazi, you've got to go for something aggressive, and you've got to do so fast. But with Vitality, all 4 players stacked up towards either Waterfall or CD, it's going to be very damn hard for, well, at least Furia here to find that numbers advantage.
Vitality, they know they've got the numbers advantage, therefore stacking up all of their players together. Furia split up, trying to find a surprising angle. Showstopper from Runner, spotting out where one is, eliminating him, only one left. Liazi takes Runner down with him, but against 3 players, indeed, 3 different angles, you can't do a lot. Nice snap onto Sender, but this will do for Vitality. The defuse will mean their 3rd round.
They make it expensive, Pavlos, and I think that's the silver lining for them. Now that you look over to Vitality's economy, I wonder if rounds like that, the taking casualties but still winning, I wonder how long that's going to delay the operator on Runner for, because for the time being, I think that, I mean, Vitality, they need to have that money in the bank because they are losing these players. I love the micro though. We mentioned it at the time, but I need to drive it home between Runner and Destrian on that C side, alternating who peeks when, swinging together, bouncing between angles to try and almost confuse your enemy to keep track of where they are.
And that type of coordination to be done consistently needs some time. So to see that this zone, after the formation of this team, these guys have put practice in.
It's a damn good sign, isn't it?
Oh, I don't remember. I'm gonna say something here, but take it with a grain of salt because I'm not quite sure if this is true. I think Vitality have got a scrims scheduled on the 1st of January. The first,
really?
Yeah, they're gonna take a break after this, I believe, but on the 1st of January, they're back. Literally, new year, new team. Well. Meanwhile, I'll talk about this. Killer just gets through, just casually as that. Yeah. It's a B site, safe one to interrupt, gets one but can't get away. Just too many snakes at his feet.
Well, on the topic of 4 versus 2s, Pavlos, it worked for Vitality last round. Let's see if Furia can find the same success. Destrian on a bit of a flank, but it seems to be anticipated and now confirmed by Havoc there with that flash. Now for Sender, there's not much to find here in Heaven. Furia, they're being very passive here. They don't want to give an inch because they know Vitality will take a mile here, and I think that may just be the call to save.
Vitality are always a team that will look for value, nevertheless, but I think for them, value means the salvation of their weapons. Odds not fancying them this time around, but Furia, just like the previous map, wanting it to keep a close score, they're going to be picking this one up and netting up the 2nd round. Only 1 casualty. I'd call that a pretty good round.
Pretty good round indeed. Something I'd highlight, Pavlos, is that Musera still has his showstopper. That wasn't needed last round, just due to the fact that well, Khalil was able to find those 2 instant picks on B. It means that there's going to be a bit of a almost collection of ultimates now for Furia, and in a round like this, a must-win round, a chance to reset the economy of Vitality, having that bank of ults is certainly going to help. I mean, with the Cosmic Divide, the Showstopper Cosmic Divide to mute the audio of that Showstopper being brought out is a lethal combo, and we've seen it used more times than not. In fact, Vitality used that combo on the previous map.
No, I thought for a second they grabbed the orb there, but no. Didn't quite achieve that, but Furia wary of these corners, knowing that they have to clear it all. Oh, off the back of the Trailblazer, Showstopper comes in, not good for any damage, unfortunately. For Vitality, they're thanking their lucky stars because now they can go for this retake with 5 players strong. King throws in a Trailblazer. They might not wait for this at all because the Vitality players are stacked here and ready to fight. There's Runner. First kill goes his way. Furia might be in trouble. Seeker's revealing MW Zera's position, and he's isolated. He's alone. He's going to have to wait for his team to beat his backdoor. MW Zera peeks out, and actually he does not Conan to help out with it. They're sticking onto the Spikers. Diffuse our play. MW Zera saving the day, and we're at 2v3. Vitality, can you hold on to this? You need to gain access of the site, and Furia not making this easy. Touch on the spike again, but it doesn't need much. Gravity well, stopping it. MW Zera, an ace for him, and the round for Furia.
2 HP remaining, but it does not matter. Pavlos, Furia, they find their equalizer, they find their third, and we asked Pavlos, we asked, could MW Zera keep up with Runner going into the second map? Well, I think we have our answer. What a round from MW Zera. And here's the thing, the showstopper didn't really do much there in terms of fragging capabilities, but it garnered so much space. It gave MW Zera the space to maneuver and to isolate each and every kill. What a round. And now we head into the 7th. It's all to play for, but for Vitality's economy, it's seen better days. The man of the hour, he strikes again, Pavlos.
He really wants to keep on giving with that tempo. Don't let go. Yeah, Vitality falls back, so this is going to be a filler round for them. Try and do as much damage as possible. But Furia are feeling it. And as soon as they gain that field, the aggression is only going to get stepped up from here. Obfuscation of movement, alluding to the idea of the A-side take, but instead, there's a pivot towards the left-hand side.
The rest of Furia, they go quiet. They want Vitality to stew in their own paranoia. They float a few players over to A, but that paranoia creeping in. They suspect Furia of doubling back, heading towards that C site, but even if they do, what can Vitality do to stop it?
Yeah, you can't blame Vitality for stacking up here. I mean, if you can't find strength in weaponry, you might as well find it in numbers. Or in friendship, if you will. Yeah,
that's
good patience from Khalil.
I think for Vitality now, it's a matter of trying to find that Vandal and save it. Khalil may not realize that he's the target of this round here, but you may find out very shortly.
He's being picked off one by one. So he'll take it. Provides the space now, knowing that he's dealing with multiple players, and there's another angle to be worked with a rotating door opening. Still, Vitality, eager to find that value. They know they're investing into the next one, so they don't mind of using these weapons to enhance their position in this game. Oh, saved. There's no disrespecting him, but at least the round is over. Furia get the win, 2 casualties, that'll do.
I take the lead as well, which is I don't think they've really seen the lights of this series, and so maybe this momentum, this start from MW Zera, and I mean, let's be honest, the rest of the team as well. Khalil's hit some beautiful shots. Maybe this is what they need to push themselves forward and to, well, win a half as well, which would work wonders for their confidence. Remember, they're on Vitality's map pick, and Vitality, even though we've sung their praises, and even though we've mentioned Runner and Kicks a lot, you need to remember, they're still young players, and Psyche can be very hard to fix at a young age. I must say young in terms of esports career there.
Very true.
My ult's ready.
Furia, very quick to the speed side. They'll actually find it open. Oh dear, I don't think Safe expected MW Zera to be there that quickly. So the B site taken, and no more killjoy.
Runner may attempt to find the same success here with Showstopper of his own, set up. Slider connector, there it is, jumps through, doesn't land.
And they haven't cleared out Khalil. I don't think they even know he's there. Sending it on site, Havoc having to deal with that one, but Fury getting the better end of it. It's still a 2v2 with Kicks and Destrin getting into the fight. Eliazi from behind, oh dear, Kicks can't look behind him, he hasn't got eyes behind him either. And Destrin forcing to sight into the smoke, trying to go for the peak, but it's MW Zera to pick it up off of the gravity well, and it's Furia not wanting to let go of the lead.
They start inching ahead here, Pavlos, and I love the methodology that goes into how they play these rounds. It seems very much a push a position, try and stress the defense, fall back, stress another position, and they just slowly and calculated as they push into these sites. And it feels like the mid round here is where Vitality is struggling a bit. I believe a timeout may come very shortly. I mean, we heard Salah say himself about how good their timeouts are. Let's see. This is the chance for them to be tested. Let's see if on the defense of Lotus they're going to be able to recover.
Look, I know what Salah's saying right now. Well, in his mind.
Yeah.
You don't lose after a timeout. You don't dare lose after a timeout. But Fury have got a chance here to break that.
Yeah, I think Furia actually don't need to change much either. They seem to have a very flexible approach to this attack, and that can be very hard to counter, especially with only a minute to talk about it.
Is there anything in particular, specific for Vitality that you've caught out, or are they just like small mistakes here and there?
Yeah, it feels to me like when they go for the refrag, they're overextending a little bit too far. I think I would much rather see them to even just prevent the 4v5, to be a little bit more defensive off the back, give up a bit more map control, and then lean a little bit heavier into the retakes.
Let's see.
Bearing in mind, they have an ult advantage to accompany that.
That is true. And we'll see if Salah's words have come into effect here. Obviously, this one is a half investment from a team in yellow. Runner might be in trouble. Stunned up, blast pack out to try and move out of the way, but Liazzi picks it up. Runner, losing his life like that, opens the C site for Furia.
Runner almost bullied by the utility there, Pavlos. And I mean, the call for the rotation comes through for kicks, but even then, the weapons aren't great for Vitality here. They need some success when it comes to these duels and these opening duels, and they need it fast because Furia, more often than not now, and what I think has been the last 4 rounds in a row, they found that first pick.
And Vitality draw it back. Toxic screen, allowing Safe to get outwards in his position, throws down an ounce from some good timing. But it does get broken down. Snakebite not really allowing Safe to peek out here, so Furia do take over the B site. They don't want to continue with it though, they want to go even further, take more space, make their hold a little bit more comfortable. And without taking any chances, they take Destrian down with them. This looks like a Furia round. It's got their name written all over it.
It absolutely does, Pavlos, and you can only blame the weapons so far here, Pavlos. It feels like Vitality, they were overextending a bit, especially on C.
Look at that.
Tell you what though, Safe is brilliant on that Sheriff.
He absolutely is, and while he is landing his shots, Pavlos, it seems like a silver lining. It does, net them a Phantom, but they're on a full buy next round anyway. Does it make it more expensive for Furia? Sure, but look at the economy they already have in the bank. It matters for nout, as they say back home. So I'm worried about the Vitality here. 6-3, Furia, they're looking unstoppable.
Yeah, but this next round is the one where they'll be seeing a full buy. This is where I believe what Salah's words may come into effect here.
It's also the round I would bring out the Operator.
Okay, do you think there's enough funds for that? I'm not quite sure.
There's a world even where you glass cannon it.
Yeah.
It seems like Runner's not been able to effectively find that pick over on Mount with the rifle. Bring out the op instead and see what you can do. And we talk about ops. I believe MW0 actually brings out an op of his own. The fact we see an op from our attackers before our defenders on Lotus is really surprising.
And it's alarming for Vitality. MW0, glorious pick at the start. And for yet another time, giving them the numbers advantage for the latter stage of this round.
And it's the same position. Once again, they lose that first man over on Mount from a C long peak. And Furia didn't even need to expend that much utility this time. They just directly won their round, their gunfight.
Yeah, sure. Only the Killjoy setup has been placed. Alarm to run his position close.
Bomb grenade out.
Furia spread out. Want to make sure Vitality haven't taken too much space on areas they weren't controlling. Two players to the defense of this A slide. Kick, send up. They're being challenged right now. Sender unchecked. Well, it does look like it's going to be hit eventually. Again, two players to the defense of this side. Destrian, good outage. Runner goes in for more, but can't quite pick the second, and that was necessary. And with 30 seconds, Furia, the upper hand. MW Zera, unrelentless, and Sender all to himself. Iliazi. Oh, and he's got it all covered. Furia, 7 on the board, and they look damn comfortable on this map.
Real comfortable, Pavlos, and it's almost as if the map picks were reversed, isn't it? Because Furia, once they found that momentum, they've just not lost it. And, the immortal timeouts from Salah, maybe they're not immortal.
He jinxed it.
Maybe they are immortal.
He jinxed it.
Maybe exactly
not my
that.
fault. It's not the caster's curse, I swear.
Yeah, and you know, for MW0, the fact he has that operator now and money behind it, I suspect this is going to give him the confidence to go for a very early operator in the next half as well. Alongside this, a lot of ults are about to come online for Furia. Yes, Vitality have a bank of them to work with, but they don't have the guns to accompany them with. It feels like we're sort of perpetually stuck in the tuning up of an orchestra.
I wonder what Vitality do to adapt here. And what the unfortunate part is that they can't keep up with Furia at this point because they lose a round, they're back to square one again, where, you know, you've got to take time to build up the funds again.
That being said, for the defense of Lotus, you can work with 4 rounds. Sure, it's by no means comfortable, but you can work with 4 rounds on your defense. And I think for teams like Vitality, for teams like Furia especially, both of them have absolutely done it before. Both of them have absolutely worked their way back from a deficit, going onto the attack of Lotus. But in these conditions, at LAN against a very, very strong Furia, who look like they're in impeccable form right now, I don't know, for Vitality, it raises some questions, Pavlos.
Yeah, perhaps alarms for the Vitality side. And Furia here quite comfortable in their lead. Is this what we expected to come into this game? Obviously, we've seen Furia play out in the off-season before, wasn't quite in this one. Some solid results against Leviathan, who would be some of the, you know, one of the favorites of the upcoming Americas season.
I think, considering the form Leviathan showed towards the end of last season, there was even the argument where sort of Leviathan, Crew, Furia, sort of the big 3, it felt like Leviathan was sort of inching ahead. But for Furia, the roster changes, that raised the question. Now they're just looking incredible.
Yeah, and Leviathan, with all the changes that they've had, coaching staff, players, stars, all over that roster.
Yeah.
So Furia definitely challenging for that spot and falling short in the finals of the previous offseason tournament that they played. It's definitely left them with a bitter feeling. I'm sure they'd want to leave the offseason with at least 1 trophy out of the events they've attended.
Absolutely, and I mean, the event they were at previously before this for Red Bull, it feels like that they could have done better. It feels like a bit of a disappointing performance. I think they went there wanting to win, and sort of falling short against, was it Cloud9, if I'm not mistaken?
I'm talking about their match against Leviathan.
Leviathan, also, again, a game they only just narrowly won.
Yeah, narrowly lost.
Narrowly lost, I apologise, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in the series it was 3-0, best of 5, but the maps were close. That's the end of
in the same way we would describe as True Rippers, sort of narrowly losing.
Yeah.
Well, you know, some of the it was a 2-0, but
exactly. Still room to grow. Still room to grow for sure. And I'm loving the mouse pads of Vitality, by the way.
They look so cool,
don't they? They look so cool. And the chairs actually match them. It's just so cool as well.
Maybe they planned it that way.
Do you reckon?
Yeah, shipped in their own chairs.
That's commitment.
That is
commitment to the branding. No, I don't think so. They were yellow chairs before, right? Don't trip me out like that. Well, these are white.
Were they, Pavlos?
Were they? Oh.
That's the question, actually. Were they yellow chairs before?
I don't know, honestly. I haven't really been paying attention to chairs. There's been a lot of VALORANT going around.
That's very true. Pavlos, do you think Vitality have the chance to come back? Or do you think they will come back, I should say?
I think, even though this is a tech timeout, it gives us space to breathe, right? You know, Furia built up quite a momentum, which is working great for them. And they love playing off of momentum. But this pause actually may hinder that. Obviously on the server that's a different affair because you've got to deal with the weakened economy, etc. And there's not many rounds and a half remaining either way. 2 left to be exact. And a 9-3 potentially for Furia given how much they've excelled so far.
Yeah, and a 9-3 for Furia would be a godsend, especially after Breeze. It sort of shows that they've completely reset mentally. MW0 is still playing damn well, and I imagine we're going to be singing his praises for quite a while. Going into the defense as well, I would like for Furia here. Get the fastest op out they can. Let MW0 sort of roam around and have his flashy styles, almost similarly to how FUT enabled CNED. Yeah. I would like to see Furia almost list the same way for their defensive Lotus. For Vitality, I think Runner's still matching, but the space he created on Breeze isn't having the same effect as it is on Lotus. That initial duel for C-Mount has failed Vitality almost categorically.
But without any further ado, we're back into the game, and Vitality need to find their way back into this match if they want to close out a 2-0. This is a map pick. This potentially could be an exchange of maps, and Furia keeping global esports' hopes alive in this tournament. But for now, aggression towards the C side. It's actually a 2-player push with the spike. If Safe comes up with something spectacular here, this might be a different round than what Furia would have liked, and Havoc thinks twice about that one after receiving a bullet to the head.
Yeah, those stingers are nasty on those close angles. He isn't quite able to find the frag, but he does at least scare Havoc into moving back towards A, towards the Omen, who with another stinger is on another very close angle here. But against 5, that's going to be difficult.
Yeah, and especially with all the utility they still have from Havoc. So again, if he crucially died previously, this could be a completely different round. Yeah, MW0 pushing forward, Destrian finding an up-angle Paranoia as well placed, and he actually closes up the gap. Gets 1 kill, 10 bullets, switches to a Vandal. Free upgrade! Destrian, he might be able to hold on to the site by himself, but Furia change their attention towards the B site. Sender's now the player in question. He holds him back by throwing toxic screens, and Furia scratching their heads. Where the hell do we go? There's players behind them, there's players in front of them, and now they have to head into this site. Destrian kicks, valiantly defending. There's nowhere Furia can go. Lianzi gets 2, but Vitality comes out on top. Beautiful defense by them.
What a round from Destrian there. The fact that he's able to buy enough time, get the Paranoia off, find the first player, get the free upgrade on the weapon, which then lends over towards, I believe it's Sender as well, with that Viper to buy so much space. That double snake plays. He didn't even need to find a kill there. The fact he was able to just delay was immaculate. And then with the Vandal, it's almost poetic that Destrian's the one to find a 4K. Yeah. To bring Vitality their 4th. Viper's been deployed early as well by Sender, the man of the hour in the previous round, looking to resume the success of Vitality. Furia undenied about pushing there instead, back to Mount, back to the position, which has been eluding Vitality for so long here. And only one very lone Safe to try and stop them.
Yeah, for many of these types of rounds are called an analyst's blessing and an observer's curse. There's so many ultimates available across the board. How do you keep up?
Exactly, that's so many options to work with here, and out comes that showstopper to start the party, you could say.
MW0, look how far he's going to go. Runner denies it. Oh, he's had enough of that funny business.
You should run.
Get that rocket out of here.
You are divided.
Destrian on a different front. Lockdown enabled for the attackers, giving them space and breathing room for at least to get that spike down. Ooh, difficult corner from 2 players from Vitality.
I really like that Pavlos. Khalil, there's no way he expects this Pavlos.
He's considering if he's going to push here. Kicks is there. They know there's one player. Guiding Light coming through together, the Seekers. Can they manage to find the kills? By time for Vitality. There's another wraparound coming in. Havoc has actually killed 2. Sender and Safe are no more. Runner, Destrian, and Kicks all putting their efforts together to bring the round back for Vitality. But Furia's hold is just too strong. Destrian up against Conan in a one-on-one. Who's going to get it? Switch to the classics, but it's Destrian commanding on top. TP onto the spike, and plenty of time to get the defuse.
Oh my word, Pavlos. And once again, another very technical round from Vitality. We see that in the flank. They actually don't destroy the lockdown. They use a lockdown of their own to force the players back past Mount into the 2 players who are waiting for them. They then wait. They don't reveal Destrian straight away. They only show the Sky, so that when they end up killing the Sky, they don't expect the second player on the same angle to be in that position. It works beautifully, and even going into that final 1v1, you could see that Conan actually didn't anticipate the Omen to be there initially, even after the Omen had revealed himself.
There were so many elements in play there, but it's the team that managed to keep themselves calm throughout that chaos and calculated by a matter of a fraction, matter of milliseconds. It's going Going to be Vitality that close up the gap at halftime. Let's be fair though, 8-4. A scoreline that definitely favors the Brazilian side.
Absolutely, and I think that if the Brazilians find the pistol round here, they're just going to run away with the map. I think Vitality...
Oh, it was 7-5 actually, sorry.
So even then, I think the premise still stands. I think for Vitality, they've just seen how streaky Furia can be. They know that they need to put their foot down and fast. Otherwise, once Musera gets that operator out, we've seen how strong his defense is when he does just that.
Back into the game. Sides to be switched. Dynamic to be affected. Vitality. They're leading in the map, but I'm sure they'd want to close us out on their own map pick on Lotus, build that confidence. Furia definitely challenging them in that endeavor. Who will win this pistol? It's going to be an important one.
NW0 and Runner, once again, neck and neck. Yes, Runner has considerably more deaths, but in terms of fragging power, they're about the same, Pavlos, and I think that says quite a bit, doesn't it? That almost the poster boy of rising duelists in Europe meets the poster boy of rising duelists in South America.
Oh, one shot, Runner safe, down to half points of health. Oh, this crossfire is deadly. Liazi Khalil, beautifully done. Another push from the other side. Vitality might be caught off here. How do they deal with this? No. Good thought from Furia. They didn't want to over-aggress there. They already had 2 picks. Going for another aggressive play would have been unnecessary.
Absolutely, and I think Vitality did a good job actually to instantly get in the crossfire, anticipating that push. Instead though, it's going to be on a long where the round will be decided, Pavlos.
Damage, Furia no. They just keep playing it with numbers. Ends up being a retake. Still in a good position. That smoke, though, interestingly enough, funnels them into B. And Furia Nova is very aware, especially with that bot. Alarming. MW0 on the flank. Oh, they've got no idea. Instead, Vitality want to push. You want to use their numbers advantage to at least shut down one of these players, but they cannot do it. And if I start Furia to get in from behind, that is going to be the pistol round for Furia.
And a step closer to taking us to Ascent, Furia. An incredible pistol round actually, and I love the thought process to actually hide the Astra behind those boxes. Astra deploys one of their own smokes to make it look like they fell back with the sky once they had the information. Instead, once we end up seeing the Trailblazer come out, the Astra peeks out, and well, Liazi was able to bring not just 1 but 2 for Furia, which pretty much sealed the deal straight off the bat there against Vitality.
Ah, Vitality, full familiar position. Obviously, yeah, okay, this is the second round. But these pistols haven't really been Vitality's friends. They've had many situations that they've been holding them. Previous half. For now, playing the orb game. Trying to maximize the value that they can get from this round. Furia only just spotting presence towards the C side. Quite quiet on the other fronts. And with that spotting, doesn't really affect rotations. Instead, Furia are more eager to push out onto that A site. Look at the 3 players near sender here. I've got the read now.
Well, they do. Vitality, maybe they've been a little bit too clever. Maybe they've taken a little bit too much time because Conan now going to join the party, as is Havoc and Liazi. Whoa. That's reason to stay here.
Great paranoia, great coordination and agility. Can they stick it? Oh, save. Beautifully done, and Runner's effort back up. Vitality might make a pistol round fathomable, especially when sender hit shots like that. MW0 cannot do a thing, and Khalil is alone.
What just happened, Pavlos? A Spectre versus 4.
Oh
Rounds
my
turned on its head.
They have come here cooking. And with that, 6th round in the bag, an unexpected result. But one we're getting nonetheless.
I love how, for Vitality, once they've realized that there's numerous players on the site to worry about, they drop their utility on Waterfall to make sure there's only one avenue of attack to worry about. They send the flashes through, they take the fight on the 2 players, and they just bounce off each other beautifully. And it's the ability to actually play off one another on the angles that they fight on, which has been complementing Vitality, both on Breeze and now again on Lotus. And we've already highlighted the Destrian and Safe sort of combo with each other. Now it's Destrian and Runner who are able to bounce off one another.
Down.
Safe, at least gives the respect over to Furia. Fight for orbs. Continues.
Nature girl down.
Goodbye, Havoc. Nice knowing ya. Vitality stamped themselves ahead in this round, at least in numbers.
Bill able to at least retrieve the Sheriff, but feels like scrapping over pennies here as Vitality get a lot of information over on C. They see it's essentially a free site, an empty site, and well, for Furia, the 4-man stack on A is just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Vitality, unless something goes cataclysmically wrong, Pavlos, are going to be making the 7.
I've got to admit, this game is actually becoming quite an interesting one. Now, there were a couple of flashy plays, but I think that the important aspect of this game is starting to see what the game plan and the ideologies of these teams are and approaching this. There've been a couple of set plays as well that have been pretty cool to see, really, especially given that there wasn't much time for either of these teams to prepare for this. Maybe Furia a little bit more as they've had off-season event experience for Vitality. This is the first, well, second match they play, but first tournament in the off-season. Well, they have had time to practice, apparently, and they've done a splendid job of it. It's a matter of closing out this map. Series to lock in their spot into the finals of Convergence here in India, Bangalore. And Liazi drops as well. Flawless round for Vitality, keeping the score ever closer.
Something to mention is that for Vitality on their defense, they were never able to truly set up their economy. Now that they've found a couple of rounds on the bounce, now that they found the last one with all 5 players left alive, we finally see a Vitality with a bit of money in the bank and almost a bonus to play in the 16th here, which feels weird to say this late past the pistol round. But for Furia now, this is one of those must-win rounds, the same must-win rounds that have been eluding Vitality for so long on that first half. Furia now find themselves in the same position. Seek is available for kicks. In terms of ult management, we're still a bit of a distance away from Furia. And a very, very swift start on A long here for Vitality. Khalil gets a little bit of info, but it's Conan who you really have to put some pressure on now over in tree.
Furia can sense there's a push coming, and especially considering that long push, giving them all the information in the world. Potential pincer. Look, Safe is wary of it, but can he take on 2 with the Bulldog? Not quite sure. Maybe he can.
Oh my word.
Oh my goodness, Safe. And now he's got called in for reinforcements. Liazi needs to get out of there.
Suddenly for Vitality as well, this means that Sender and Kicks are now going to become almost lurkers over towards A. Even if they just set off utility, they're doing their job. They're keeping the rotation of Furia on the safe side.
I've got your trail.
Yeah, seems like Furia have made their mind that Vitality is indeed going to push with this A site. Hence the rotations coming inwards, but no, instead the B site, what they're going for. Liazi alone. Oh, but capable of so many things. 2 kills. And now Furia are actually in this, ahead in this round. Vitality have B site control, Spike planted, but they need to pick to at least even out the scales.
And it's a very aggressive push through Waterfall here. Kicks good for 1, but Havoc's there to try and at least swiftly trade. Look how far away the Viper is from this fight.
Yeah, Furia trying to enter from 3 different positions. I don't know if that's the right decision to make, but Vitality have to split their efforts in multiple directions. Conan, good against 2. Grabs the first one, not the second. Kicks and Safe. Collaboratively taking charge of the site. Havoc touching the spike. He's got a guiding light available, but he needs Vitality to give him a little bit of something. Safe. Tickling him, frustrating him. Havoc has to push, but cannot do a thing. Kicks, allowing his team to get on 8th. We've got 8 rounds per side on the second map of the series.
You can also hear both teams, Pavlos, the shouts of triumph, the cries of joy from both of them as they're winning these rounds. You can hear the passion on the stage from these teams. And it shows you that even though it's an off-season event, they damn well want to win. And both of them know that a victory here may be, if they're lucky, all but certainly mean victory within the group, for Vitality especially.
I mean, even if Vitality win this 2-0, we're looking at a laboured victory at that.
Yeah.
Right? Furia have definitely challenged them. And even if it is the other way around, Furia would require a reverse sweep. And that is laboured, isn't it?
It is. There's actually a world where if Furia can beat global esports in a more one-sided fashion, is there a world actually where, you know, maybe they go through on round difference, provided, provided the correct formulation comes through? I guess it would have to be Global lose to Vitality, Vitality beat Furia, Furia beat Global.
Yeah, Global already lost to Vitality, so
Exactly.
basically that means that Furia would have to lose their next game, so all of them would have to be at 1. And I believe there's a map diff and round diff to determine the actual finalists.
So it goes win rates, map win rates, rounds difference, and then it gets calculated
And
that way.
head-to-head doesn't matter because they're all at 1-on-1 and played against each other in the circle. It's like rock, paper, scissors.
Exactly. This is it. That's our group stage. Valorant, rock, paper, scissors. And you know what? Furia, they're my rock.
Yeah, well, they're
MW0
not budging
certainly is.
easily, that's for sure.
Yeah, Odin comes out from Sender as well, and Odin comes out before an operator does for Vitality. That's really interesting.
Can they get it going? They've left the Odin, interestingly enough, on its own to be paired up with the alarm bot. Sort of holding back the flank duty. Taking down the bot in mid as well was going to cause questions for Furia. Instead of creating questions, it means they're going to have to be pushing forwards into the B site to gain info that nobody is no longer there. So clearing that out will allow the defenses to spread to other areas of the map.
That it will, but there is not much Killjoy utility left, if any Killjoy utility left for Furia here. So Vitality, they've got a lot of maps to play with here, and it looks like they're going to set their gates back to A, where Coden, alone with a Sheriff, a single snakebite, certainly does not have the equipment to stop this fight.
Oh no.
Or stop this push.
And I think Vitality know that they're in a good situation in this one. There's no reason for them to be too risky, considering that the advantage is theirs. This is their round to lose. But for Furia, they're going to play the waiting game. And to add to that, they've actually made the decision to put a lot of eggs onto this right-hand side of the map, while Vitality might end up towards B. That's a really good Trailblazer. It's going to be catching down MW0. Not quite, but the Paranoia definitely will, and Runner will shut him all down. Inwards, Havoc goes, but walks into death. The save sprays down in his direction. And Vitality look to secure the lead. After Furia having a very successful start to this half, Vitality look to turn that all around.
Conan now for a 1 versus 5 against a quite literally unscathed Vitality here. This is as one-sided as a round gets here. And for Conan, the timing does not favor him. Vitality, that's as flawless as it gets. They retake the lead, 9-8. 3 rounds from overtime, 4 rounds from a win in this series, and an ult advantage now as we go into our 18th. My worry, Bablos, actually, was going into that initial take for B. They only had about 20 seconds left, so for Furia, all it took there was 1 or 2 clean kills and a bit of utility, and they'd won that round. But no, they were able to, well, Vitality, they land their shots. Furia bring out an Odin on to Liazzi. Over on C, actually, which is one of the more unorthodox positions for an Odin here.
Toxin screen down.
Vitality. One of the few times we've seen all 5 grouped together like that.
Concealment.
Showstopper for a runner here is going to be very, very important in clearing out this site, and actually, they're going to try and hunt Liazzi.
Oh, Liazzi barely gets away with his life.
Safe does have the lockdown for the after plan here. MW0 with a showstopper of their own. Cosmic Divide on Liazzi. Furia have the means to get back into this site, Pavlos.
They definitely do. It's just a matter of finding the right time to do it and how Vitality will try and deal with it. Lockdown in response, that's going to make things a little bit more complicated. Kicks moving out of the smoke, but Havoc has got time to look directly at him. Destrian, though, keeping close. And the fact that the lockdown forced Furia out of the site just buys time for Vitality to win off this round. Cosmic Divide looking to take this round by force. Furia aren't going to take any chances. Free firing in the direction of the back side, but it's Furia coming out on top of the kills. Safe and Sender still alive, and the Cosmic Divide isn't giving them any favors to stop the spike from being defused. Sender at the back of the site, doubles up, and there is no time for Furia. Vitality pick up the round. Sender the last kill, and that is Vitality on double digits.
The Odin comes in clutch. Who'd have thought, Pavlos? A 1 versus 3 for Sender. And I love the pre-fire through that Cosmic Divide. He anticipates that it's being held. Of course it's being held. Furia, they're one of the best teams in the world. Of course they're going to be holding that. They're expecting the swing. But are they expecting the pre-fire from that Odin? The answer is no. MW0 calls out. And well for Sender. I tell you what, that is how you give the confidence to your team. That's how you reignite the fire, the passion in their hearts now as Furia go down to mere pistols to stop Vitality from increasing this lead.
Oh, wow. Good pick from Runner. There's no retaliation there. Furia on a pistol round. At least Havoc and MW0 get a couple of kills here. And with watering down Vitality's attack, I wouldn't count them out.
Yeah, this is actually, they've got quite a bit of mileage in this game, and suddenly they've got a bit of skin in the round, Pavlos.
Especially because there is room for them to pick up rifles.
Yeah, they may even extend to do just that. Instead of 3 peek on B, a little bit of information probing from either side here. Vitality, they want to head back to C, but with the alarm bots, Furia already have the early warning system in place. It may even be down to Sender to try and fake it.
And Furia are smart enough to let Vitality to move into the C site to try and grab their weapons, to be fighting on level ground. Oh, Vandal picked up just in time for Liazzi. Oh no, Conan goes a bit too far. And all of a sudden, yeah, you've upgraded to a weapon here, Liazzi, but you've lost a teammate. Is that even worth it?
Player
Safe, accurate, Khalil makes Sheriff happen and upgrades. Ooh, he's quick, he's feeling it. But it's a 2v1.
30 seconds left.
And numbers favor Vitality in this one. 2 rounds elude them to grab out the series victory.
I tell you what though, Pavlos, that was by no means clean. A messy round, and credit where credit is due to MW0, and I also believe it was Liazzi there who were able to find those beautiful shots with the Sheriff, and at long range that is damn hard to do, and for me Liazzi has actually really stepped up this game. I mean, MW0, we expect him to do well. Liazzi, on the controller player, usually you're the one towards the bottom end of the scoreboard, but not only is he second fragging for his team, he's also got 11 assists to accompany it as well.
Hey, if you buy an Odin and don't try and go for a wallbang like that, are you really playing Odin?
He almost landed it as well on MW0.
Play in trouble. Nice of them for Furia to finally find a numbers advantage on defense and double that up as well.
That was brave. Furia, they back off once again, and seems reminiscent as a few rounds ago with Furia once again going into a 5 versus 3, once again falling back.
I think those 2 kills are a reminder for Vitality, the job isn't done yet.
Yeah.
The job isn't finished until they see a 13th round on the board.
Look at the ult management as well for Furia. They're about to get another showstopper out on MW0. Liaz is still a bit of distance away from his Cosmic Divide, but everyone else already has their ults in place. And as we get to sort of the final 5 rounds of the map, having these ults is going to be crucial.
Out of charges.
And Furia keep extending their favorability in this round by getting picks here and there.
May even be a chance to save here, potentially pick up the Odin. Sit quietly in a corner, manipulate, wait for the next round. For Runner, maybe even try and make it expensive. I mean, Furia's money certainly isn't in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, just a reminder for everybody out there, Furia winning this series would keep Global in the fight for the finals. And would definitely make quite the result.
10 seconds left.
Dropped.
But of course, Vitality not going to make that really easy, are they? With one map, with one series secured in the bag and looking to make this a second one. And Furia will secure this one without too many issues at all. Just secure it slowly but surely.
Bit of extra cash in the bank as well with that plant, but for now, both sides have a lot of ults to work with. Both sides have weapons to work with. Granted, the economy's a little bit different, but we're in the must-win rounds now. I imagine this is about to be a huge collection of ults just dumped.
This is going to be
another.
carnage.
It's going to be a carnage round.
This is going to be chaotic.
Without a shadow of a doubt. And Sender one away from a Viper's bit of his own. It will be 4 ults apiece in just a moment. Makes you really think as to how Furia sort of equipped to respond to this, or equipped to respond to what may be a very, very ult-heavy attack.
It looks like they may be hitting the B site here.
Time to hunt.
Satchel out.
Setting up Runner for the push. Spot retrieved. Showstopper. Runner is no more. And there's no follow-up for Vitality. They've been stopped in their tracks.
That they are, however, look at this ground that Safe is now making over on A. Slowly pushing forward, trying to find a little bit of control to make up for the death of Runner. That being said, though, Furia, fast to rotate, fast to get back into position and reposition after that initial success.
Vitality.
I've got your trail.
Placing swarm grenade.
Wanting to move this A side. Ooh, Viper's Pit enabled. They're going to look to try and plant the spike without taking most of the site control. Conan, though, will definitely try and challenge this. He's in close proximity, and he's got friends that can help him out in the long run. Vitality, patient, waiting down the lockdown, but that would also mean that the Viper's Pit will be in trouble. Sender is in the middle of it. Pedestrian picks up the kill. How's that even possible? Square things up. Vitality have a chance, but the Viper's Pit in counteraction. Furia, not one of giving this one away. Khalil sprayed out, double kill. Furia turn it all around. And Vitality are just wondering, how did they do this? 14 seconds, they're going to get the spike down. There's not many players for them to secure it. Sender, waiting for Khalil, a gift given. Definitely not out of this round. And especially with Destrian there was his Sender, they can fight this one together.
They find that final player. Shorty, though, onto Sender. Traded by Destrian. 1 versus 2, Pavlos.
Destrian. How do you tackle this one? Patiently waiting. 2 players.
Oh my God!
Destrian! A double kill! Gifting Vitality, match and series points!
Oh my word! They both swing into him. Furia, they play it perfectly, Pavlos, but it does not matter. Destrian wiping the floor with Vitality there in a round that looked like it was almost a done deal.
I feel like I've seen that play before. This just gave me big deja vu vibes with Alpha against Loud in the finals of Lock-In on Icebox.
Look at
on
that.
One of the final rounds, the penultimate rounds, and oh my goodness! Did that give me the same vibe?
Look at what it's done to the economy of Furia as well. Conan's only down to a Sheriff here. The ults for Furia, they committed the lots there. Everything went into winning that round, and Vitality still have a showstopper to play with.
Vitality creeps up as 5-man yet again. Showstopper for Runner, unable to try to find one of the kills. Doesn't find the reply. Liazi actually shuts down Runner. And again, Vitality wanted to pick up the pieces from that one. Toxic Stream covering the entire site. Furia have rotated over. They've got 4 players here. Vitality overcomplicating. Vitality overcommitting. And Furia definitely wanting to punish this one. They're going to actually push right after this. They're not going to let this calm down at all. Waiting for Safe to peek, there may be kicks as well, but if someone oversteps, if someone overpeaks, that could be the end of them. A round calculated in hairs, in inches, in barely anything at all, and it's MW Zera trying to pick up the pieces.
2 versus 4, almost point blank range to work with Pavlos.
Oh my God!
Vitality may make it work! Vitality may make it work! From the jaws of defeat, Pavlos!
Sender and kicks, turn it all around. The victory goes to Vitality.
Oh my word, Pavlos. The young guns, the new kids, the newbies on the block, the 2 players who have no right to maintain their composure, to maintain calm, cool, and collected in a position like that are the 2 players which find that V for victory. What a way to end a map off of 2 dashes, splashes of heroic plays, Pavlos.
2 insane plays, one after the other, that give Vitality this win. Furia, what a valiant fight. They were ahead for a while on that second map, but Vitality just wanted to give it their fight, want to give it their all, and this is really a proving ground for next year.
It absolutely is. What a performance from Vitality there. And, you know, that's a Jubilee match for both Kicks and Runner. They're going to look back at that now. Every team in Europe is going to look at that, see these 2 new guys show up, having dominated Furia, and you have to wonder, what on earth does it mean for EMEA next season?
I mean, we wanted a spectacle to end off the day, and let's be fair, Vitality gave us just that. I mean, it was labored. And there were moments where you said, Fury have the advantage. They should be able to close up the gap here. They should be able to contend Vitality on the second map to potentially take us to a decider.
Yeah, and
but that never happened.
It never happened, Pavlos. What on earth? And I mean, for Vitality, that's them through the group.
Oh my goodness! It's been an incredible day, honestly. We saw, the elimination of one, the Indian Hopes not quite able to stay alive, but they've done an incredible job. And now we see our first team securing their spot in the finals. Vitality guaranteed to play it out here on the 17th on Sunday. Oh, that is amazing stuff. But I do believe there is an interview ready for you on the stage. It is Tash to take you away with that one. See you in a bit.
Thank you very much. I have Runner with me on stage. Runner, that was a huge game. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, so I really want to ask you, yesterday I was interviewing Safe, and he mentioned how you guys are like his kids. What's it like?
I mean, it's nice playing with another senior of mine who is like super talented and he's intellectual, like his IQ is so high, and I just learned from him. Like, I joined Vitality like in September, and ever since then, like, I've changed as a player. I want to say thanks to Destrian, the Sender, Safe, and the coaching staff. Like, they all helped me so much improve as a player and as a human being.
All right, so speaking of coaching, I've talked to Salah. He seems like to me, he looks very, very scary and strict. But what's it like coaching with him, and what does your timeout sound like in the team?
He's not scary at all. I mean, he can be scary actually, but he just wants to help us improve, and he does his best. Like the timeouts, he just makes everyone shush a bit. He's the boss, but like he just tells us to play the game because he believes in us. He believes that we can beat anyone we play, and he just doesn't even say anything special. He just tells us to play the game. We know how to play the game. Just play the game, and it works.
And I see that it's definitely working. You guys are already in the grand finals. Speaking of grand finals, now that you're there, if you guys could face up anyone in the grand finals, who would you really, really want to meet on Sunday?
Wait, we're in grand finals?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
He doesn't even know he's in grand finals.
I mean, we want to play footballist, yeah.
You guys want to play foot?
Yeah, of course. They are Turkish. They're also from Europe. Salah is also Turkish, so they have that rivalry going on, and yeah, we definitely want to face footballists.
They want to go against Foot, and let's pass it over to an analyst to really break it down and see what to expect when we come to the grand finals on Sunday.
Thank you.
Get a little bit more on the end of that one from Furia, to be honest with you. I was caught off guard. Our jaws dropped for those last two remaining rounds. I mean, how can they not? Destrian able to save the day just beforehand, but then in the end, a 2 versus 4 essentially, right? Yep. It's just phenomenal. Like, when you think it's done, when you think maybe we might be getting something more from Furia, Vitality does just turn up when they needed it the most. And from maybe, I guess, in the state of the series, in the state of yesterday as well, from some unexpected players.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm pretty sure that Vitality heading into this game had, they were pretty strong right up front, right? They got an early start, especially that pistol round, right? They were aggressive at making sure that the statement for Furia was set in stone from the first round itself. 4-man A push, taking control, but then Furia, they got a momentum boost of themselves. They were able to turn back things, got about 5 rounds in a row, put themselves up to 7, but then Vitality, I think that one little break that, they unfortunately had to take Furia themselves, kind of broke out their back, and Vitality were able to secure a 7-5, which could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, it definitely feels like to me though MW0 more confident on the Raze as well. It's the agent that he's played the most in his professional career. I guess you could say the same for Runner as well, but Runner's been phenomenal on the Jet. It was a great battle over on our first map. Coming in towards this one, I mean, MW0 really early on able to establish an ace, able to establish 5 opening kills in the grand scheme of things, but I feel like that was all in the early game. When you look towards the later game, there was a lot more shutdowns happening against him, and Runner was really leading the charge. Kix was getting into there as well, and it just looked a little bit better in the later stages of the map for Vitality.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Furia understood about, you know, how Vitality are going to actually approach this in the second half, because the minute they actually won that, you know, a couple of consecutive rounds there, Vitality they're feeling the pressure early on in the second half again. They were not able to settle into what Furia was doing, but eventually they picked up on the pace of what was happening, and once again it was Runner who was giving them those space openings towards that B and A site, constantly pushing the envelope and making sure that they had, you know, those avenues for more than 2 players to actually take these fights, and they were not at all afraid of exploiting these, you know, ridiculously quick rotations, especially from that A to B side when they got the door. They were giving off so much clue to that, you know what, we're going to end up on A, they're going to commit utility that usually they wouldn't do without, you know, actually wanting to commit on A, but they do it on the B side on the pure back of just getting 1 smoke, and that's all they needed.
Yeah, and I mean, the turning point in the match, we have to talk about it, right? Pistol round goes Furia's way in the second half, and then it turns on its head, right? You get 1 round for Vitality, you get 2, you get 3, and then it just keeps on going through, and you think, all right, maybe, you know, round 20, it goes to the timeout round as well, where, you know, they're surviving at the end for Vitality members. That should have been the time for Furia to maybe get back into it. Destrian, as we said, says no towards that one. And I just want to highlight Destrian. I mean, coming out with 2 4Ks in the mix as well. You got Runner coming out with a multitude of multi-frags. You got Kicks getting a couple of 3Ks in the game as well. They are all pulling their weight to get the success as a team.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the beginning, it might not have seemed so because they were actually getting, you know, sidetracked every time they actually defended. In the beginning, what Vitality were doing, they're being a little more free. They were exploring options, right? Left, right, and center. A, B, C, they're pushing the boundaries every single time, making sure that Furia don't get any extra control that, you know, they wouldn't be needing to. And that's exactly when Furia started taking control themselves. They understood that this Vitality team is a little bit risky, so we can punish them for their pushes. And that is when they found the momentum. But in the end, it was, of course, the individuality of Vitality that stepped up massively for their team play. And right when the impact rounds were needed, that's when it was delivered, especially that game-winning round by Destrian, 1v3 inside the Viper pit.
Yeah, I mean, we'll highlight him again. I feel like he's just been the MVP time and time. I think he's in the running for the MVP of the tournament at the moment. None other than Runner. Again, another fantastic series, leading by example on this duelist, you know, kit as well. The Raze this time, very flashy. I just feel like we can't really fault him for anything at the moment, because even if you try to, his team is still picking up the slack.
Yeah, absolutely. And he has been getting everything done for his team in terms of firepower, as well as, you know, making sure that his team is ready for a fight at any given point in time, because he's there as a support as well. Most of these executes, if he's not charging in, he's always coming in as a second guy right there to swing out, take the fight, and make sure that the trades are always there and save this game. Yeah, he had another bit of an, I would say, a little average game compared to yesterday, but he was still getting some good lurks coming in towards the attack side of things, at least in the later stage of the game, and he was making sure that the team always had a backbone to depend upon when, you know, they had to cut off these rotations from Furia, especially on that B site.
I mean, I just want to talk about the team chemistry as well coming in for Vitality right there. They're not sure exactly what roles they're going to be going on towards. I think we've got a pretty good idea and understanding of what they're comfortable with at the moment. You know, 2 best of 3s. It's not the greatest sample size in the world, but it is looking pretty good having Runner be the one in charge, having Sender kind of play autonomous when he brings in, you know, the Viper on this one, which I might add was a change up from the previous map as well, from Omen and Viper switching it through after the mix. So it's really nice on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the last round, of course, was the last 2 actually from Vitality were, I don't know what happened, because, you know, for the last round, this was pretty much my reaction. So I don't know if you can see it. It's a question mark, because I'm like, Furia lost the 2v4. That should have potentially gotten them at least a 10th, maybe. We could have been watching the overtime right about now. But my God, the individuality of these players to come out of pressure situations exactly when it's dependent on them is uncanny.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I myself actually thought that we might get a map 3. I think this series certainly deserved an ascent, but Vitality, similar scorelines on both of these maps. They didn't want to go to a 3rd. They want to win this one cleanly. Now they know they're in the grand final as well. They can start to prepare, have a little bit of preparation tomorrow, have a little bit of relaxation, because tomorrow, you know, very crucial games to be played in the other bracket.
Absolutely. It is quite the, you know, victory for them here that they're gonna, of course, they're gonna go with their slogan that they say, V for victory, as they always say, vitality. And they're gonna be hoping that, of course, like they just mentioned, right, football is gonna be their favorite opponent. They want to face them quite a lot of the team players as well. And of course, because of the fact that they're EMEA rivals and they want a little bit of revenge compared to when they lost against them last season.
Yeah, absolutely. That Foot versus Gen G game that'll be appearing tomorrow in the first slot is definitely going to be an exciting one, an important one, decider to get into the grand final for Global and for Furia as well. It's still going to be a good showing. It's still going to be, you know, the last chance maybe to see the home town
maybe get a
team,
win.
one of the favorites in Global.
Yeah,
maybe get a win. Yeah.
I mean, at this point, Furia and Global, they're just fighting for glory and, you know, who's going to finish on second place here, because both of them, unfortunately, were not able to match up to the might of Vitality, and Vitality now are going to be sitting comfortably waiting for their opponent. The first game, of course, is going to be, like we mentioned, Foot versus Gen G, and they're going to be watching that game. I'm not quite sure if they're going to be hoping that FUT win, but if Gen G do win tomorrow, I'm actually going to be kind of surprised, because if FUT were able to make sure that, you know, the True Ripper boys were not able to give them that much of a competition on Sunset, they look a lot more, I would say, you know, in place than Gen G. What do you think?
I think that we were coming in with probably misconceptions on True Rippers, to be honest. I think they caught everybody off guard in their performances, able to, you know, take the map off of Gen G, as we said, getting in the overtime, coming out of the gate to swinging against Foot, couldn't get it over the line, and then the secondary map getting the better of them, which I think was Foot more coming in towards their form. So I think now Foot have, you know, shaken off the nerves, gotten established in what this environment is. They should be able to give us a good game in tomorrow's slot.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's just have a look at the standings once again, ladies and gentlemen. The 2-0 for Vitality, of course, they're going to go up with a quite the record of 23 round differential as well. And on the other side, there's two teams now waiting for their fate to be decided tomorrow, and it rests, of course, in their own hands. True Rippers are going to be watching their opponents battle it out for who is going to be the deserved grand finalist from Group 2, and I'm really excited for what's about to come tomorrow.
Yeah. I think if you're Gen G and maybe even Vitality, if we want to stretch it a little bit further, be careful of cracks. I think his showing on KO today was pretty darn good. Mr. Fallen getting in there as well on the breach and the server. I think, you know, the kind of silent achiever when it comes to assisting on the Foot squadron there. And for CNED as well, you know, we'll highlight him on the duelist role. I think he's got to definitely step up to try and meet Runner's performance right now.
Yeah, Runner is clearly in a space of his own right now. He's head and heels above pretty much the entire competition here. There's no player who's kind of matching up to him right now, not even CNED. There's no duelist either that's, you know, been able to take him down or actually even give him quite that much of a competition in terms of numbers, or at least even impact for that matter. And the Vitality as a whole, they allow Runner to be that main impact guy, and then they surround him with rounds of, you know, spurs of impact here and there where they themselves step up for a little bit. And those little spurs are more than enough to just kind of give them that boost. And clearly, that boost has made them reach the grand final.
Yeah, of course. But that is it for today, folks. The games have been done and dusted. We know what tomorrow's games are going to be, but just in case you have missed out on them, we're starting off with Foot versus Gen G, and then into Global Esports versus Furia. So make sure you come back and check wherever you are watching from again tomorrow. And if you want to check out the socials as well for everything that's happening at this event, Val Esports SA on Instagram is one of the best places to find it, and there are still tickets available, I do believe. The esportsclub.com is where you can find them available.
Absolutely, guys. If you are in Bangalore and you're not here, probably missing out on a lot. You can see how beautiful it is right behind us, and it is going to only get more and more better in the next 2 days. It's the weekend. Come on, take a bit of a journey. Come here, maybe meet your favorite players, and watch who's going to be facing off Vitality in the grand final on Sunday.
Yeah, I'm absolutely ready for that one, and I'm sure everyone here is as well. The Golden Hornets, I mean, they're gonna be waiting. They're going to be eager to see that, get that victory for Vitality.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that this is going to be the conclusion to quite the great matchup as well. It is going to be a best of 5, and it is going to be quite the game.
Yep, well that's it. Thank you very much for joining. See you tomorrow.
We were chosen. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. We got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
What do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick. I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've won a ballast traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसा मैं टरेंचुला ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खो दिया तुम लगाओ के बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां चंद्रगुप्त मेमोरिया या किला तो लोरिया come to me and you just gonna die that's really a given I am invincible and you are invisible see that's really a difference get out of my way I'll leave the world the choice is yours I don't kill my enemies I play with them that's what the toys are for from Mumbai to the rest of the world I am the Raja भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना 'Cause I am the Raja 'Cause I am the Raja
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls and 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make a scream. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Enemy remaining. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. One enemy. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Get back and watch. Get back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.